Доброе утро, дорогие друзья. В студии Гайдаровского форума Алексей Колесников, заместитель директора Высшей школы государственного управления президентской академии. Рад вас приветствовать этим морозным московским утром. Мы сегодня открываем финальный этап премии «Цифровые вершины-2020». С приветственным словом к участникам премии «Цифровые вершины» обратился ректор президентской академии Владимир Мау.
Дорогие друзья, рад приветствовать вас на финальном этапе премии «Цифровые вершины». Эта премия вручается по инициативе президентской
digital breakthrough in the development of national digitalization in education, healthcare, business, state governance. In our vocabulary, we have a new word, distance learning and distance working. We have started to have online lectures, online workshops, and even online parties. But digitalization doesn't boil down to particular solutions. Digitalization is a lifestyle which is dictated by new technologies. Over the year, we have seen a huge demand for digital solutions to all the spheres of our life. And Russian developers were very successful at solving the challenge they faced. We're happy to welcome you, the participants of the final stage at the RENAPA. We wish success to all the participants of the summit. We would like everyone to become winners of the contest, and we are expecting the final results announcement. We wish you success in the contest, in the finals, and we are expecting you in RENAPA. The digitalization development is very important, and it was mentioned by the Prime Minister, Mikhail Mishustin. Within the Gaidar Forum, the Award Digital Summit will show the most prospective solutions in business and state governance developed by the Russian companies. So the solution to the tasks led to the situation that the segment of IT solutions has become at the forefront and most competitive globally. Today, Russian specialists are competing against their foreign counterparts. The coronavirus demonstrated the necessity for deeper engagement of digitalization in all spheres of life. It concerns social support, social benefits. Now the government is creating the tool which is called the social treasury. This is all national information platform to assist those in need. It is a necessary tool to achieve another important national goal, to decrease the poverty, to fight poverty. Such mechanism will allow us to act proactively and to have a target support those in need as fast as it was done with the president allowances for kids. During the pandemic time, there was a distance job increase. In spring, the share amounted to 10 to 15% of overall jobs. The format is not going to disappear after the pandemic. The specifics of such employment, based on the previous experience, was considered within the amendments to the labor code. It is very important since we face the global trend with emerging shifts on the labor market, and the former labor code didn't consider that. Thanks to digital technologies, distant jobs are going to develop in new innovative industries. However, the reality demonstrates that even in conventional industries of the real economy, we see the process going on. If during the pandemic time the remote job was a mandatory thing, but further on, it is going to be determined by the real economy. It should be based on efficient economy and productivity. Thanks to the digital economy, the government managed to increase the support of the people who lost their jobs during the pandemic time. At the same time, to reduce the grey economy, to reduce the hidden unemployment rate, which can be attributed to a positive result. Undoubtedly, digitalization is going to allow us increase state governance level to achieve the format of the service state, e-government. So for the people to have a proactive approach to that. RENAPA has seen a lot more programs which allow us to adjust to the changes going on in the state governance. And Digital Summit Award allows us to get acquainted with the best national projects which help make governance more effective. Right now, let me give the floor to the director of the award, Borisa Katisheva. Dear colleagues, good morning. I'm very happy to welcome you to all those attendees expecting your presentations and in pitches. I would like to thank the jury of Summit Digital Award 2020. You know, today we have a great day. We have applications from 55 regions. We have very interesting nominations, and we have 120 jury members all over the country. In the course of the day, I'm going to have my input and to talk about the jury members, how we prepared this particular award, why these nominations. But you do realize new words: distancing, distance work, distance mode. It is not by accident that our first nomination is going to be the best solution for remote job. I'd like to give the floor to a colleague of mine, Andrei Kozlovsky. He is right now in the workshop. He's going to be moderating this particular nomination. Great honor for me to moderate this particular session, since being a representative of business, a representative of business striving to help other companies and state entities, non-profit organizations to build effective business and offers solutions for remote job. I do understand how important it is this year to see the opportunity to arrange very efficient shift for the employees to remote mode. It's a great privilege for me to moderate this particular session, the best solution to a remote job. Today we have 6 contestants in the finals. Each of them is going to introduce the project. Each will have 4 minutes to do that. At the same time, I'd like to say a couple of words about the format of our today work. Unfortunately, it's online, requires a strict adherence to time limits. Therefore, all the questions from our distinguished jury members going to be asked at the end of our session. These questions are going to be voiced by me after all the presentations. Each has 4 minutes. The first is going to be Bitrix 24 company. I welcome you to our session. Good morning, dear colleagues. My name is Sergei Kuleshov. I'm happy to welcome you to this brief stand-up of IT products. So I'm the first to start. Let's start just right away. I'm sure that Bittrex 24 doesn't require any particular presentation. Say a couple of words concerning our company. We are engaged in developing products, assisting business in many areas of business. Today we are a global company. More than 8 million companies registered on Bittrex 24. We're in top 20 IT Forbes in Russia. This year we have become the winners of RUNET award. Our strategy is to combine the companies to create the platform so it can work with many tools, digitalization, including a big number of tools which can be separated into several blocks. Today we are focused on the first two blocks, since we are talking about remote job. And of course, from this perspective, our online office is a toolkit for online work, task and project management, and a couple of words about this online store. As for remote job is communication, and we do offer the full set of communication tools for the company, using all possible devices, just domestic in-house network, chats, but communication is not the only thing we are tackling in this respect. We have different tools on online planning, on storing information, work with staff which are not on payroll, timing, which is very important right now on a remote basis, and reporting, accounting within the company, and automation of all the processes within the company. The tasks and the projects are another huge block which helps the company, in particular employee, to understand what he is doing right now, to know what the particular purposes the company has and what goals the company is striving to achieve in a digital form, regardless of the location of a particular employee. This is a comprehensive tool of project management, which helps each particular employee within the company to be aware of what is going on right now. This year we have updated many things, considerable things actually, since we realized a huge responsibility on our shoulder. Therefore, the pressure on communication increased, and we had a huge update for our applications connected with the video calls, video conferences. Huge interest in a CRM shop to start online sales from scratch very fast, which was very relevant last year. And even introduce live store concept, which is quite fashionable right now and interesting both for the sales companies and consumers. Our releases were quite considerable in terms of updates. In spring, we focused on remote approach, since our clients had to shift to remote work and work in the situation they faced. To that end, we provided free access. And our clients appreciated this offer. It was free to everyone, and it didn't have any limitations on 20 users, and right now companies can use this product for free. In our second release, we focus on solutions, CRM and contact center. We managed to update everything connected with online communication, CRM store and live store. In our recent release, we provided for very high-quality calls, and we did a good job on project management, including automation option, a better interaction with the product, the attention focus system for the employees. It was mentioned by our clients. On the slide, you can see some of the adoptions of our products in the biggest companies in 2022. And we may talk about our assistance to the companies shifting to remote mode, who are trying to digitalize their activity. And that was mentioned by many companies from this list. At the end of my presentation, I say that Bittrex 24 is a very affordable tool for business, which is very important today. It is not limited to the number of users. There are some tariffs with no limits at all. And this is an online service available 24/7 all over the world. This is a single product within our strategy, allowing company to work in a single window, in a single browser, in a single application. Thank you very much for your attention. So many thanks. Not even for the project, but for the talk what the company is doing. I have a lot of questions. I do believe that our jury members have even more. We're going to ask them at the end of our session. I'd like to touch on the timing. We are online and our time is limited. So I would urge all the contestants, remember that we have 4 minutes for the presentation of the project. We are going to remind you, please don't force us to switch to the next project. Please let us give you an opportunity to finish your presentation. Now I give the floor to the second project, TrueConf. For me and for many others, this is a very famous company. The floor is yours. Good morning. My name is Dmitry Odintsov from TrueConf company. We've been dealing with video connection. So the time which we see right now is a kind of a golden age for video conference. Things which seemed kind of not necessary things have become a new normal, a new necessity, not only for the business, for the state governance. Video conferencing is everywhere, and it's to stay with us for a long time to come, even though it used to be with us before. What are we about? We're a national company, 15 years dealing with video conferencing. We're well known in Russia, and we sell our products in 80 countries. We are recognized by very famous organizations, Data RDC, analytical agency, recognizing us as one of the best providers of services. Our solutions are used both by small, mid-sized and big businesses, militaries, police, and even one king. Our solution is quite simple. It is done by IT for IT specialists. This is the solution working with the in-house of the company. So all the security issues are covered. So there are no possible privacy issues. There are free options and paid versions. So it is easy to start for a remote job. When we realized that the crisis was coming and we expected strict restrictions, we decided to offer free licenses to all the Russian and some foreign companies for them to easily shift to remote mode. We understood that nobody was going to pay since the process itself was very complicated. So we decided decided to give a free access to that. Whatever you want, take as many as you can. So the result was that about 50,000 companies, this is not about business, these are schools, institutions, academies, hospitals, state entities of different countries, were given access to our solution in order to have a very fast shift to remote mode. For example, in hospitals, for that to happen very fast, without any extra expenses, since the time really mattered. So as an outcome, we saw that, according to our estimates, in March or April 2020, about 3 million people had access to our system within this free mode framework to fight a pandemic from TrueConf. In summer, the number amounted to 4 million people. Of course, we faced a lot of problems, since on the one hand we have a very huge team. On the other hand, it was very difficult to adjust these solutions to higher demand, which increased 30-fold. We worked 25 hours per day, so we actually managed to do well. We worked during the weekend. We created new video guidelines. We understand that people engaged in this business are becoming younger, and it's better to speak their language with them. What did we have at the end of the day? We had a lot of responses, how our solution helped people to hold online ball. And the guys from the Crimea had a great event thanks to our video conference solution. The state entities switched to our solution. This is an in-house national solution which works properly and securely to fight the pandemic, to make some decisions in this respect. So we're talking about the tens of thousands of officials using TrueConf during the pandemic, and we assisted actively in the process. Distant learning in many regions, Zoom's teams didn't work in Moscow, for instance, and our solution helped to support education for the kids to be able to do that. Of course, we made our contribution to ease the situation, and of course, Medicare. And a lot of examples when the COVID and COVID-free zones in the hospital were brought together through our solution. Video conference is an integral part of our life. We got used to that a long time ago, but right now many people had to get used to that as well. We do hope that it was not that difficult. We do hope that it was of educational nature. And it seems to me that video conferencing will stay with us for years to come, and our field of expertise is going to develop further on, and we managed to help some businesses and some people. A very interesting presentation. Thank you very much for this input. I do believe that all our attendees, our jury members, and all our participants are going to agree that this is a very generous thing to do when you provided free access. And our company also offers conference solutions based on your product. We supported the same idea, and we offered these solutions on a free basis to everyone. It's a very necessary and timely step. Now I have questions from distinguished jury members. I'm starting selecting these questions. Please do remember that. At the same time, I'm ready to give the floor to our next contestant, Megaplan Company. Do we have Megaplan with us? Good afternoon, my name is Sergey Kozlov, CEO of Megaplan. We have CRM system which is maximally user-friendly for remote mode, and I'm going to speak at length why it is so. Megaplan is very easy and sustainable online service to manage the company. It will allow you to arrange things and to understand what each particular employee deals with to organize a very good approach to your project management. Not to forget about the clients and to timely call each to have a security for your client base, not to lose requests and to increase your sales. Right now I'm going to talk about how to do that. In order to arrange things in the right way, to delegate, please put time in. So it is not possible to escape that planning. Megaplan is going to remind you about that. So you can work using any device which has our application. If something urgent happens when you leave the office, it's not a problem. You will get to know about that. If the employee does it on a timely basis, so it will give high efficiency rating to a particular employee, and it will be a very convenient thing to do. To arrange project management is easy. Create a project, have a plan of action, and then choose the people for your team. Employees are going to have a notification, and they will be ready to start to do that job, and they can share their messages in the chat of the project. Thanks to Get the diagram, you'll be able to see the particular stage of the project completion, and you'll be able to ensure that everything is going all right. Megaplan is going to remind you on timing constraints. If the job is done not on time, you'll be able to get to know that among the first. Working day of manager is going to look like that. Drinking coffee in the morning is going to open the clients to call. After each talk is going to write down the result of each conversation, switching back to the next client. In the breaks, emails are going to be inputted here. At the end of the day, you're going to have automatic report of the manager results. A new request is going to be within the module of a deal, and Megaplan is going to appoint a responsible manager and is going to notify him of that. Megaplan is going to notify him constantly to do how to complete the transaction. It's going to send text messages on the progress of the order. There is a desktop where it's possible to work with a huge number of tasks with the most important information on each to finalize the task, just moving and clicking your buttons. Then the analysis is going to find those drawbacks in the work of the manager, increasing sales at the end of the day. Work in Megaplan and you arrange your business in the right way, and you increase your sales, you improve customer service, and you secure your database. You'll be able to faster process your requests, increase your sales, and you start putting your time on searching for the information to preparing documents for taxing just in vain. And we don't have any constraints and limits to communication in Megaplan. So follow your dreams, fulfill the tasks together with Megaplan. Good morning. I'm very happy to welcome you all. Can I be heard? The year was difficult, particularly the springtime, but I do see that by November and December our clients are adjusted to new circumstances, and I would like to believe that our efforts, our tool, assisted them in this endeavor. In 2021, I wish you keep it going on and fight the pandemic and win it over. Thank you very much, Sergey. A very interesting presentation. This is a CRM system allowing us to work from any point globally, particularly to those companies and non-profit organizations which should follow the transactions.
That is truly must-have to arrange your work from any location in the world. And the next contestant will be Platform My Office. Good morning, colleagues. My name is Peter Sheglov, and I represent the project My Office platform. I'm going to tell you how our platform can be used to support remote work. 2020 was an uneasy year, and working remotely as a term turned from the one known to freelancers only to everyone, and the number of people increased by 100 times, from 60,000 to 6 million people in 1 year that started working remotely, and they all faced certain tasks of arranging effectively their remote work and operation. And now every third company says that they are going to practice remote mode of working further on, to use the means that help them arrange interaction with each other and remote work effectively. And it is My Office platform that can put forward solutions to this task. Our platform has been elaborating for over 1 year, and we focus on 3 major elements to organize effective operations. First of all, that is joint work. We suggest that documents can be copied, can be adjusted, and can be elaborated jointly. And this can be done not only with the help of devices. And this played a crucial role in 2020, because a lot of people that started working remotely, both in public companies, in governmental companies, faced that they did not have the device that they usually worked on at office, and they were forced to use tabs, phones, or they were forced to buy a new PC or a laptop. And we would like to say that My Office platform is accessible from any device, be it a phone or a laptop, and our app played a critical role as well. We also paid a lot of attention to data protection and control over data distribution, because remote work posed the question of how to control what is going on as really the most critical one. I would like to also note that lately we have reached a lot of results, and it is My Office platform that is the only Russian software that has certificates to prove its security. Representatives of 68 regions of the Russian Federation use our platform. That includes the Moscow region, Tula region. Not long ago, we declared Stavropol region joining these regions. Over 380 customers use our products, both in large and small scale projects, and these are our customers not in Russia only, but also abroad. We are accessible in education sphere as well. Over 5,000 schools use our solution, and this year we also supplied over 1 million licenses of our products to Cameroon. There are federal agencies, regional agencies, and large commercial companies that are our customers, and I call on you to join My Office immediately. Arrange your remote work effectively to your customers, to your partners, and to your employees. Thank you very much for your attention. Please join us. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That was, again, like a story, and I hope that thanks to this story, you would be able to find new customers today. And I will remind you that we give each contestant 4 minutes. We have 2 contestants left before we start asking questions from the jury members. And now I'm happy to give the floor to Pravo Tech. Hello, colleagues. My name is Renat Galin. I head Pravo Tech team project. We really turned the arbitrage system of the Russian Federation some time ago, elaborating the law online universal platform. Starting with last year, we adapted our solution to new business verticals. What do those who first plan automation or need to go remote face? They believe that comprehensive administration needs a lot of resources, and that is time and money, and people need to switch from window to window to log in different programs in different software, and it is believed that not all companies, not all software products can be used remotely, and when bosses want to control all their employees, very often face some issues with that. And in our company, we elaborated a uniform platform that allows to adapt and tune a lot of your processes that will be not harder than to play Lego. Let us remember what is the ordinary solution making. There is a task set, then budget allocated, then business analytics, then description of task, then there is the execution of this task, then the result should be agreed and approved, amendments are introduced, and there is usually this circular process. And our low-code solution allows to attune this process in a maximum fast way with minimal resources in terms of time and money. The project card can be customized to your needs easily. For example, your procurement management department or HR or finance department or your property department can all automate their processes and customize their own card of the project with all the fields, blocks and stages. All the information on the work within the whole company or separate department will always be present here, and you would be able to monitor and control everything, all the processes, all the execution of and implementation of different stages of work with all the necessary detail. And automatically the system can determine separate triggers to register specific deadline and to see what is needed per specific task. It can also agree and approve on some documents automatically, and there is also uniform base of information. You can add IP telephone and conferences here, your internal local services, it all will be present here. And Tinkoff Insurance or Headhunter just do not put in 90% of data manually, because they are present here automatically. And you can also abandon drafting templates, because we have a special software solution to draft documents, and a lot of data are dragged from the card of your project to your final document. And a report drafting will take not over 1 minute, because the system uses context search to drag any data, any attribute from any card, to be able to see it interactively in a dashboard. We paid a lot of attention to a user-friendly interface, as this system is something that you will work with. It should be maximally user-friendly, and it takes maximally 3 weeks to get used to it. And if you need, you can make any changes to the system through the administrator rights that you have. And it is easy to simplify communication through chatbot that can take 3 functions. First, consult internal departments, second, collect important information, and third, prepare templates. There is a special portal of self-service where chatbot can process an application, prepare any document in just seconds. We pay a lot of attention to data security. So on the one hand, we say that our system is a barrier system, and there are structures, there are organizations of the Ministry of Defense, among other our customers, that prove that. And you can also use on-premise structure. We have customers like these, and our key motto is please work with pleasure, and it is the system that should customize to your preferences, not vice versa. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. It was really very interesting. The talk was very interesting in terms of mostly the chatbots and their integration of solutions for law, this smart intelligence. And it is really interesting to get in and understand. Well, everybody understands when chatbots will replace taxi drivers, and it's interesting to learn when they replace lawyers. We have less than 10 minutes left, and again I give 4 minutes to the contestants of Agile. Good morning, colleagues. I'm happy to see you here. My name is Anton. I'm a founder and the CEO of Agile, and I will use the next several minutes to tell you how we arranged remote work for over 10,000 people. Can you see my screen, colleagues? Yes, you can now. Thank you very much. So let's start with the following. We solve the easiest tasks that are easy to word. In the companies, we answer the question, who does what? We provide for transparency and order. We answer the question, where the resources go. And now we answer the question, how to arrange the remote work of 100 people in 1 month. First, I would like to quote our recent integrations. For example, Rossetti says that it is intuitive, user-friendly, and handy. Pick, a very easy system. It was very simple to start for us and scale up to 200 people. A Committee of Digital Development of Leningrad region, Department of Digital Technologies Development. That is the best domestic solution for project management without unnecessary additions. Krasnodar. It has the easy logic, and we are truly proud of being a simple solution. I could show you dozens of processes organized on the basis of Agile and hundreds of functions. We are proud of a lot of them because they are really powerful and convenient, but that is not that important. More important is whether the system is popular within the team, and we are working on that. There are 2 factors that solve that task. First of all, we are fully work-based system, and there is a very easy agile board as the basis, and everything is driven to perfection here. It has been tested many times, and none of 1,000 employees of a team will find it difficult to use it. And every task is a chat. That is another feature of ours, and you can click on every card and you will see very convenient chat, and therefore communication is not a problem, and the work is done where the communication is. The key indicator that we are monitoring, that is active users per day / active users per week, and that shows how many use your tool today. Our indicator is 74%. That is very high. That is comparable to social media or TV. And usually you introduce a system, there is activity, then there is a slowdown, then there is also a peak and a slowdown, and then the system is changed, is replaced. It will not happen like that with Agile, because Agile is incorporated in your team, in your company, as an inherent tool. And we do not have any restrictions in terms of any wishes of our users. We have a lot of extensions, including API, cookies, any tools that have internal tools of any system with internal business logics. Any demand, like for example, we want agreements to be collected into a separate folder with a task set to be checked by the accountant's office, it's not a problem. All the tasks can be solved as extensions, and they will not harm the basic interface, and that is really critical. We have worked over 12 years together with our team, and we have come up with over 3 successful IT companies, and over 70 million people used our products. We have graduated physical faculty of MSU, and we have also a sponsor, that is Alexander Chachava. Thank you very much, Anton. That was a really inspiring presentation. I will remind you that now we are in the studio presenting projects for the award Best Solution to Arrange Working Remotely. I would also like to remind you that several hundreds of participants applied for this award, and the best were selected. Today we heard 6 laureates, and I believe that each of them presents a very important product for an easy times. There are solutions for video conferences, CRM systems, e-document flow, automating lawyers' work, and many other things and solutions. And I would like to point out that the majority of these solutions, not only those that we have heard about today, but other participants as well, are Russian developments. And I'm truly proud that today Russian companies can fast offer business and non-profit organizations and governmental institutions solutions that are in such a need in these hard times to effectively take the work of the employees of the company remotely. The choice is not easy. Regrettably, we do not have time left for questions, so I believe that the choice will be made proceeding from the projects offered. The choice will be uneasy, but definitely it will be made. And in several hours, we will learn who will win this award. And now I'm happy to give the floor to Larissa. Thank you all very much for your attention. Thank you, colleagues. The presentations were really wonderful. I have 1 minute left. I clearly follow the time frames, so I would like to remind you, if you wish to have time for Q&A, please stick to the 4-minute time frame given to each of the speakers, because it is important to hear the questions of the jury members. So, as for those who have spoken now, we will send you the questions of the jury members. As for the Digital Heights Award, what is it about? It is the first national award in digital development. So we are pointing out Russian-only digital projects, and they are really striking. I like it very much, what I hear, and I'm looking forward to hearing further projects. Like I have told you, we have a lot of jury members working today, and as for the best solution to arrange remote work, 32 jury members, including several ministers of digitalization, heads of departments, from governmental corporations, and I was asked a question, why we do not put on the website the information on the jury members. We will do it afterwards. Why? Because we don't want anyone to think that you can get in touch with any of the jury members beforehand. We have a really rich agenda today, and we will travel around the country today, I would say. We will have online sessions with Kamchatka and Kaliningrad, and right now we go back to the studio while the jury members are voting for the best solution to arrange remote work award. We will now try to see what happens in Kamchatka today. Digital region of Kamchatka, and Andrei Shalihov, my colleague, will now introduce the session to us. Good morning, Larissa, and good morning, dear viewers. Yes, truly, we have a lot of projects, a lot of cases, participants, experts, and we would not be able to hear them all, but we will hear the selected ones, I would say, those who managed to join us this evening time in Kamchatka. And the first speaker today among the regional ministers responsible for regional digitalization will be Nikolai Vladimirovich Kiselov, Minister of Digital Development of Kamchatka region. Now we will get our dear colleague online. A lot of regions were forced to work on their cases in the pandemic on their own, and there are a lot of cases, a lot of issues that were solved. Nikolai Vladimirovich, in your region, you have had a new government team formed. It was done in April. And how did you manage to get in right away and to solve the current issues? Good morning, dear friends and colleagues. Thank you for this chance to speak to you today and discuss a lot of critical matters with you. Yes, you are right that our team changed in spring and we had to act right away. We had no chance to slow down, to wait in our decision making. And as our main head, then acting governor, Mr. Soledov, had to maintain his thesis on e-government as an element of transforming governance. A lot of solutions were clear, and it was clear how to apply them. Our team is young, we are used to changes, so we were lucky because we didn't have to invest a lot of effort, because we had that general understanding and general willingness to transform and accept changes. We cannot say that the region was not ready for that. Everybody was mobile and everybody managed to mobilize their effort. But the issue that we all faced, yes, clearly was the pandemic. And interesting decisions were made really fast, and interesting solutions were introduced. And I wonder, how did you manage to arrange remote work of social services for citizens fast? Well, remote work now, that is over 500 civil servants that have a chance to work remotely, and we managed to cover the administrative part in terms of responsibility of remote users and how they use in the system, what systems they use. And we also covered the tech part. The platform was ready on our side. That is why it was not hard. But we allocated a certain number of civil servants, and we somehow limited the number of those civil servants that could apply for that instantaneously. So we did it in groups, and We understand that now both the Prime Minister and other leaders say that we first of all focus on social government, and now we understand that our platform helped in a targeted manner to respond to the claims of citizens that we received. There were special regulations made effective to consider the claims and application within 13 days and not 30, as it used to be. And therefore, we managed to ease the tension with the help of these tools. As for fighting COVID, we mentioned to identify the main issue, that was the difficulty with giving feedback on the results of the test. Therefore, we introduced a service on the regional public services portal, web portal, to adapt the current services to the new needs. And 266 requests were made in this service in 6 months, and the results were uploaded through an SMS message or other messages on phone without actually additional load on the healthcare system. And we know that uniform phone number 112 was introduced, and one of the unique services that was introduced here in Kamchatka were e-passes. We understood that we had to limit somehow constrain the pandemic, and the decision was made that only close relatives and those who arrived for work could enter Kamchatka. And this digital service was unraveled really fast, and I would like to thank all those who helped us there. This service is now up and running. It is effective, and we have handed out over 80,000 passes for both legal entities and physical individuals. So these are the three main services that helped us ease both social tension and assist the healthcare system and arrange the work of other companies in Kamchatka. Thank you, Nikolai Vladimirovich. And the last question that I have to you, it's clear that there were both positive cases and some hard, difficult cases, but what problems did you face, and what conclusions did you make for the future? What will make the citizens' life easier in the future from the perspective of the conclusions that you made? Yes, I can say that for sure. I believe the main thing that we understood is that we need to transform the system of governance, of public governance. And when we started using e-document flow system, and there are COVID regulations when the headquarters on COVID meet, we managed to publish the regulations on the same day when they were adopted at the headquarters meeting. And when I say that the governance, public governance should transform, we need to ease administrative barriers not only to the citizens but to ourselves internally as well, with the federal authorities, within our structure as well. So we are working actively on that. We understand that vaccination time is coming, and therefore we will need to introduce all these new solutions better and faster. Thank you, Nikolai Vladimirovich, for joining us this late hour, and thank you for your work last year, and I wish you good luck in the future, and the organizers of the award and the forum wish you all the best as well.
We're ready to start our next panel discussion. We are moving smoothly from those most outstanding issues to the issues of future prospects, application of AI for state governance. Today we're going to talk with practitioners, with companies, and state. Today's speakers are Natalia Sibirova, Vice Governor of Kaliningrad region, and Sergei Markov, machine learning expert and Managing Director of Experimental Systems of Machine Learning in the department of Sber Device. Dear colleagues, good morning. Over the last several years, we've heard much of blockchain application in different industries, in different areas. We saw a hype word associated with this industry. Last year, we got acquainted with such notions as blockchain at the election. As for the artificial intelligence, there are still some questions among the citizens. They associate it with a kind of a black box without a clear understanding what it is. But you and we are the specialists, we don't understand it as a power, and it will be impossible to work further on without it. I'd like to talk about that right now. I'd like to give the floor to Natalia Sibirova. I'd like to listen to your experience and to your plans on digitalization of state governance and AI application. So the floor is yours. Good morning, dear colleagues. I'm happy to welcome all the participants. It is snowing outside. This is our Kaliningrad Stadium dedicated to the World Cup 2018. As of today, our region is using AI technologies, the technologies used in license and face recognitions used for Safe City. Today's technologies allow us to decrease both types of crimes. Last year was very challenging for all the regions. And the specific challenge is that those solutions that could have emerged a little bit later appeared last year. We're actively using in our region robotics technologies as a tool in a medical call center. Before pandemic, we used virtual assistants to enroll the patients. But during the pandemic time, we used a special virtual assistant scenario, analyzing the patient based on the symptoms the patient has. But we started to use this system much earlier. And the same virtual assistant was used in spring when we tried to engage people to get the digital certificate in order to increase the digital literacy. These are the solutions we have right now. Another one which is being developed, which was pushed because of the pandemic in order to optimize labor and our opportunity. This is the photomaterial processing to increase our tax revenues. Together with Sberbank, we decided to develop this particular endeavor. So these are the solutions. Natalia, we're going to a little bit change the format. I'd like to give the floor to Sergei, and after that, I'm going to ask you a question, if you don't mind that. Sergei, are you online? Good morning, dear colleagues. I hesitated on the topic to talk on, since the There is a lot of news about AI. Just talking about the big events would take hours. I decided to focus on several major things which happened in machine learning and AI and share my ideas on how these new technologies going to influence state governance, how it can be applied in public services. Let's start. I have a couple of slides actually. As a matter of fact, the biggest event which happened in 2020 is the emergence of the giant transforming models, which allow to understand the natural language very close to the comprehension of people. Such models, we're talking about GPT-3 model particularly, which provoked very huge interest. It is changing the technological wave itself. It can be regarded as an enabler, making it possible to create absolutely new services. If you look in retrospect at the revolution of deep learning, we can see that over the period when technologies in photo processing and applied artificial intelligence have covered over 2 decades, in natural language processing, there have been 3 major milestones leading to a new type of approaches, new type of flagship models used by the specialists to create the systems aimed to process natural language. The latest revolution was connected with the model called transformer. Transformer is a building block of an artificial neural network, which can be used as a brick to have huge computing systems which demonstrate significant capabilities. If we had demonstrated 10 or 15 years ago what the neural networks could have done in this respect, nobody would have believed it was possible at all. But we do see that how this building block, which emerged in 2017, led to a huge number of neural networks aimed at solving different tasks. If we look at GPT-3 model, which solves one single task, it predicts a next text based on the previous one. So it can predict the next word in the text based on the previous words. But it turns out that this capability gives us an opportunity to solve many tasks in natural language terrain, as all these tasks can boil down to this particular solution. In my department, which is called Experimental Machine Learning System Application Department, we are using them for different purposes, and there is an interesting paradigm that everything is a text. Many types of information can be presented in the form of a text. These are not only just clear examples, analytical documents. Music can be shaped in text, as the music itself is kind of a language. Even an image can be represented in a text. This is an example how a modern neural network based on GPT-3 architecture is capable of composing music, which is quite intriguing. This is a very interesting paradigm shift going on. Development of virtual assistants based on the same model, GPT-3 or GPT-2. This is absolutely new level of interaction with the client. Such a model is capable of making jokes, creating interesting words, is capable of elaborating on a huge array of topics which actually are not inside the algorithm. GPT-3 is changing the computing paradigm of the modern system. This is a huge model requiring huge computing power. For such model training, huge computing capacities are required. Of course, such models are becoming the part of services offered by huge companies. This year, we're using our Christofari supercomputer taught our system based on Russian language materials. Christofari is the fastest supercomputer in Russia to teach. To train the GPT-3 Russian-based model, we engaged 50% of the computing power of this supercomputer, even though we had such a huge computing power. So the computing of the biggest part of this model required 1 month. So we're getting back to the era of big machines, as it was relevant into 1970s. But the capacity of such a model is absolutely unbelievable. It can analyze both natural language and artificial languages. It can analyze Python code or to have a dialogue. We give the beginning of the dialogue at the infant stage of the model, and then GPT-3 large gives us dialogue development. The model can create the recipes. As an example, we give just the beginning of the phrase, and the model creates the rest of the recipe, which can be actually used in real life. You know, in order to prepare a meal, you need to take just Soviet cucumber. This is the model how the article for yellow journalism can be worked out. Now, actually, people doing that can be replaced by the machine. And so the question is, what is going to happen to our tabloid? This model is able to create literary texts, as literary text in Harm style. Neural network models are capable of generating any other type of information, images. And in these pictures you can see people who do not exist. A neural network style GAN model generates images of people who cannot be actually who do not look differently from real people. So this is the change of information using this model. Deepfake technologies which allow the current videos to be changed, where you can change the face of a person. It might be used both for positive purposes where the poem is delivered and read out by a person whose face is constantly changing. But there is a question, can it be used for perpetrator purposes? We actively experimented with the same models. We've played the resemblance and voice of very famous Soviet actor Innokentis Maktunovsky. This is an example. Everything is dying. But the human is to know about death sentence signed when he was born. Realizing the fastness of life, he lives in this way, fighting against everything, like he's going to live infinitely, and this world belongs to him. We do see that such models create absolutely new opportunities and different layers. The model which emerged on the 5th of January 2021, we got to know about this model. OpenAI model, which is called DALI, which is able to generate an image based on the text. For example, we had a coach in the form of avocado, and the model gives us different types of images of a coach, of an armchair in the form of avocado, or for example, different types of images. Even such difficult creative tasks to do, it turns out that such a model based on GPT-3 architecture is capable of solving such tasks. So how is it going to change the concept of generating content? We don't know yet. So what are the practical applications of this model? The renaissance of big machines, the fast acceleration of new services prototyping. It means that in order to have a smart application generating recipes, you require not weeks or months as before. The prototypes of such solutions can be worked out within days. Cheaper content and new services based on this cheap content generation. This is going to happen with the customization of the content. It's going to be generated to every specification, to every particular specification. It means that those systems which are used in communicating with the clients based on the script engines is going to accelerate as well, as the scenario of communication with the client can be generated with the help of these huge generating models. Coding. Coding 3.0, a new paradigm, when we don't need to prepare data sets to train neural networks, we can use just a small number of examples to explain to the network what we want from this network. And this is a shift to universal artificial intelligence. This is a dream of all the researchers and scholars for many years. What does it mean to the municipal and public governance? What are the opportunities to improve services provided by public authorities and municipal entities? It's clear that automation of services to the citizens is going to develop. So many tasks of informing the citizens, different requests and applications processing can be very effectively automated, and it can provide more convenient access to services, reduce expenses, to reduce response time from the public entities. Those are the fruits which can be possible thanks to automation. In this respect, we can use the models to prepare response projects to the requests of the citizens. A very interesting capability. As the big transformer models using understanding of natural language comprehension is at the average person level. It means that in the future we can use this model as legal consulars. We used Russian legal framework, which became a part of a learning data set. We need to conduct experiments. It's not going to happen with the wave of the magic stick, but there is a capability which we should use. Thanks to lower time of response processing, we might see an opportunity to create a new range of services which didn't exist before. This is directory, information services, which can increase the interaction between the state and the citizens. So the analysis of mass media information in order to increase and improve the response of state authorities, particular crisis outbreaks which we can see. In many conflict situations can be avoided in case potential problems are detected at the very infant stage in social networks, in mass media. Of course, the state authorities don't have an opportunity to monitor everything which is online, but the task can be tackled by the machines. And thanks to their understanding of natural language, they are capable of detecting those potentially dangerous situations and cases in order to avoid crises. Adoption of speech technologies in public governance. Sometimes it's easier to use a speech mode of information. Of course, there is particular field, particular number of people who are going to use speech services. A young mom with a kid who is busy, the speech channel is the solution she needs. In this respect, speech technologists are going to have a breakthrough that the progress in neural networks allows to recognize speech better, to process speech better, and to generate speech better. We can see that more and more people use virtual assistants. According to our estimates, there's going to be a rapid growth of virtual assistant users for public and municipal authorities using these new channels to interact with the citizens is very important. That's it. That's all I wanted to say today. Sergey, thank you very much. Such solutions were very important, particularly last year. Chatbots you've mentioned, and of course it allowed a decrease in the pressure in the society, informing awareness among the citizens, and increasing the understanding of what to do and where to go to. Over the last year, over 2020, compared with the previous year, the artificial intelligence became more popular, not that considerably. Mostly we talked about COVID-related issues. Thank you very much with your journey into the artificial intelligence. Sergey, I have a question to you, a brief question. Not long ago, Elon Musk, as usually in social network, mentioned that within 5 years we will witness a huge breakthrough in artificial intelligence. Things you are talking about is a deep insight the artificial intelligence. Of course, citizens and businesses don't need to ask whether there is artificial intelligence component in particular solution. What is your perspective? Are we going to witness breakthrough within these 5 years? Is our life going to change drastically? Of course, it is not the question which can be answered within a minute. The point is that when talking about artificial intelligence, we should clearly recognize that there is a huge industry behind the science and technology dealing with automation, intellectual tasks. And everything happening in this field over the last decade can be characterized by a term, permanent revolution. Every year we see new solutions which improve capabilities, image recognition, speech recognition, generation of speech, understanding of natural speech. Everything relates to artificial intelligence field. There is a holy grail of artificial intelligence which is called universal artificial intelligence. We're dreaming of creating a system which would be able to solve a huge area of intellectual tasks. And we are getting closer to creating such systems. It's difficult to say, it's difficult to forecast within 5 or 7 or maybe 4 years. But what we witness in natural language processing demonstrates that we're very close to that point. GPT-3 is an example of a model capable of solving many tasks, huge area of tasks. But we should understand GPT-3 is very far from universal artificial intelligence, but there are particular signs of success. Early this year, we saw the emergence of switch transformer model, which is absolutely capable of many things. According to the latest tests, machines are closer to people in solving such tasks as through passing the universal exam. These are SAT tests. In our country, it is Unified State Exam. The machine understands the text of the task and to give a good answer compared with the average person. In this respect, we do understand that we are at the edge of something huge happening, and is a trend if the trend is maintained, so we might be talking about 5 to 10 years timeline. Maybe somewhere in huge companies there are solutions like that. We're actively engaged in this field. We hope not to lag behind our foreign counterparts, but the world is dreaming of universal artificial intelligence, and which changes going to bring to our technologies and our life are difficult to forecast, but they are going to be fundamental and evolutionary. Thank you, Sergey. I do hope that next 5 years among our kids won't see artificial intelligence as competitors. But we should understand and we should revise the skills, competencies, to look at different occupational tracks and try to adopt digital technologies. Natalia, I'd like to ask the last question. Dmitry Chernyshenko, the Prime Minister of the government, last November instructed to create a register of ready-to-use solutions in artificial intelligence for federal, regional authorities. I'd like to ask the question, how do you assess the regional readiness ends. How do you see this process in your region?
First of all, I would like to thank Sergey, and I believe that my presentation will be logical after his, because all the cases mentioned are truly applied by us on our end in automation, in communication, and I'm sure that in 2020 all the regions have become ready to come up with a unified register of all solutions, because 2020 has posed a challenge to all and to IT experts mostly. So we have had an IT breakthrough. Therefore, our developers, our young developers, and our state corporations that are actively involved in AI developments are all ready to join in. And Mr. Putin has said more than once that Russia has to and will be leading AI development process. Therefore, the platforms that are in existence today, including Skolkovo, that a lot of universities cooperate with, and our Baltic Federal University are developing the strategy of education in the sphere of AI. So I'm sure that every region today is ready to new solutions in AI. Thank you very much. Thank you, Natalia. True, we are ready to gather cases on governmental platforms, non-for-profit platforms. So I'm happy to thank Sergey and Natalia for this session. And we are moving on, and I would like to give the floor to Larissa. Larissa, are you here with us? Yes, I am, sure. Thank you very much, colleagues, for this truly informative and interesting conversation. And now we will see the finalists in the award, the best solution using artificial intelligence. They will start talking soon, but before I would like to thank the partners of our award. It is a Mail.ru group without whose support to digital heights from the very beginning, without Porosity, Softline, and Mega Office, we would not be able to have what we have today. And I like our meeting of today very much. I believe it is truly interesting to, I hope, all. So it's time for us to go back to our contest. And right now, we will hear the finalists for the award, the best solution using artificial intelligence. You know, that is the most popular award. It received a lot of applications, and the jury members choose themselves what they will be juries for, and 38 members will be here. Igor Fetisov, Minister of Digital Technologies and Communication of Chelyabinsk region. Kirill Simeon, Head of Department of IT of RZD, and Konstantin Shavrin of Roscosmos Digital Department. I cannot name all, but that is really a very good jury. And I'm happy to give the floor to Alexander Zorin now. Thank you, Larissa. I'm happy to see all of you, colleagues, and to welcome all of you here. I believe that we start the new year with a very good event, so we are going to consider really the best solutions, and I'm happy to hear 5 finalists today that have provided solutions using AI. And Arseny actually had hosted a session that was devoted to using AI for state governance, and now we will have a look at the solutions that allow to enhance the efficiency of organizations for real sector of economy. And I believe that these solutions can be used for further improvement of the efficiency for public sector organizations. So before we start considering the solutions themselves, I would like to note that we have a 4-minute time frame, so please stick to it. After all the presentations, the jury members will have a chance to ask questions to our presenters and receive answers. And all in all, we have 40 minutes, so please be aware of the time. And jury members, please fill out the questionnaires and send them right after the presentations. So let's start with listening to the presentations of the projects. And the first project is Чистая руда, or clean ore. Good morning, colleagues. I'm happy to welcome all the participants of this contest. I will start my PowerPoint now. Can you see it now? Yes, you can. My name is Denis Meganov, and I represent Nor-Nickel Digital Lab. That is a project that we implemented on our own, and we called it Clean Ore. The problems that the project solves are ore polluting elements, and that is a global problem that is topical to all ore companies, to all mineral companies. And you know that there is a concentrate that is made from ore, and the less external inclusions are in the ore, the better. And as these all inclusions are damaging the equipment. We have had over 246 repairs in 2017-2018 that cost over 80 million rubles, and the reason was one, that is ore polluting inclusions or elements. And one of the elements that we opted for was using artificial intelligence with automatic recognition of all types of ore pollution and automatically extracting these ore polluting elements. And in the first stage, we implemented the function of assistant of this solution. We installed a camera over the conveyor belt, a camera over the person who extracted unnecessary inclusions, and the system understood itself when to signal what to the operator. And the system started understanding what the extractor did, whether he was next to the belt or away from the belt, where the polluted elements were. Therefore, fewer pollutants got into the machine. And we did not have a single repair in 2019 for the crushers. And we are now carrying out lab tests. The system can work from the cloud and on-premise. Here we show how we selected examples to train the system, and you can see how the work works. It recognizes non-OR element on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side you can see the extractor, and the system analyzes all its actions. And you can see what happens during a shift. You can see the statistics all along the shifts. And here you can see the charts on how the system helped with those elements that get into the crusher. There are much fewer of them. And as for our plans, so we have implemented the system that helps the extractor, eases his work, and next year we are planning to replace that person with a robotized arm. That will help greatly. And our product won the first prize at the International Digital Contest. Colleagues, everything is really very interesting, but we know all the solutions, so please focus on the most important thing and stick to the 4-minute time frame. You have 30 seconds left. Okay, I'll try to do it. So we have won the first prize, International Industry-wise contest in London as the best digital solution, and companies from Japan, Chile and Peru are interested in our solution, and all wishing can buy this solution for their needs today. And we will be happy to partner with a company that will be interested in our product. Thank you very much. And I would also like to point out that it is a truly great solution, and we receive questions from our colleagues from the jury member. I will ask them afterwards. And now let's proceed with the next solution. That is an analytical platform polyanalysis. Good morning, colleagues. Please stick to the 4-minute time frame, the most important thing. Good morning. My name is Dmitry Koltsov, and I would like to introduce to you polyanalyst platform. 2 years ago, Mr. Mishustin said that today in the digital world, data come first. That is the gold of the 21st century. That is the main asset that we need to work with. 2 years later, we cannot but agree with Mr. Mishustin. The scope and importance of data are growing, but 90% of data are unstructured text. That's why it is even very difficult to work with them, to check accounting transactions and find 10 conspicuous out of them. It will take any inspector 20 days. And it is obvious that to have fast data analysis, we need to employ AI technologies to process natural language and machine learning. But these technologies are very difficult for an ordinary user. That's why developers have to be engaged here, and that increases costs and timelines. Therefore, in a data department, there should be a tool for to make the department to work with data on their own, and polyanalyst can help us there. That is a Russian analytical platform for visual scenario building basing on AI and NLP that does not require development skills. And the interface is easy and intuitive. It is a throughput solution for all stages of work with data, starting with data uploading, preparation, then machine learning and text analysis, visualization and export. As for the interface, it has nodes with over 100 algorithms. The user forms visual scenario analysis that can be changed easily, and therefore financists, analysts or marketing experts, all those that are not aware in software development very well, can work with data easily. The customers that used our software managed to help, for example, the accounting chamber of the Russian Federation, inspectors, to analyze hundreds of thousands of documents. And one expert in September, for example, taught a polyanalyst to find the necessary links in the documents in 3 hours instead of 20 days. And the 2035 University tried to use a polyanalyst to analyze the professional standards and 10,000 vacancies using or needing skills of machine learning. And now the competences that it put together for non-existent job specialist on machine learning that it drafted is pending in Ministry of Labor. And some words about us. Megaputer is a fully Russian company with almost 30 years of history. We have 107 developers, 16 linguists and analysts, 8 candidates of sciences. We have introduced over 300 solutions to over 100 customers. We know how to make a good product. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, colleagues. That is a very interesting solution. Colleagues, please fill out questionnaires. Don't forget to do that and send them to organizers, and ask questions, send them to me. And the next solution is corporate search in Energomash, the leading Russian enterprise in rocket building. Good morning. Please allow me to share my screen first of all. Good morning. I'm Dmitry Chernous, and I represent ABI, the Russian leader in artificial intelligence recognition company. And I will talk about ABI Intelligence Search that was used for corporate search by Energomash. What can be more trivial than search? Any modern corporate system, whether that is a web portal, CRM, ERP, document flow, cloud, storage, or whatever, can and do have search tools. What do we do? Well, to answer this question, we need to look at the essence of search. Have a look at these numbers. And search task does not have a value in itself. We search something only to carry out another, more general task, to do it faster, for example, to find one document out of a million, and to find this document that will be more relative. So to do this search in a qualitative way, and without asking your colleagues where to find these or those documents, and to come up with new materials on the basis of existing, whether that is a slide or a document or whatever else. That is what inefficient search in a large company looks like. Mostly if you have to search out of a huge number of systems of different targets with different architecture, and then the search task turns into optimizing low-level programs processes. And that is what we put forward. We put forward an idea to enhance efficiency of working with corporate information, cutting costs with over 40% and lowering the risk of working with non-topical, non-full information using centralized search with artificial intelligence. And corporate search is not Google. You cannot ground on the statistics of searches and switches of a million of users. Abbey Intelligence Search solves the task with the help of our own technology of artificial language processing that searches documents on essence, not on keywords combination. That technology allows to classify, cluster, and extract from documents any, including unstructured business attributes, to form cards, search filters, and facets. And as in our search we use Abbey recognition technology, we work with any formats of documents, scan images, photos, or whatever you wish, and that allows our clients to search new areas of activity, launching searching tasks that were unthinkable of before, like Energomash that uploads to our search documents from 7 different systems, and these documents are results of tests, research work, and they manage to save 3 million hours per year, getting closer to cutting the cycle of development of a new rocket engine from 5 to 7 years to 4 to 5 years, therefore also easing the access to previous generations of developers. Abbey Intelligence Search is fast launch, 3 million pages per day get into the index. That is very easy integration with sources of data of different types. That is easy incorporation into the user interfaces. That is safety and security. Our program, our software works on premises for the customer, and we are on the register of domestic software. Thank you very much. I will be happy to take all your questions. Thank you very much. I will remind you that we will ask the questions after all the presentations. We do have time left for that. And jury members, please do not forget to fill out the questionnaires after each presentation and send them to the organizers. We need to choose the winner of the award, Best Solution using AI. The next project is the system of preventive analytics from Avtor. Please take the 4 minutes to focus the main things, as we know the general solution. Thank you. Good morning. Can you see my screen? We can see you now. Yes, we can see the screen now. So then I'm starting. My name is Maxim Politov, and I'm a co-founder of Avtor project. And people call our project Machine of Inventions. We create AI that cuts time to development of new products by 30 times. Therefore, our product can take the Russian Federation to the leading positions in innovative developments in the near future. Today, artificial intelligence can write poems, music, and drive cars. Can AI create innovations? Is any of you an author of an invention? If so, you can understand that an invention is a result of technical tasks solved in the mind of an inventor. But can this function be given to AI? The market of research and development grows by a factor of magnitude every year, and success of companies are developed by that, including the success of countries as well. Billions are invested into R&D. Traditionally, R&D are solved in 3 ways. Researchers first study technical design documentation, then they research, make mistakes, and start from the beginning. Now, there is another way of R&D. we offer R&D people after software, that is predictive analytics system that can come up with unique inventions on the demand of an engineer. Experiments show that the developer using our product in one day can generate more inventions than inventions service of the Russian Federation gathers from all the Russian Federation. Therefore, such large companies as Toyota are already interested in our product. It is easy to work with after. An engineer puts in a demand in virtue of an object or some properties of an object, then clicks the button answer and gets all the possible answers, bearing in mind physical, chemical and other laws. Then the engineer selects the offer, the solution. And with the help of after, the engineer can find solutions to their task extremely fast without the process of making mistakes. Open up new vectors for business development and driving profit. Our customers from Belarus, Germany and the UK are dealing with optimization of current solutions, and our advantage is unique algorithm. It does not search through current solutions. It helps generate new operating options. The roadmap of the project can have the spheres of research: physics, chemistry, biological and social studies. And according to High School of Economics, the project can claim 1.7% of R&D market that currently is $34 billion US. The product is given to the customer as a year or annual license, and to date we sell the product directly and are also shaping an agent network. The government of Perm region has noted the project and now it is actively developing for it. We have 7 patents and we have gone through BCT international recognition. We are laureates and prize winners of a lot of Russian contests. And I would like to thank you for your attention to our project. If you are interested, you can have a look at the extended presentation or address us directly. Thank you very much, colleagues. That is a very interesting solution. Jury members, please fill out questionnaires and assess your presentation and ask the questions in the web chat. And now I'm giving the floor to the next speaker, Otto Fak. So 44 minutes and then we will go to Q&A. My name is Vladislav Bilaev and I represent Otto Fak project, and we have a product that is within the register of domestic software. We are a resident of Skolkovo, and Skolkovo Fund is our customer. All the support of Skolkovo resident is done through our system. To explain better what we are doing, I would like to go back to classics. And like they say in one of the famous movie, we can see that people are always asked the same question, and you need to train the customer. There is a lot of routine work that you would like to go away from. It might seem that robotization is an obvious solution to that, but why do we have a lot of experts, both in-house and externally, in private sectors and others, that still have to solve typical requests? Therefore, we decided that we still need to resort to classics to find solutions out of those who are in the way, that is, experts. So therefore, we came up with a hybrid solution basing on AI and the work of experts that solve these problems. And therefore, the solution is modest in price, fast to implement, because not all have resources of Sberbank to come up with new technologies. Therefore, all our customers can control the solution themselves, and they're happy to work with us from 2 to 4 years. And we have come up with a service to robotize the support service and knowledge base with AI. And there is the response that can be given in internal messages or wherever you wish. Over 20 leading companies have used our solution already. And there are Alpha Bank, Gazprom Bank, Skyeng, and Skolkovo Fund that are our customers. We really solve very critical tasks. For Skyeng, 2020 was a really hot year, I would say, and online learning is now in its peak. And though the load has increased greatly thanks to our system, they had to increase the number of people to answer the customers' questions, not that much. The story is similar, but with a bit different KPI in retail, where the speed of service is very important. It is critical to give the answer very fast. We work with this customer 585 for 2 years, and we have given them a tool that takes them 1 minute to give the response, and only 20 people work to answer the questions, including voice calls. So therefore, we can see that AutoFAC is a solution of a new industry standard. The largest banks and telecom companies are resorting to it, and our partners use us as an exclusive supplier of top-notch solution.
We have Crop Company, which brings together best supplying companies, and the fifth share of our companies come to us on a referral basis. Many clients recommend us to each other. Therefore, we constantly expand in our client base. So thank you very much. Just get rid of answering conventional questions. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for your presentations. Very thankful to you for keeping to a time limit. Now we get down to QA session. The first question from the jury member, Anton Previzentsov. The question goes to Clean Ore Company. What is the period of time for a project to break even? So what is the amount of the first investment? What goes for the revenue? If you're going to replace human with robots, how are you going to solve the issues with employees working in ore production? A very good question. Thank you very much for the questions. We didn't have any goal to get any revenue. We saw that a year later on, we economized around $1 million. So those repairs amounting to a particular number cost almost nothing at the end of the year. It didn't require any special equipment. If you have CCTV cameras, if you have a card-based service, we can say the necessary information to implement the solution. Then we install our software, we teach the model, we train the model. We train the system, and it starts to work. And the major thing, we take a person out of a hazardous site, which is our main goal. So we replace this human by robotic device, and the human starts playing a surveillance role, but not the person who executes routine hard work, which is a major task of ours. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Question from Minister of IT Development and Digital Development from Altai region to Poly company. So what is solutions for what is the deviation of such an analysis of tone? Thank you for the question. May I ask the head of our company to answer your question? Sergey, please take the floor. The speaker cannot be heard. The interpretation is not possible. Megaputer company, polyanalysis system. Answering the question about tonality, we use different approaches to tonality of the text analysis. We do it with the help of based on deep learning in neural networks and with the help of linguistic rules-based approach, selecting the appropriate rules for different spheres of application. If you analyze the text we support, so you can have 99.5% of accuracy. The analysis is on a granular basis, so we do not only assess the text, but the object related to this assessment. There is another task when we need to determine the segmentation of the text and the purpose of the text. It can be solved based on neural networks. The quality assessment is going to be different depending on the sphere of application. Oleg, thank you very much for the question. Thank you very much for the answer. The question for the Minister of IT and Digital Development of Arkhangelsk region, the question to auto company. Can you give real examples of project implementation? How can you teach the system, AI system, apart from physics and sociology? Good morning. Out of the real cases for the previous year, Permskaya device building company, very interesting solution to very sophisticated task connected to a pseudo crystal. Orhim company from Nizhny region of the tank transportation, which is going to save around 20 million rubles this year. Permnaz Paint company received a patent for a new way of electrochemical security of a pipeline for natural gas. There are many examples, real examples. You can search for them on our website, talking about additional training and additional learning. It is possible. So we can add any company in our project. Talking about our project particularly, we are moving on according to the roadmap I have shown, the physics knowledge, covering 60% of the whole knowledge, physical chemistry, chemical physics, everything given on the roadmap. All these precise sciences should cover all the issues with our developers and companies. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. We have the next question asked by Andrei Nikolichev, Deputy Head of Ministry of Digitalization. The question to AutoFAC company: can the service understand the text in languages apart from Russian? And does the user require have a separate list of questions and answers, or the translation, automated translation is used? Thank you for the question. Our system supports more than 10 languages, and getting our sales abroad Russian is supported. We require database for each language, since the specifics is in place and translation services will not be capable of giving enough quality to replace human. We support more than 100 languages, so within a month the system can be filled with necessary components, processing 30 to 80% of all the requests in different languages. Thank you very much for your answer. Dear colleagues, thank you very much. Last question. Since we don't have time to do that, Anton presents a question to a big company which realized its project in Energomash, is there is a potential for language search. How can you solve the question of the index registration and the confidentiality and privacy issues? We do have cross-language search, which we gave on the last slide. The second point I mentioned, we regulate the access to the documents according to the system itself. So the sync works in the following way. You switch several sources to the index. They have their own set of rates. So the search applies these rates while showing the documents. If the document is not accessible to the user, the documents will not be visible. All the documents which are classified are going to be mentioned in the index, and you cannot get the access to this index. And it is not possible to get access to this document rather than within the system. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for your work. All the solutions actually require the first top award. Of course, our jury will choose the winner. Larissa? Alexander, thank you very much. We, of course, try to support all the teams. Everything is interesting. I don't know how to choose the best. It is important that the jury members not only give assessment, but they get acquainted with you. It's very important to see you bringing together on our platform. I'd like to thank those who write about digitalization, who write about Digital Summit Award. These are our information partners. In several seconds, we are going to get back to our studio. A round of applause to our information partners. In several seconds, we're going to get back to the studio and continue talking about Russian regions, digital regions. We started with Kamchatka. What's further? Yakutia. In several seconds, we are getting back to the studio where Pavel Matev, a colleague of mine, is not alone. Pavel, is everything all right? Are you online? Yep, we are online. The floor is yours. Dear friends, dear colleagues, my name is Pavel Patev. I'm the leading expert of the Center to prepare specialists for digital transformation at RANEPA. I'm happy to introduce my speakers, the head of Yakutia, Isa Nikolaev, and the Minister of Digital and IT Development of Sakha, Anatoly Semenov. Alexander, the question is the following. How does the strategy of the digital transformation, digital development of region, are these two interconnected documents? Are these instruments are intertwined? Or is it a single toolkit with the same range of indicators and with a single roadmap? The document on the strategic development of Sakha-Yakutia region and the document on the digital development are intercorrelated. I usually talk much about that, and we make this decision which should foster the advanced development of the region. The digital development of the region will be able to develop our region as fast as possible. This is a huge area, low development infrastructure, road system. Our severe climatic condition put us not very equal circumstances compared with other regions. So the issues connected with advanced digitalization are able to bridge this digital divide as fast as possible. So we are quite conscious and relying on digital transformation, and our strategy was adopted the 31st December 2020. Since we had been planning and working out this strategy for a long time before, and we have had a number of sessions with expert community of our region, of Russia. And document is a very interesting one. Moreover, I would like to mention that after winning the election in 2018 for the governor of the Republic, I signed the digital transformation program. Some of the provisions in terms of the broadband internet access among the citizens were fulfilled by 2020, although the goal was set for 2024. It doesn't say that we have no other things to achieve. Of course, we need to digitalize the Arctic region, to adopt digital services in everyday life. I'd like to mention that many services, as of today, are becoming very popular with the citizens of our region. Over 2020, during the pandemic time, more than 15,000 telemedicine consultancies, particularly for rural areas dwellers. Thanks to that, hundreds of human lives were saved. This is very active adoption of digital technologies in those regions which lacked internet not so long ago. Even last year, we managed to have 1,500 kilometers of fiber internet connection to provide access in 75 rural area settlements. So the digital development fosters these are socially important results. And for the development of the whole economy, since dwellers of our rural areas have the opportunity to work in this digital space, we have a good level of development of IT technologies in Yakutia. We have the major companies in Driver, for example, Maniton, famous companies. You know, they have employees from rural areas. Since they have connection, fast connection, modern connection, quite accessible, they can work remotely for the biggest companies in the industry, IT industry, and make money. So the jobs are created, the welfare is growing equally in the whole area of your region. Thank you very much. Anatoly. The question to you, digital transformation, as we say sometimes, is the qualitative higher efficiency and boost to other parameters. What KPIs do you have? How do you answer the question whether you have achieved or not? What is the principle of these indicators? Higher goals or more conservative approach? Which do you use? You're absolutely right to say that digital transformation is impossible without clear goals and indicators. There are clear indicators on how to cover our area. We had a goal of 81% cover of the population of our region. 97% is the current goal to cover the citizens with high-speed internet and 4G internet. More than 500 settlements on 3 million square kilometers. This is a very huge task. Even Olenyok settlements in the Arctic. So we had 300,000 kilometers of internet fiber. Right now, this is a very important task, and the development of inter-settlement broadband connection. We know how many people we need to cover. The second point is the e-service. We have more than 800,000 adults. So you have a very high level of penetration, actually. According to the mobile service operators, our citizens 3 times more internet time compared with average Russian before the pandemic. Since we have a huge area, this is the only way to do that. In big cities, there are different e-state services. In rural areas, in faraway rural areas, it's impossible. This is order of products, goods, and these are jobs. We have indicators on jobs to create 10,000 jobs. 85% of all the exported services, IT services, account for our IT companies. My own IT company in Yakutsk is one of the biggest taxpayers, 650 employees in one company which exports IT services around all the world, actually. And thirdly, this is a transformation of state governance, which has its own indicators. Right now, we're striving for a big transformation to increase efficiency by reducing the number of officials. But it is impossible without digital transformation. Education, healthcare, a system of spatial management, agricultural development can happen only through the digital development. For every ministry, we have particular indicators. Thank you very much. I spent about 20 years in project of organizational transformation, and one of the things which I heard most of the times, we have never done it before. It will not work in our case, we will not succeed. And very often, changes face these vision, face these arguments. I've seen a number of rounds of your changes, and I've mentioned consistency in your management. How do you manage to do that, interacting with different levels of authorities, different levels of public governance? There are different visions, there are different positions. How do you manage to explain the idea and to implement this idea? The major thing about transformation is changing mindset of people. From this perspective, the digital transformation of public governance is impossibly difficult. Bureaucratic procedures, bureaucracy, red tape, bureaucratic mindset is deep in our minds. So we're talking not only about reducing number of officials, but we're talking about the changes in approaches to public governance. We have a very systematic approach. Over 2019, in the Ministry of Land Management, which was one of the most developed, tackle the issue of re-engineering project management issues. So in our most advanced ministries, one of the most effective ones, we found out that 85% are processes, around 10% are issues connected with project management, and only about 6% is strategic questions of a real future. So what kind of results are we going to talk about? In the same just procedures connected with processes, 35% are not necessary, then can be get rid of. And it was done. In 2020, we expanded this approach and did it in 6 ministries. The results are the same, around 80% connected with process issues, around 10% account for management, and only 8% account for strategic vision. Now we're changing approaches to improve these processes, to change approaches in all the respects. In this respect, the pandemic actually helped us to do that. So when we talk about people's lives, so the questions are negotiated fast, which is always under my control. As a result, at the end of the day, we understood that we may work faster. We can do that. There are some things that we can just abandon. You can have remote mode for 60% of all the employees. You can approve the documents within 24 hours, but not within a month, as it usually goes. So the pandemic helped us to do that. We should remember all those positive achievements during the pandemic and use them further on. We should improve them. We should make them a part of the system. But the question, how do we achieve that? I was the head of headquarters responsible for digital transformation. Since it influences our lives, it is one of the cornerstones of our work. You know, when I started to do that, I was often laughed at, but after the president introduced digital transformation as key 5 goals of our country till 2030, now I'm not laughed at anymore. But we do require engagement of a head, of the governor. It's not necessary for him to understand all the peculiarities of this of the software, but he should require this digital transformation going on fast, efficiently, as fast as possible. Dear friends, right now one of the stereotypes is questioned that the head of officials and IT specialists speak different languages, but we are talking the same language, and I see the common ground. And this is a pivotal sign. Thank you very much for that. Another question. Anatoly, we talked about those difficulties associated with adoption. We have federal level, we have a regional level, and probably this is a question to both of you. How do you structurize interaction with the federal center? Are you waiting for a particular sign to do something, or is it your own initiative, or is it a combined approach? Country is huge, the area is big, there is no single solution. You know, talking the language of IT specialists, there's going to be microservice approach, national software framework securing the privacy, but the requirements and the capabilities are different. Some regions have a big area where you need to use satellite internet connection. Some regions are not that huge and they should use broadband internet connection. In our project office, led by Mr. Chernyshenko, we are working online on a weekly basis, so we do see a harmonization, single set of rules, but providing the opportunity to develop your own services, which would be very convenient for the citizens. So single framework, but local context. I totally agree that the only combined approach can be used and help achieve positive results. The country is huge and all the regions are different. We have 9 time zones and absolutely different climatic conditions. Along with that, I would like to see the following. While building the whole single platform, the interests of businesses and regions should be taken into account. I mentioned that on the outlines of the Gaidar Forum. Being in a state, we just start learning to work with big data, to process big data, to use big data in our work. And I see willingness from federal authorities to somehow monopolize big data, to use these big data as they see fit. You know, we're going to provide you with this set of big data, but not with that set of big data. The more open the data is, the better results will be.
Thank you immensely, and I would like to wish you health and further heights and achievements. And I'm happy to declare that Yakutia Saha is the winner of Digital Region Award. Colleagues, now you will receive the award itself. I'm happy to see it on screen. Our congratulations to you, and we are always happy to work with you. Thank you for joining us, colleagues, and let us move on. The first prize was awarded, but we have a lot of them ahead. The next award is the best solution for remote learning, distant learning, and I believe that that is something that the whole country is looking forward to, because we all either study or our children study or we teach someone. That's why, dear developers, we need your help, your solutions, your assistance. And let's go back to the studio where my colleague Elena Dubina is getting ready to the presentations for that award. Colleagues, we received the majority of applications for AI, and working remotely a little bit less, but so far not so many applications were for remote learning. But again, that is something that is our joint request to all of you. Please develop. We are all looking forward. We have 23 jury members for this award. Head of the Department on Digital Transformation Promotion of Interao, Angelika Korneva, Deputy Minister of Automation and IT, Andrei Proskurin from Kaluga region, and Anton Prevezensev, head of Mrs. Pavlov Vadim, Deputy Minister of Sport of the Russian Federation, Andrei Selsky, head of the IT Development Department of the Ministry of Culture of Russia, Vadim Vankov. I will not have time to introduce all of the jury members, but I assure you that it is really outstanding. Let's stick to the 4-minute timing for the presentation, and then we will have a Q&A session with the jury members. Larissa, good morning, and it is my pleasure to now introduce our finalists. During the COVID lockdown, we understood that distance learning is something that is with us. And sure, we are dreaming now of maybe going back to the university premises, but how can we make learning more interesting, remote learning with empathy, and take everything from the schoolrooms online? And I'm happy to introduce the first finalist with the project Vishka Digital University. You have 4 minutes.
Нет звука.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Higher School of Economics, like many other universities, went remote in 2020, but did that not like other universities. We managed to do it fast, building a truly comprehensive solution to provide the work and the studies of all the departments of the university. And we have unraveled a system that is now working together with testing starting from September. And there are classes that are held online, and we can solve all the tasks of students and professors. The second important component is a uniform marketplace of training material and curricula that we manage to offer to our students and partner universities. We have around a dozen universities that we interact with, and their students study using this uniform platform of higher School of Economics. We have also launched a mobile app for all our students, and all students have a chance to see their classes, their plans, to have an access to project activities. You can also book rooms through this app, and you can see the deadlines set to the students. Students also have a special mode of work, and using the mobile app, they can go to online studies and launch a session in Teams or Zoom seamlessly. Apart from that, we have built several hundreds of rooms for the so-called blended learning. It has 6 truly cutting-edge ones, and we are proud of them. These rooms support a lot of tools for modern learning, including 360 degrees and VR modes learning. And it is these rooms that a lot of classes of this blended learning format run. And over 100,000 applicants filed their applications online, so our application campaign was carried out fully online last year. To register the results of learning, the majority of universities use conventional exam books with yellowish paper, where professors need to put down marks physically. We abandoned that idea several years ago, and our students work with electronic exam books. And this year we have tested fully electronic exam sitting, and now our professors have a chance to work with electronic lists for exams. Thank you very much. Thank you. I would like to thank HSC for this interesting presentation, and I would like to really try and test it. Now the jury members need to hand in the questionnaires to our organizers and write questions to me. If you find any difficulties, please write to the organizers. They will give you my number and you will get in touch with me. And now we will proceed with the next project, and the questions will be after all our finalists speak. The next project is really striking. It was very interesting for me to learn it yesterday. I hope that it will go on developing further on, and that is InStudy remote learning platform. Please, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, dear participants. My name is Alexander Pashnin, and I will talk to you about InStudy platform. We are about studying. And in my presentation, I would like to tell you something about true belief in true distance learning. Not long ago, distant digital learning was considered simply as an element of meeting some standards, an element when a student, a learner, goes online because it is necessary. Professors underwent professional development because they had these requirements of the standard. And digital or distant learning was drafted just because it was a requirement of federal state educational standard. But then the pandemic outburst and everybody went online. And what happened afterwards? It turned out that that space did not have students, did not have results of learning. And nice words about digital transformation and digitalization were beyond the field where the student was. Talking about our platform, I will frankly tell you that we are not unique. We do not have some unreal opportunities. We work in the field where there are a lot of different players. But why did we elaborate InStudy, and what is it? It is a response to an eternal demand. Let's try to cover an educational system for the students. And in 2013, 112 students of Moscow Psychoanalysis University started learning there, and in 2020 the number of students exceeded 49,000 people. But that is not the most important thing. InStudy is a tool, and union of students and learners from all over the world. That is a tool to unite students of professional development and higher education and secondary education students. To date, in studies 7 educational organizations in Russia, and that is students and learners from 15 countries of the world. What is InStudy in terms of technology and solution? InStudy is a platform for fully fledged digital learning. That is a modular platform that allows to adapt to the demands of an educational organization. That allows to adapt the system to the needs of this or that education, be it secondary or vocational or higher. They are all different, and we are ready to adapt and customize. Truly and surely that is integration with external services for the learning itself and for managing the learning. In 2020, we all came to video conferences, and it is critical for us to let the student have both in-sync and not in-sync interaction with the professor. We have our production, full-cycle production, and that is professor search, designing a course and redesigning it. That is actually developing the course and support to the product. We need the students to be in one digital environment, no matter what device they use, a laptop, a tab, or a PC. A student can go on learning, switching between devices without losing the results. And most importantly is the transformation and redesign of all the managerial team, because digital learning is a new educational paradigm of the whole process, and people responsible for studies have to understand how the process is built. Professors need to have real competences, and students acquire new competences in digital learning. InStudy is even more than that. That is a new approach to those for whom education exists. We are student and learner-centered. We focus on the needs and difficulties that students have while learning. That is a new format of student communication with new roles, with professors, tutors, and curators. InStudy is a living organism. Thank you very much. That is a very interesting project, and it is really striking in terms of the number of users. But I have a suggestion to all the finalists. Do not say that you are not unique. Focus on the reasons why the users actually opted for you. But if you visit their website, you will see why the users opted for them. I'm reminding the jury members that I'm looking forward to receiving your questions. Otherwise, I will ask my own questions, and you need to write the questions to me in WhatsApp. And by the way, I have a lot of questions to our finalists, and I have a request to the finalists to stick to the 4-minute timing. Afterwards, I will have to interrupt you. And now I'm happy to introduce Uchi.ru team. Good afternoon, dear jury members.
Ваше время идет.
Your time is already on. Good afternoon, dear jury members. I'm Sergei Grimenko from Uchi.ru educational platform. That is an educational platform or online website where students and pupils from Russia and BRICS countries can study. And we have 8 million pupils from the Russian Federation, and we export to BRICS countries, and the total number of pupils that study school subjects using our educational platform is 12 million. Talking about our main methods and teaching part. What is it? Uchi.ru is a colorful, interactive content that gives a chance to pupils to acquire knowledge interactively. The basis is a continuous dialogue with the kid. The system asks a question, and proceeding on the answer of the kid, the system either asks another question or helps the pupil solve the task. And there is an individual educational trajectory shaped per each pupil, and the tasks and interactive activities are selected individually. Spring 2020 showed that it was impossible to cope with the studies alone, and every teacher tried online learning, and our team had to adapt the services that we had fast and come up with additional new services to arrange educational process. The service that was in highest demand was virtual classroom that enables to arrange a full-scale work of a teacher with the class using the interactive board and all the necessary tools. Teachers wanted to have the communicative part of the process, to be able to communicate with the pupils. Apart from that, the teachers were able to give tasks, then the pupils performed them, and then the teacher checked them. In spring 2020, the number of classes that teachers had was over 800,000, and that included video and audio connection, and 900 million tasks were solved by pupils in total, and method support to teachers had over 114,000 views to our teachers and parents, where we had a lot of webinars and trainings that showed them how to cope with it all. And now, after the pandemic, we can see that even when the schooling is done offline, still our services are being used, and we are going and we are improving them on and on. Thank you very much, and thank you that you stuck to the time frame, and I believe that now all the teachers and parents that do not use this service should try it. And I would like to say that Anton Priverzhentsov, head of Svyazist in Digital Ministry of Russia, sent me the first question, and please send your questionnaires to the organizers. And now I'm happy to introduce the new team, the next team, that is Ya-Class project. Good afternoon, dear jury members, dear participants of the forum. I represent International Digital Learning Resource for Schools, Ya-Class, and I'm Development Director. And using this chance, I would like to express our gratitude to all the schools, teachers, and parents that are surviving this hard period so well. We are an international company that were residents of Skolkovo, and we were noted by Mr. Putin as a socially important project. We developed 1.6 trillion tasks on traditional school subjects, and we managed to provide one of the best solutions to 10 million students, teachers, and parents in the hard times. In April 2020, Ya-Class came fourth in the ranking of global educational services. We provided a lot of our services during the lockdown for free. Why are we so popular? Gamification, school ranking, and interactive tasks stimulate kids to engage into learning. We can be used in any device. You can look at the mistakes at different tasks, and that actually enhances the interest of pupils. We have become a unique service thanks to task generator Nexus that enables pupils to train continuously. For teachers, Ya-class is an assistant in automating tests and checking homework and tests, and you can elaborate your unique tasks for any subject. What is also critical is integration with all digital journals and digital loops. We are a true partner to both teachers and school administration. Most important is also our team. Now we have 207 people on our team, apart from volunteers, and our main stake is competence and value of people in a team and in schools. Our goal is to grow qualitatively, facing the challenges of the digital world and providing support to schools and governments during the pandemic and afterwards. And we support the national project on education. We support the Ministry of Education with information. Our task is to provide high-quality learning materials to millions of users, and we're happy that it is not only our vaccine that helps to other countries, but also our education. Therefore, our strategy is our team and partnership building and perfecting our product. Thank you very much for your time and attention. I would be happy to entertain your questions. Thank you very much. Your timing was ideal. It's great that we have largest universities, including Skolkovo residents, among our finalists. And it would be great if you pointed out something that helps you stand apart from everyone. And now our jury members can have a look at what Ya-class is using Yandex or Google. And now I'm giving the floor to, last but not least, a team that is Modus. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Vladimir Laktenko. I'm co-founder and CEO of Castis, and today I would like to introduce to you our project that is called Modus. That is a digital platform to manage educational trajectories, individual educational trajectories in universities and vocational training colleges. Castis has 25-year experience in project management. We elaborate projects, large-scale projects for industry leaders, our customers that need continuous development and learning work with us. 5 years ago, when we were searching for new opportunities in the market, we looked at educational sphere and saw a niche to ourselves. Technical implementation for the platform was given to our trusted team. Ideology and philosophy of the project were developed by leading method teachers of Russia, and Mr. Volkov was our mentor of the project, and we together elaborated the essence of it. Modus helps develop people ready to act and ready to develop continuously. When I talk about a portrait of a young specialist, I mean a person who has basic knowledge and naturally humanities training and self-learning abilities. They are open for communication. They opt for their purpose, not just blindly, but they try and test and check, and they choose their career, their scientific path, proceeding from what they need and what they're capable of. Modeus, a digital platform, provides modern education of a new quality, and students have a chance to choose different courses and different disciplines. Therefore, on the one hand, they received unique competence profiles, and on the other hand, they can really seek and search, try and test to find their true purpose in life. Professors start finding best students, and students can have an access to the format of meetings with professors. We have been developing for 4 years, and we now work in two-man state university, Urals University, and the cost of learning of one student in our platform will be 2,500 rubles per year. And we start building partnerships in 2021. Therefore, we are seeking new partners from authorities that are ready for consortia and elaborating leadership schools. That can be also representatives of corporations to develop specialists on the basis of universities that are topical for their vacancies. That is also developers that can integrate other solutions with Modeus. And I'm happy to invite you to dialogue. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And regional authorities are listening to us, and Gaidar Forum and Digital Heights are an ideal location to find these partners. Now let us have a Q&A session. Jury members, please hand in your questionnaires to the organizers. As for the questions, I will read the questions that I received from the jury members, though I would really like to investigate these services myself, and I would like to have a look at Modeus and InStudy, being a teacher myself as well. And I read a question, then we receive your picture, and you have 1 minute to answer the question. So Anton Viktorovich Perevizentsev, head of Svyazist Digital Ministry of Russia, sent several questions to us. The first one is to HSE. Have you experienced any problems when you introduced your educational technologies that fast, and how did the lecturers and professors adapt to the novelties? You have 1 minute.
There were some problems, but this is not the problem of technological nature, connected with the necessity for the teachers to adjust to a new format. As the readiness was 90%, so it was not that difficult from the perspective of the teachers. So the tools were enough to hold lectures, to hold workshops, to hold seminars, to get acquainted with the platform, how it operates, to talk about the necessary points of digital literacy, to have high-quality education, how to provide for security. Many instructions and guidelines were prepared in order to fine-tune the process without losing the quality. It's clear. Thank you very much. If there is anything that teachers really like about your platform, which they single out. Probably there are some things which appeared after the platform was introduced, many positive responses on the interface. User interface was totally changed. Even those tools, ready-to-use tools, were subject to good revision for better user experience. This is probably the point with the most positive responses. We switch to InStudy. We continue with the question from Ministry of Digitalization. Which model of commercialization for your project do you see? We have several approaches. We have the platform. We have additional production center talking about the global education and the major difficulties. They're not connected with the platforms themselves or solutions on the market, not with the video content, but with the lack of clear understanding of designing position what the digital online education is. Because everybody keeps on saying that we need to have the same design but digitalized. But there is a problem. We have a core platform, we have a production center where we help designing and creating courses from scratch, and we have the cell connected with readjusting the whole team. These are online courses and individual tutor assistance. The question from Tsukar, Deputy Minister of Digitalization in Novosibirsk region. How are the services integrated with regional services on e-register, home task, and ratings? Let's start with Uchi.ru. We have some cases where regional educational systems use our content. Can you just give the fields? We have Moscow integration in St. Petersburg with the city system in Belgorod region. There is a methodological question which is difficult, and we are trying to solve this question connected with the rating procedures. As Uchi.ru, we don't have a task system, QA system. It is a fully fledged system. It's difficult to offer a particular rating for a particular activity, but it's difficult to transfer ratings in figures. We're working on that. E-class. Our set of tasks is very closely tied to major format of tasks carried out within regular conventional school system. It allowed us to integrate with almost all the e-systems. We integrated with Register.ru in those regions where this system is in place. BRSK, Bars Group, Mirtek, Eljour. And there are many systems, Artek City, Eljour. They are working on the service model, integrating with the region on transferring the functionality kit to the region. So it's easy for us to integrate in many regions. All these registers cover 86 regions. We are integrated with all of them, so 3 layers integration, which is being fine-tuned on a constant basis. This is simply authorization for the teacher to get down to work immediately. This is the test results through the e-register using the content of class and the rating transformation, which has been fine-tuned within our company. Thank you very much. I'd like to ask about the major obstacle while these conversations, but it's not possible. We have one question to Madeus. Last question. I'll be happy to ask this question. Anton Presentsev asks you, how are you different from your competitors? What is your unique feature? And my question would be the same. Everything is great, but what different? Why do regions want to work with you? Madeus is a conductor of educational process. It allows describing educational products in any form, of any duration. Thanks to that, it supports all the communicative formats of education. It supports all possible forms of offline, online, distant, hybrid interaction. The unique feature is about liberty of choice we give to the students and those attending post-professional education, extracurricular education. You can choose any level of education. You can choose the best teacher from your perspective. So the opportunity to try and test, this is a customized product. You can opt for anything you like. You can choose whatever you see fit. And we should mention that on the other side of the spectrum, since the technology of education is dictated by the university standard, so the fundamental backbone of the education which we inherited from the Soviet Union is maintained. Madeus, being a platform, supports any types of education from the pipeline, absolutely regulated, to very extreme approaches with a wide choice. But the truth is somewhere in the middle. To find yourself, to realize yourself. Thank you very much. That was an answer to Madeus, to the question. Thank you very much. Please provide your assessment list. Dear colleagues, we have listened to very different presentations. I hope that very soon students and pupils will be eager to study distantly and offline. But we need to find this trigger to provoke empathy. Thank you very much for your participation. I'm very happy to give floor back to Larisa Katasha to announce next part of our agenda. Dear colleagues, thank you very much. Great work. The jury members have a very difficult task in front of them, but we will be expecting the results of our competition, which we will be getting in the middle of the day. What are we going to talk about further on? We are going to speak about COVID-19, the pandemic, very difficult and turbulent times. It has become the trigger of digitalization. We had to fight, and digital solutions assisted us. The next panel discussion is dedicated to fight against pandemic driven by IT solutions. Now I'd like to thank our partners of Digital Summit Award, Esmail.ru Group, Apora of Russia, Softline Mango Office. Thank you very much for the support and for your active expertise. With your help, our event is so interesting and so distinguished. Let's get down to the discussion of IT solutions which help globally to fight the pandemic. Now I'd like to introduce our experts and guests. Today online we have the Dmitry Ivanov, Deputy Head of Digital Department from Seoul. We have our colleague from the Institute of Seoul, South Korea, Dr. Song Chang-woo. Hello. Hello.
Hello, nice to meet you.
I'd like to say that Dr. Sean is going to speak English, so you have an opportunity to have interpretation into Russian, so thank you very much. With us we have Michał Frackovic from Helsinki, the Director of International Programs, the Institute of Management of Finland. Nicholas, good day. In the studio, we have Arsenii Shevtsin, Director of ANO Digital Platform, and the Russian representative in Singapore, Alexander Swinin. Good day, good day. This is the format we're going to have right now, online and offline in combination. Let's start with Moscow. Dmitry, it was a difficult time. Tell us about that, how you managed to do that. Dear colleagues, good day. First of all, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to take part in this discussion, to share the experience which we survived and we are going through right now. With all these Muscovite city is huge. It's not only a big city, this is a huge transport hub, huge traffic. During the pandemic time, Moscow faced very difficult situation. Along with that, many specialists recognized those set of measures which Moscow undertook is one of the most efficient measures to fight the pandemic. And the role of digitalization, of digital those measures, is huge, it's considerable, since measures were used to create, to apply for particular online services without leaving your home, to reduce possible movement in order to break those chains of infecting people. IT technologies helped our doctors and physicians who fought days and nights against the pandemic. They gave an opportunity to the pupils and students to have remote learning. They allowed businesses to operate since within these very difficult, turbulent times, to overcome it and to fight all the difficulties. Now I would like to have a video clip, brief video clip, which is going to tell about those measures in fight against the pandemic in Moscow. Could you please switch on the video? Moscow, spring 2020. The biggest cities faced the major challenge of the third millennium. New coronavirus pandemic, fight over the lives of millions of people has become the major priority. Digital solutions allowed avoiding a great surge in infected people. Moscow kept its activity and stayed open for the whole set of regions of Russia. All the digital solutions are aimed at fight against the pandemic were implemented on the base of developed IT infrastructure of Moscow. The major tool of cooperation between the city and the businesses has become the official web portal of the mayor Mazda.ru. This is a fully fledged ecosystem, digital ecosystem. With the help of any device, the Muscovites pay for the services. They get to know the homework for their kids and get information about the medical analysis results. Apart from that, Moss.ru is a source of very relevant official information on the current situation of pandemic in Moscow. To use the most useful services, Moscovites have an opportunity not on Moscow.ru but in their mobile devices, My Moscow e-services, emias.info. In April this year, Moscow has introduced a system of e-passes to move around the city. That was done in order to minimize movement around Moscow and to reduce social contacts. The major way to get the Moscow pass was Moss.ru portal. Then there was an additional range of tools through text messages or contact center telephone call in order to control the traffic. We used CCTV cameras, validators and passes. This system allowed to mitigate the curve of coronavirus development and to reduce the pressure on the medical system of Moscow. Spring and during autumn time, Moscow is doing its utmost now to have lockdown situation as well. We shifted the maximum number of employees on distant mode. In autumn, Moscow has introduced a system of check-in registrations with the help of QR codes in entertainment facilities, thanks to which we managed not to stop the whole industry and to inform the Moscovites of a possible contact with a confirmed infected person. The current system of registration is introduced in all the buildings of state facilities. The organizations serving the Moscovites are recommended to use this system of registration and check-ins. The major point in the fight against pandemic was a social monitoring application for the Moscovites with a confirmed case of COVID-19 who had inpatient treatment. It was necessary to ensure that the person doesn't leave the house, so the service tracks the person and informs the city if the quarantine regime is violated. For isolation, remote violation, the penalty was proposed. It brings together all the entities. The Moscovites have the access to their electronic medical record, which became the source of information on the coronavirus and antibodies COVID-19 tests on Moscow.ru, portal and emias.info, and in mobile devices. The unique platform of Moscow Electronic School managed to provide education on a distant mode. In autumn, the amount of pupils decreased twofold. The pandemic demonstrated that the digital infrastructure in Moscow allowed the city to efficiently and fast use those infrastructure, which helped to save life. The task of the whole global community to fight against the pandemic and to move towards the goal of the sustainable development in UN 27 GDP goals. We save lives. Right now, I'd like to elaborate on projects which were introduced within the video clip. I'd like to mention that the pandemic became unexpected thing which broke out. It required very fast action. In Moscow, over a period of time, we managed to develop very efficient IT infrastructure, including services for businesses, for citizens, very good platform for efficient development and generation of IT solutions. That was the infrastructure which allowed us to implement particular projects, particular services, which were required within the period of the pandemic in spring and in autumn. The major tool which was used for interaction between these Muscovite city was Mas.ru web portal and e-services My Moscow MEAS.info. Mas.ru web portal is a single gateway to solve almost all the tasks, to meet all the needs of the citizens, of the dwellers. On Mas.ru web portal, 370 services are available. A huge number of information is available, which was required during the pandemic, and it was easily accessible. These particular services, accessible online, allowed Muscovites during lockdown period, try to stay at home, to get all the services online. Moreover, it is interesting to mention that in spring we found out that many services which were accessible online but were not very popular online, so many Muscovites kept on attending entities and multifunctional centers and applied for these services offline. Spring demonstrated that the higher demand for these services was huge, and they switched to digital way of getting these services quite easily. It's worth mentioning that Mas.ru web portal and different websites are aimed not only at the assisting of individuals, but businesses as well. We can speak of Moscow as an example of this web portal, which focuses on assistance to businesses to provide consultancies, advice, and necessary services required by business to assist businesses in these very turbulent times. That Moscow has proven as a very efficient and active tool to support businesses. And next, a very important component in IT infrastructure, which took part in the fight against the pandemic, is the medical information system, MEAS, which accumulated and provided for the work of our doctors, physicians, patients who can have an engagement with a doctor online. Now they apply for vaccination online. And early last year, we saw a new service of e-medical record, with the help of which Muscovites can get access to all the necessary medical record information input by doctors and physicians while attending hospitals. This became highly required and very useful tool during the pandemic, when Muscovites could get the access to the information, could be informed of the test results and any other information. In the video clip, you saw the information about the very important role of our Moscow Electronics School. Moscow Electronics School is a huge range of services, online services, which allow both pupils and their parents solve all the necessary tasks. This is online lessons toolkit, which was very popular and used when the pupils had to continue their education in a distant mode, and other services as well, of access to educational content and interaction among parents, pupils, teachers online. This is a very important tool which helped Muscovites to get access to the necessary information online. In video clip, we also mentioned several tools which help to fight the pandemic and to ensure reduced risks of infection spread. Let's look at the current situation, the current wave of the outbreak. We can see active usage of check-ins while attending different entities in Moscow. What is that? This is a tool which allows users to register, to have check-in while attending a particular organization or an entity. If another attendee with confirmed case of COVID could have contacted, or the rest of those who attended these entity organizations are informed of the possible risk of the infection spread, and all the precaution measures should be followed. It's necessary to make a test, and in case of any first symptoms, they need to apply to a doctor. This is a tool which, on the one hand, doesn't disclose personal data, but on the other hand, you can get notification and take your precautions on a timely basis. So it is still popular, and it is still efficient. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for... I'm going to ask you a question at the end of our discussion. I have to interrupt you, Dmitry. Why? We are going to get to know about the same solutions from Seoul. I'd like to get to Seoul. We have online Dr. Sean, a researcher and scholar from Institute of Seoul. Good day again. Dr. Sean, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Tell us, please, about those tools, about digital tools which are used in Seoul.
About IT solutions in your city. Can I share my presentation? Yes. Hello, I'm Changwoo Sean. I'm working on urban health policy research at the Seoul Institute, a think tank of Seoul Metropolitan Government. Before we get started, it's an honor to be invited to this prestigious forum. Today, the title of my presentation is Experience and Challenges of Applying ICT Solution for Combating the COVID-19 in Seoul, South Korea. Actually, my presentation focused on the COVID-19 prevention and quarantine. As we have experienced so far, the COVID-19, which started in Wuhan, China, has spread all over the world, from Asia to Europe, the United States, India, and South America. The country with the largest number of COVID-19 confirmed so far is the United States, but Russia and Korea also suffered significant damages with many infections and deaths. COVID-19 was literally a global pandemic. The following is the current status of current COVID-19 infection in Korea and Seoul. In Korea, the first COVID-19 confirmed cases occurred on January 20th, and almost 70,000 confirmed cases and more than 1,000 deaths occurred as of now. The fatal rate was 1.65%, which is quite lower than the average, the global average. Meanwhile, in Seoul, the more than 20,000 people were confirmed and 213 people died from the COVID-19. The fatality rate in Seoul is almost 1%. As shown in figure 2, the Seoul is currently going through the third wave. Most of infected people are mainly relatively young ages, but the deaths are mainly occurring in the elderly. Korea's response to COVID-19 is based on the following four principles: the openness and transparency, and citizen participation and creativity. Among them, I think the openness and transparencies are more like the meaningful in terms of ICT solution. The response to the COVID-19 in Korea is largely divided into the three phases, including the test, the tracing, and treat, which is called the 3 T's. Of these, ICT solutions were mainly applied in the tracing stages. Before that, in the prevention phase, there were some examples using an ICT solution targeting overseas arrivals and students and the public. In the tracing phase, there is a mobile application for self-isolated person. In addition, the epidemiological investigation support system, we called EISS, the EISS was operated, which was used to support epidemiological investigations of infected persons and contacts. Through the EISS, we were able to do the root data collections and confirmation, contact tracing, identification of transmission route, and the analysis of infection trend. In addition, a QR code-based electronic entry and exit list called Korea Internet Pass, we just called Key Pass, was introduced for timely contact tracing. I will cover each of them in more detail later. On the other hand, collecting personal data is essential for using ICT solutions. Since personal data is very sensitive, the Korea is collecting the data based on the Infectious Disease Control and Prevention Act, as you can see. This is the ICT solution in terms of the prevention. When entering the Korea, people should install the quarantine report and self-check application and report their health status for 14 days after arrival. The application consists of items that can check if there are symptoms of fever, cough, phlegm, chills, sore throat, and difficulty breathing. If you report through the application that you have symptoms of COVID-19, the results are automatically transmitted to local healthcare center and the Korean Disease Control and Prevention Agency. In addition, you can find the nearby screening clinics based on your location, and you can also connect call center and SNS channel of Korean Disease Control and Prevention Agency directly. Next one is for the student. All the students must report their health status to the Seoul Metropolitan Office of Education through the self-check mobile application. And only those who report in advance can attend the school. All the questionnaires for the health status is provided in 5 languages, including English, Japanese, Chinese, Vietnamese, and Russian. Through the map service of internet portal with largest number of users in Korea, the screening clinics are guided so that as many people as possible could quickly receive the COVID-19 screening. The following is an example of using ICT in the tracing stage. there is a mobile application for those living in Korea who need self-isolation. They must register the individual information through the mobile application and submit a daily-based self-diagnosis result for the health condition for 14 days. Healthy and safety rules and phone numbers for designated officials are provided. On the other hand, in the mobile application for public officials, the current health status and location information of self-quarantined person can be checked. Here is the EISS system. The EIS system is that by providing automated epidemiological investigation result and intelligent statistical data and support epidemiological investigators in intervention. Based on the AI, the EISS provides automatic tracing of confirmed cases, analysis of infected network, and analysis of infection risk area. The EISS uses credit card payment history and road information based on the mobile phone location data, and it predicts the movement of the infected person. In addition, the Seoul Metropolitan Government has increased the accuracy of the investigation by conducting interviews with healthcare workers and families, and additionally collecting the information such as on the medical record and CCTV and the public transportation card data. And the QR code-based electronic access list has helped health authority find the people who have visited the facility at risk of infection. All the information is automatically discarded after 4 weeks. The data is only accessible to health authority, and the access to others is prohibited. The places that are obligated to introduce keypads are facility used by unspecified people, such as pubs and bars, indoor sports facility, and the coffee shop, and churches, and cinemas, and buffet. Here is the final presentation, final slide. We have looked at the examples of ICT solutions used in Korea so far. Although the ITC solution has been effective in suppressing the spread of COVID-19, the challenges to be solved in the future have also emerged. First one, we need kind of a social consensus on the priority of human rights and social benefits in process of contact tracing. And we have to train the experts capable of analyzing epidemiological data through ICT solution. And we also reinforce civic communication and policy development for the result of using ICT solution. And we need to provide a program to promote physical activity and depressions and stress management during the self-isolation period through the smartphone devices. And we have to strengthen the digital social network, considering on the socially disadvantages, such as the elderly living alone, low-income people, and disabled, or resident in the care facilities. Now, finally, I think it is time to begin the public debate about the introductions of telemedicine that is not yet allowed in Korea. Okay, this is what I prepared. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Спасибо огромное.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Sean. These questions that you mentioned are really important and very interesting. Technologies develop where they are accepted and where people are willing to use them, where people trust them. And we were planning to move from South Korea to Singapore, but instead of that, we now come to Moscow because Alexander Svinin, trade representative of the Russian Federation in Singapore, is present in Moscow studio now, and together with his colleagues, Mr. Svinin studied what was happening in Singapore during the pandemic. And Arseny Chauzev, my colleague, is also in the Moscow studio. Arseny, the floor is yours. Thank you, Larissa. The cases are truly interesting, and I hope that we will also show that Russia has not less interesting developments. And afterwards, we will go to Finland, because our colleague from Finland is also looking forward to joining us. Okay, agreed. Russia has a lot of developments, and it's great that last year what was developed and who developed products were not only experienced IT developers, but also different governmental services. And as for what we should do with these products afterwards, whether we can scale them to some partnership countries, whether we can scale them globally, including in Singapore, that is something that we would like to discuss with Alexander Alexandrovich Svinin, trade representative of the Russian Federation to Singapore. Good afternoon, Alexander. Good afternoon, and thank you for a chance to speak at this forum, Larissa. And very soon I will go back to Singapore, and afterwards I will definitely make a presentation on my personal example on how technologies influence the life of people that go to Singapore now, because there are many of people of this kind. Thank you very much for a chance to speak here, to be present here, because the majority of us have missed these kinds of events. And I understand that there are certain time limits, and I will tell you a couple of words about Singapore. Statistics shows that now the Republic, with over 5.5 million people, inhabitants, around 40% cases are registered, and 58,900 are cases registered, and out of them 58,700 are those that received assistance. And all in all, from the beginning of the pandemic, Singapore has had 29 fatality cases. How did they manage to do that? So I believe that all the speakers mainly focus on technologies that were introduced during the pandemic and will be introduced afterwards, but I would like to speak about the future. Like my colleague from Moscow said, I totally agree with him, and the example of my previous job in Udmurtia proves that. What is important is what was done before the pandemic, the infrastructure and the foundation that was laid before the pandemic are those that allowed to cope with the pandemic better or worse. And as for Singapore, the initiative that is called Smart Nation has been in place since 2014. So that is not a smart city already, but a smart nation. And that is when people take part in introducing IT themselves, and in March 2020, decision was made to introduce this system that is called Trace Together. That is a system that enables to trace contacts of every person either through a mobile app or through a special wearable device. And there have been a lot of discussions on how it infringes on the privacy, how it influences whether people will use it or not, because you need to install the app first or to put on the wearable device. But the figures given by the government of Singapore shows that over 2.5 million people have installed these apps or started wearing these devices. So almost half of citizens have done that. And systemically, this work has been on since 2014, I reiterate. So it's important for us now to understand what technologies and what spheres will be susceptible mostly to digitalization in the future. What will happen in 2021, 22, 23? What will be in demand in the market? When we analyze it with my colleagues from Trade Representative Office and Ministry of Industry and Trade, we have pointed out 5 main areas that received the trend set by the pandemic. First, that is big data and analytics. The demand to understand what happens in this or that sphere or industry or territory is huge. But how to work with this data, where to take them from, how to analyze them, how to manage them correctly, that is something that regrettably not so many startups and solutions allow so far. And open databases, transparent databases, constantly updating databases are not so many in number either. So I would focus that. The second trend is this data protection and cyber security, because cyber crimes have increased in number, and such solutions as IB Group, that is a Russian company that is present in Singapore, and they have an office in Southeast Asia, are really in demand. And what is in demand are services on data protection, and Russian technologies are pretty competitive there. And I can name one company, but we understand that that is a market that is hard to tap, but still it is in place. And I'm urging on everyone to think about it, and all the companies that take part in the contest can pay attention to it. The third trend is everything connected with VR, AR, and new technologies in education. We know that starting with the 18th of January, all students, all pupils will go to schools physically. But still, we understand that there are not so many VR technologies so far. Point 4 is any services for people working remotely. And I will not here be limited by Zoom or anything of this kind. But we need to think about everything that makes lives people more comfortable and effective when they work remotely. Because when you go to office, you have one set of habits, like you go outside, you take metro, then you grab some coffee somewhere, and so on. But if you work from home, you act differently. If you have a look at the analytics of online sales and just sales of domestic appliances, home appliances stores, you will see that during the lockdown and the pandemic, a lot of devices that eased people's life at home were really in high demand. And the last point is commerce, be it e-commerce or international trade, logistics, tracing, so everything connected with fast and handy access of the consumer to the goods or services. We have seen the demand on that in 2020, and I'm sure that this trend will build up in the future. Regrettably, we cannot see the trends that are intangible so far, but that will be in demand in 5 years. But I believe that they will proceed from the 5 that I named, or we can enlarge them to 10, for example. So let's think not only about what we had or what we managed to do in 2020. We see now that there was a huge preliminary stage before that, during which Moscow, Seoul, or Singapore, or any other cities and countries did to prepare for that. So let's look into the future. Let's focus the technologies that the pandemic has set the trend on or accelerated. Thank you very much, Alexander. And I believe that a lot of participants that have IT business were now willing to join your trade representative office or export their products, and that is the point of it. And now I will ask to start a presentation. Russian products are needed not simply to scale along the regions, but also globally, and that is a good practice. But now let's briefly go through digital technologies, that digital platforms company gathered studying the regions and what they offered. Around 100 practices have been gathered from almost 50 regions. 10 of them were typical practices that were recommended by the federal level, like Rostelecom, telecommunication system, Bitrix24 website, and video conference systems. But there were also some interesting cases that I would like to draw attention to. First of all, there are cases that speed up processes, internal and external, that is communication, and all civil servants point out that horizontal governance strengthened up, and standards became flexible, and they were trying to find compromise and consensus. As for external communication, that is communication with citizens and communication with business, it was critical to bring home changes to citizens. Point 2 is system services, and point 3 is those cases that eliminate different rule barriers. And I would like to point out one of the most interesting cases of those that have been gathered. That is a system of online analysis of assessment of being infected using X-ray. That is something that was used in Chechen Republic and in other regions, and that is a solution that enabled to ease the load on medical staff. The efficiency of diagnosis went up from several minutes, like 10 minutes, to 10 seconds. QR codes were used in Moscow, that is another case, but regional systems managed to launch even before. For example, the Vladimir region had a case when a system was introduced to a huge number of business spheres, and it enabled them not to close down. And first of all, that was informing participants about the possibility of being infected in those facilities where the citizens went. Nizhny Novgorod example shows us how QR code system can be extended to QR map of a citizen, and that implies not only registration but also possible benefits, and participants receive tickets to different institutions. And apart from homogeneity, there were some outstanding cases, like using text chatbots, voice chatbots that processed huge numbers of questions of people, and AI systems were employed in public services. We remember that multifunctional centers that provide public services were closed down for a certain period of time. Interesting cases are those when citizens received additional social support. So some regions allocated certain groups of people to receive psychological, educational, or monetary support. Driving business online was arranged by several regions, and there were web portals that instructed business how to do business online. This all shows the unity of teams. Different cases turned up through the ministries themselves, through contractors, and we are planning to post all these cases at the marketplace platform.su website. I tried to be as brief as possible to talk about these unique cases. Larissa, the floor is now yours. Thank you very much. We are a little bit lagging behind our schedule, but it's not a problem. And now we will go to Finland for just a couple of minutes, and there, in that digital country, there is only one mobile app that is deemed the most effective in the Nordic countries. Michal Praskovic, head of international projects of Institute of Management in Finland, is with us here. What is the success about? I would like to be really brief. I know that your agenda is really very busy. But to begin with, I would like to say that our contest in Finland is similar to Singapore. We have 5,500,000 people, and around 40,000 Finns have infected, and the fatality rate is around 600 cases. And in Helsinki, for example, there are 66 people that were infected with coronavirus. So I can say that Finland is a green island, if we can say so. And why do we have this kind of success? First of all, that is distancing, and we even have jokes about it, because we say that when the recommendation to have 1.5 distance between people was lifted, we Finns went back to our 2-meter distance between each other. And I cannot fully understand the system of fighting COVID, because a large role, a lot of things were done by the government. And the strategy proved really successful. But I can say that one of the sources of success is Koronavilkku IT solution. It is a very easy solution. So I install this app to my mobile phone. It is a very intuitive and easy app. It took me 10 minutes to install it, and my son did it in 30 seconds. So it's truly fast. We just need to find it in App Store. and download the app. What is the way of its operation? When two people with mobile phones go along the city, there is a special code generated without processing the data of the phone, and these codes just recognize each other via Bluetooth, and if someone is infected, and health services of Finland send a special code, and a person puts it down, and then everyone will know that there is an infected person somewhere nearby. And importantly here is total personal data protection. The codes are generated randomly, and they are not connected with the personal data of a person or the phone. And it does not eat up much of a battery, and the app stores codes during 21 days and then automatically deletes them.
These codes are stored only in the territory of Finland. For this application, there was a special legal framework enacted on the 1st of January. Why is this application successful? First of all, it is cheap. The tender was won by a solitaire company. The tender was for 147,000 euros. So, for example, to compare, this same solution, Germany cost 20 million euro. So the cost effect is amazing. What is important? It's quite successful. Within the first months, the application was downloaded by 2.5 million, almost half of the whole population of Finland. There are some complaints, not many actually of them, that this puts pressure on Bluetooth operation. And the second complaint is what to do but the kids, elderly people, and by immigrants who do not quite understand how to use this application. The major upgrade 4 days ago, which results we're going to see, which connected Finnish application with of 9 European Union countries. That was a shock for Finland. Usually, the application showed 6 to 7 people infected in the city. On the 1st of January, there was a number of 33,000, which demonstrated all the possible foreigners who could have attended different countries. There are many benefits. The only drawback right now, but important one, it is well encrypted application, but not all the Finnish send the information that they are infected. So this is a human factor which we haven't managed to tackle yet. Thank you very much, Mikhail. Dear colleagues, we have now understanding of how coronavirus is fought through technologies in very different countries. And we go back to Moscow. We are running out of our timeline. We have some extra opportunity Right now, we're going to see the presentations of our final contestants, the best solutions to fight COVID-19. But I'd like once again to remind that we have partners, information partners, and they're talking about what is going on right now here, so you can get acquainted with the resources and web portal. Let's get back to the studio with my colleague, Ms. Dulina. She's going to moderate nomination best solution to fight COVID-19. Lena, you have 40 minutes, you have 6 teams. We'll be back to timing during awarding. Thank you for giving us enough time. I'm very happy to introduce our sections, the best solution to fight COVID-19. What I would like to say here, I'd like to mention that the person is not to deal with the vaccine. There are many services to analyze what is going on with the patient, to understand how the COVID is spreading, where it's going to be tomorrow, next month. All these services work out interesting solutions, interesting projects, which we're going to deal with in our nomination. But there is a lot of services which worked in COVID not to change our life. For the kids to attend schools, for the people to attend jobs, for them to securely and safely move around the city, and to get the access to the cultural component which makes our life interesting, makes our life human. I'd like to thank all of them, and of course they are part of fight against COVID-19. There are some regions leading in this respect. Therefore, we start our nomination. Mobile volunteer would be the first to present. Dear jury, dear colleagues, can I be heard? You have 4 minutes. My name is Sergei Shirkov. I represent ECF company from Cheboksary region. Our project Mobile Volunteer to arrange work. I'm going to talk about a team consisting of 23 employees who work with utilities, with state officials. 25% of tech generation using our solutions. These are our clients, the power holding society, Gaidar, Interrow companies, small and medium-sized businesses of utilities. One of our solutions is a mobile development, mobile profiles, mobile accounts, mobile applications used by our clients. ESARF is a very flexible, agile company. Our mobile volunteer application appeared after free medications in Chuvashka region. So there was a task to provide these medications to infected people. Volunteers had some difficulties as it was necessary to confirm the delivery. With the help of our application, the volunteers started to work systematically. The application was developed at short notice and launched. The project became pilot in our region, and we are going to share and develop it in other regions. So we decided to respond to the challenge in Russia. So we had a special application to control over anti-COVID measures, which has been operating since October. I'm going to demonstrate 40 seconds video clip presented to Mr. Putin at the social forum of Single Russia Party, how our application works. a mobile application for smartphones worked out in the company, help to arrange the process. On your screen you can see where the volunteer is located. So the volunteers scan their QR code, which we put in every prescription, and the photo is made, and together with geospatial data. Data is transmitted online. It allows controlling the whole work of volunteers. I'd like to thank you. I'd like to thank you. Thank you for your attention. Very fruitful day. Thank you. Thank you. This is one of the projects which is very interesting, very important, and we cannot imagine ourselves without volunteers. So the more distantly we work, the more empathy we lack. It seems to me that thanks to our volunteers, the whole country took part in this volunteer movement. I'd like to mention that we have different regions and different projects, and I'm very happy to see Chuvashskaya region. I'd like to remind you that jury should send questions to me. You fill in the questionnaires and send them to the organizers. They were choosing the best projects. All the questions are going to be voiced after the presentations of our companies. Please be proactive, otherwise I'm going to ask my questions myself. We have very interesting projects in place. Let's switch to another team, which is going to present issue. Lung damage recognition after the computer tomography. We need to understand which diagnosis should be given. So the floor is yours. Good day, dear colleagues. My name is Anna Mishirikova. I'm a CEO of the Third Opinion company. Today I give the service to recognize lungs damage with COVID-19. Before 2020, the world lacked specialists of X-ray diagnostics, but with the pandemic, all the doctors, and we all see the huge pressure on those type of specialists. In a small city with 300,000 people annually, there are more than 300 computer tomographic searches, so the average pressure on one doctor is 20 cases per each shift. And the situation is exacerbating in those regions where the coronavirus outbreak is severe. To solve this issue, the Third Opinion company developed a service of automatic recognition of lungs damage. Within a couple of minutes, the service automatically assesses the picture, prioritizes with deviations, and fills in the pre-screening protocol of the report conclusion, which then is accessible to the doctor. So the benefits are vivid and they are proved at all levels of this service introduction, both for the doctors and for the authorities. So there is a lower chance of a mistake, but for the medical entity, the service is a very unique control tool of pressure on the doctor and management of those cases. For the region, the problem of doctors shortage is very important, since the doctors are at risk of being infected with coronavirus, so the deficit of these physicians is a problem of the region. After it is done on a computer tomographic device and it is saved in particular software, it is processed. In a couple of minutes it is sent back to the storage with 2 additional files. First file is processed photo, which should be looked into by the doctor, then preliminarily filled in report on a scale CT1 to CT4 based on recommendations of the Ministry of Healthcare for next recommendations and routine of the patient. The market of digital Medicare is going to develop 50% annually, so the situation with the pandemic is going to give a boost to this market, and analysts globally have renewed their optimistic forecasts, and we see optimistic figures on the market size by 2026, and it is great to recognize that in Russia more than 20 developers on this market provided different solutions which are quite competitive not only in Russia but globally as well. The development can be seen not only in startups, these are big IT companies, this is a huge, interesting market, and we have some ground to fight for. Thank you very much for a very interesting project. I'd like to ask which hospital, which region was the first to work with you, and ask the opinion of the doctors, but we do not ask questions right now. We switch to the next project. I'd like to remind you, jury members, that you need to send questions to me if you're in the questionnaires, which will help to understand who the winner is. COVID-19 is evil, which can be seen in all the regions. We have very representative jury members from all the regions, different levels, ministers, deputy ministers, and experts. So our companies should understand what problems regions have. Now I'm happy to give the floor to Moscow, which is going to speak about the services and projects implemented in Moscow to fight coronavirus outbreak in Moscow. We have cultural underestimating our achievements. Moscow has some things to be proud of. I spent quarantine lockdown regime in Moscow, and different people from different countries sent to me messages envy of those new technologies adoption in Moscow. I hope that you will share my opinion.
Москва. Весна 2020 года. Крупнейшие мегаполисы мира столкнулись с главным вызовом третьего тысячелетия – новой коронавирусной инфекцией. Борьба за жизни миллионов людей стала главным приоритетом. Цифровые решения
Digital solutions allowed to avoid surge in the number of infected people. Moscow maintained its business activity, stayed open for Russian regions. All the digital solutions to fight the pandemic were implemented using the well-developed IT infrastructure, the major tool of interaction between the business and the city. It became web portal Moz.ru. It is a fully fledged ecosystem with the help of any device. Moscovites pay for the services, get to know the home assignment for their kids, get the information on the medical analysis and medical records. record. Apart from that, Moss.ru web portal is a source of relevant information on the situation in Moscow. To use the most required services, Muscovites can do using mobile applications of e-services of Moscow, My Moscow, and Mias.info. April this year, Moscow introduced a system of digital passes to control traffic in the city. To minimize this traffic in public transport and social contacts, the major way of getting the pass was Moss.ru web portal. It was also possible through a text message or telephone call to a service center. To control this traffic, CCTV cameras and special validators were used. So this approach allowed to mitigate the curve of coronavirus pandemic and to lower the pressure on the healthcare system. In autumn, with a new wave of coronavirus-19, Moscow is doing its best to avoid lockdown regime. So Moscow decided to shoot the maximum possible employees in distant most. We have a new check-in registration system with the help of QR code in entertainment facilities, thanks to which we managed to maintain work of entertainment facilities and to inform Muscovites of possible contact with an infected person. Right now, this system of registration has been adopted in all the entertainment facilities. Major task of coronavirus pandemic fight is the self-isolation regime, so self-monitoring application was worked out. So for the Muscovites with the confirmed case who opted to stay at home, the authorities must be sure that the infected person doesn't leave the house. So there is a penalty for violation of these rules. A single medical information system brings together all the hospitals and medical centers. Citizens can get the access to their e-record, which became the source of information of the coronavirus tests and antibodies, COVID-19, or web portal Mias.info, and in mobile applications. The unique platform Moscow Electronic School helped keep education going on thanks to distant learning. In autumn, the share of Moscow students went down twofold, particularly the Moscow digital infrastructure allowed to have solutions, the use of which helped to save people's lives. We are developing technologies for the sake of the people.
Мы передаем слово Денису Иванову,
I'd like to give the floor to Denis Ivanov, who is going to comment on that video. In this video clip, there is a detailed presentation of those services and solutions which allowed us to fight the pandemic, both for businesses, individuals, and for the city, and the tools and the single medical record system and the services which allowed pupils and their parents to continue online education, and many other services which still help us to fight this pandemic. I'd like to mention that all these steps undertaken by the authorities were kind of interesting. When we entered trolleybus, underground, the hospitals, those marks were followed. People were responsible, and they said that social distancing was very important. They explained why it was important. It helped us to become more mature, and it's great. It's not when the official is against the individual, but when we acted as a team, becoming a single society. I give the floor with great pleasure to Cell's company. Why am I so pleased to do that? Last year they were one of the winners, and we had a great interview after the award with Anton, and I'm excited at what they're going to introduce today. Dear colleagues, the floor is yours. The speaker cannot be heard. The sound is off. Yeah, sound check. Yeah, it's clear. Good day, Елена. Good day, Larissa. Good day, dear colleagues, everyone. It's not only our company, there are three of us working in the same area. Can you see my presentation? Yep. Good day, my name is Artem Kaplinsky. A year ago our team was finals participant. 2019 was very successful. We won Digital Summit Award. We were among top 10 companies, innovative medical companies, and we were in the register of our company. So what is our company about? This is a system of assisting physicians, reports and conclusions driven AI, interpreting the results. This is a system, artificial intelligence, to use in radiology in neural networks. The main goal is to assist in doctors' decision-making process. Cells is a service which reduces 40% time to interpret the results of particular terms. So by 10% it decreases the chance of screening for cancer patients. We can build architecture for high pressure. For Moscow we created infrastructure which allowed to process 3 cases per 2 seconds. Our competencies allow us to process 25% of all the cases in 2020 by all the participants of the experiment. Talking about COVID 2020, the world faced unknown virus which stopped the whole spheres of our life. We're still fighting. But the virus cannot be one. We only can coexist. We decided to contribute our own effort. We did our best to develop high-quality product within a short period of time. According to the experts, we managed to do that. The results are on the right side. But the COVID put aside cancer, which is not right, and the cancer is still a serious problem. At the end of the day, it was mentioned in summer, when there was a break between the waves of the coronavirus. So we wanted not only to detect the lung damage, but to search for cancer screening procedures. We are sure that such an approach will assist not only in COVID fight, but will allow us to detect cancer at another stage. It shouldn't be additional pressure on the doctor. It should work complementary. The doctor shouldn't switch to a system, shouldn't run from a computer to computer. The doctor should operate in his own ecosystem and to see the result of the assistant. Our philosophy is a seamless integration in radiological information systems. What we implement, to implement this software, we do not require additional hardware. We fine-tune processes in accordance with the protection of confidential information law. 2020 was a very interesting year. It demonstrated demonstrated how successful we can be. We finished clinical trials when the experts proved high security and safety of our mechanism. One of the key indicators is the deal signed in December, so we are trusted not only by the expert community but big businesses. We do not train you to do. We're a kind of intermediary between the technology and the doctor, and today I invite you to join us in our endeavor, so we will jointly help the doctors save lives. Thank you very much for your attention. Artyom, great results, exciting ideas. I'd like to ask all the participants to do that. It's great that you have great presentations, huge tasks, but we are called Startup Studio. Nothing can replace interaction when you don't read but talk about your projects. So you give us energy. I participated together with Artyom in an interview. Believe me, he cannot only read but talk in his own words, and we probably see this opportunity when he will be answering the questions. Dear friends and jury members, I'm looking forward to the questions generated by you. Hope you're just texting them. Please give your assessment list. We are moving to a next project. What would I like to say? This is the platform for 3 groups, for individuals, for business. If these 3 groups, if these 3 stakeholders are brought together, so the state can be sustainable, robust, and our life gets better. Let's switch to business. I'm happy to introduce amulet companies within factories to fight coronavirus outbreak. My name is Alexander. I'm a co-founder of Amulet Service. We have factories to minimize losses with such virus outbreaks as COVID-19. Every outbreak of COVID-19 spreads particularly within big companies due to a huge number of contacts among the employees. If there is one person infected, the number of infected employees surges.
Up to
30% of personnel therefore cannot work, and it entails the risk of closing down the company, lost profit, and just losses. And it is not enough to just isolate the infected person. You also need to isolate those contact people, otherwise they will spread the infection in the team afterwards. Therefore, contact tracing is a good way to stop the disease spread and avoid losses. Our solution is based on contact tracing principle. Employees receive these devices that trace signals and register the fact of contact between employees. Then routers collect the data and send them to the server, where the designated person receives reports to see whether there is a risk of being infected. Reports are formed that prioritizes testing inside the company, and the solution can downscale the number of infected cases by 3 times. Our customers are production companies starting with 200 persons headcount, and to Russia that is over 17,000 companies. As compared to our close competitors, we are aimed at lightweight infrastructure that enable to unravel the solution fast and that can form COVID-19 analytics. So we come up with testing and lists with most highly risked people to be infected. We are hardware as a service, and we provide hardware on the basis of subscription. Our main sales channels are online exhibitions, direct sales, and we are planning to roll up partnership scales. We first of all started with launching an app to trace contacts. We afterwards trained our neural network, and after the pilot, we are continuing to use this intellectual property in our amulet solution. We have 5 pilot launches. And as for our team, we have worked for over 10 years developing hardware and software in communications. To this project, we employed the development lab of Moscow Physical and Technical Institute. Our demand is potential clients and partners on distribution and sales in Russia and abroad. Thank you very much for your attention. Wish you all the best. Thank you very much. I believe it was an ideal startup pitch. Thank you very much, because we managed to understand the point of the project, commercialization model, pilots, and the allocation and contact details. Dear friends, and I would like to introduce the last contestant for this award, Care Mentor. Thank you very much. We are very happy that we were selected as a finalist, and we are extremely privileged to introduce to you our team and our project. I'm happy to see our dear colleagues that introduce their solutions that can help us in these uneasy times. Can you see my PowerPoint? Great. We elaborate services of ARC diagnostics based on computer vision. That is a platform solution that helps making a decision to a physician on test prioritization compared with pathologies, prioritization showing certain findings, and it helps in patient routing, and it helps to trace the dynamics. As for the economic advantages, practice has proven that speeding up process by 10 times and high accuracy that responds to metrics of accuracy of the Ministry of Health, and all the method recommendations are in place. As for clinical advantages, it optimizes the physician's work. The physician does not have to spend more time. It integrates the workstation of the physician, and the physician can use the information to make a faster and more accurate diagnosis. Here are examples of our services. It responds methods recommendation of Ministry of Health, and there is the study from computer tomography from 0 to 4, and the lung damage signs are recognized. Both on-premise and cloud integration is possible. As for cooperation practically with the start of the pandemic, we have been supporting the Ivanovo region, and the governor of the Ivanovo region has reported to Prime Minister Mishustin on our service. They are using it quite actively. And we are working on Moscow experiment, or within Moscow experiment, on using AI, and that is a unique chance that Moscow has given us, allowing us to use our pilot to help both physicians and patients. You can see figures on how much we have analyzed. Our other services also take part in this experiment. As for ourselves, we are covered at Mosdot.ru. We took part in another experiment as well in different contests. We are winners of Moscow Innovators. We have a really strong company with over 20 years experience in IT development. Our experts are truly outstanding. As far as I understand, my time is up. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for this highly interesting and informative presentation. And now we have a short Q&A session. Colleagues, for us to have enough time to answer the questions, you take 1 minute to answer the question. Afterwards, I will interrupt you. A question to the Third Opinion Company. Can you tell us which hospital and in which region did you have the first launch? The first launch was very close to us in Moscow region, and to us that was a really signpost launch, and the load remains really serious in the region, and the requirements to service, quality, accuracy and architecture of the solution have been really very high. And after you have tried it in Moscow region, have you had any upgrades? Sure. As the first launch, the first implementation was in late May last year. Sure. Afterwards, there have been a lot of upgrades and fixtures and additional conditions, both typical and atypical, started to be recognized. And how many regions are you working in? Apart from Moscow and Moscow region, we have 10 regions today with active implementations. Thank you very much for your work. And now let us move to the question to cells. Artyom, can you name briefly, first, what new things happened in 2020? And second, what makes you different from other recognition systems like those two that were presented today? I'm sorry that I read the text. I had throat surgery, that's why it's a little bit hard for me to talk. Thank you for participation. Yes, so what happened in 2020? First, in 2019, we had only one area of activity, that is mammography. That was in its inception, I must say. And 2020 enabled us. Well, in late 2019, we started actually X-ray per lungs, and therefore now we have both mammography and lung X-ray, and we also have other diagnoses, and we have another scientific project together with the Pirogov Center. They are MRT on brain. So that is how our product was developed in 2020. And participation in the experiment really boosts perfection of our products. We are improving. We are always not ideal. We always have room for improvement. And if we have a look at personal evolution, we can compare our stage now with childhood, or transfer from childhood to teenage years. Thank you very much. And the last question to Amulet business project. The question is as follows. Do you have any export plans? Do you have any cross-border partners, or are you planning to find them? Yes, first of all, we have considered Brazil as a large market to ourselves, and we started working with them in 2020, because the economy of Brazil and its current status and conditions in the pandemic is really very similar to Russian ones. And we are negotiating with construction companies and such companies as Nestle, for example. But you understand that the cycle of closure will be a little bit longer, and we are planning to develop through Rosinfocom Invest. Thank you very much. I believe that the scale of the project has become clearer with your answer. I would like to congratulate all our finalists with reaching this stage, and I wish you to expand your business, and I'm happy to give the floor to Larissa Kadish. Colleagues, we continue, and now we will go to a digital agency. Right now, we are joined by Andrei Budarin, Deputy Head of Federal Tax Service of Russia, digital agency. And this year, Federal Tax Service has strengthened its position as a digital agency and did something that we had not expected of them. We didn't manage, Andrei, to give you the prize because your head, Mr. Egorov, will be here in person, so we will hand the prize at the Gaidar Forum in the Academy here to him. And now we will discuss Federal Tax Service as a digital agency with you. You celebrated the 30-year anniversary last year. It was covered in mass media really fully, and everything dealt with digitalization. So modern-day Federal Tax Service is the digital. Sure, it is the digital, and it's a trend of the last decade, and we are moving actively ahead in that direction. But even in this trend, there are certain changes that are seen. 10 years ago, there were first startups on data centers, first attempts to come up with a federal info system that will unite all regional tax systems. But now we do not think in that way. We take another perspective at the digitalization process. You are considered by many a driver of digitalization in the country, because Mr. Mishustin has launched it all, and it is going on. And you are not simply the driver, but a team that can cope with any tasks, even not characteristic of it. And in 2020, thanks to digital solutions, you managed not simply to collect the money, but also spread it, give it out, hand it out. Why did it so happen? To answer this question, I must say that the digital to us is, yes, on the one hand a tool, but on the other hand, that is a mindset. From the very beginning, we have covering all our products from the perspective of how user-friendly and customer-oriented and automated they are. And the vector that we embed into our products from the very beginning sets a foundation for us to act afterwards and to implement on the current solutions and technologies that we have, to be able to also produce new ones if something is in shortage. And when we talk about the experience of 2020, no one had thought that it would be like this. We had implemented a lot of products before that. We turned VAT transparent. We came up with a lot of solutions on the union register of legal entities and individual entrepreneurs. We had a lot of IT projects on online cash registered monitoring and so on. But that was all about taxes. And in 2020, we tried ourselves in a new quality, because our primary info systems and internal processes and integration enabled us to do that. In 2020, totally unexpectedly, we turned into administrators of a lot of support measures. We administered 2 subsidies for 102 billion rubles to support jobs and also to provide PPEs. And in these subsidies, the average timeline between the application and the issuance were 3 days. We also recovered taxes for 2019 and accrued the tax bonus 2020. And the first payments were made on the first day after the ruling was adopted in the government. And we also registered benefits for businesses that suffered from the pandemic. And the processes are simplified through the general platform of loan issuance. And banks approved of loan issuance of over 1.3 trillion rubles. We received a really large-scale experience and understood that we could do that really fast because we have a good foundation. And what will happen in 2021? Well, it's a little bit scary to look ahead because we have much more plans for 2021 than we had for 2020. And despite coronavirus agenda, we practically did not change our plans at all. So we did our best to include COVID agenda on our overall agenda. And we are planning to integrate a platform of data supply to external users. And we are planning to support citizens and business. We will launch a unified register of population. We will have new tax regime based on online cash registers online. We will have 2 science-intensive projects. We are planning to introduce a range of AI solutions in interaction with the taxpayers. We are planning to extend analytical opportunities in neuron networks and cluster analysis on fiscal data and slips of cash register. But these are the main ones. We can continue it really for a long time. Thank you very much. My congratulations to you on winning the award. We will give the prize to Mr. Yegorov. He's really close to us already, and we are congratulating you and your colleagues warmly. Thank you very much. Thank you. Let us go back to the studio of Digital Solutions, and my colleague Arseniy Shestin is there, and he's not alone. In the studio with us, we have Deputy Minister on Digital Development and Communications of the Russian Federation, Oleg Kolchonov. I'm happy to welcome you. I would like Arseniy to ask a couple of words to Oleg. We will not let Oleg go without a short interview for 5 minutes, and afterwards we will be looking forward to receiving the information on the winners of our contest, because we have the results of voting on the first awards. So now I'm giving the floor to Arseniy. Thank you, Larissa. We are all ears, I agree. But before that, we will listen to Oleg Yurevich, Minister of Digital Development and Mass Media and Communications of Russia. Last year had a true breakthrough. Who had dreamt of automated services of payments like we witnessed in late 2020? It was pure magic. We could not even dream about it in 2017 or 18. So, Oleg Yurevich, my first question to you is as follows. What do you think are the main breakthroughs in the Ministry of Digital Development of Russia that you had last year? What did you manage to achieve? To put it short, first, we managed to work really fast, and for a long time it seemed practically unreal. During my civil service, all the project that is planned has to have all the legal and budgetary and contracting process that will take from 6 months to 12 months. But as soon as COVID broke out, we had to mobilize our effort fast because we had to respond fast, and the services to citizens that had to ease the lives of citizens, improve them, had to turn up instantaneously in not even weeks but days. The most famous example is with the May payment, when the President declared that on the 11th and on the 12th we had to already make payments, and that was the most difficult period of our web portal, but we learned certain lessons out of that. We understood that architecturally we need to seriously refactor the current systems, that is about the web portal and systems of authentication and identification. So we had to reach a status that when even 10-time load increase should not result in any panic. So it should not be a contingency. So therefore, we had to see all the bottlenecks to understand how we could cope with them, to refactor, to scale up afterwards, and to be able to cope with these loads just as ordinary work. So we had to work fast, find bottlenecks, and structure systematic work on refactoring of current system. The second lesson learned is that we should not make citizens to go to the web portal. Like Confucius said, the best battle is the one that nobody came to. So we have to be maximally proactive. Therefore, in December, we all had a chance to see how it works. Those users that visited us once, leaving all the data necessary for social support measures, are there already. Therefore, we can act proactively. If data have to be updated, you're welcome at the web portal. If you have not been there before, please file an application. If something has changed, please file an application on your data update. Therefore, the next lesson is that we have to be maximally proactive. Lesson 4, well, it's not actually a lesson learned. That is a pretty obvious thing, but still, that is something that we managed to reach and understand in 2020. That is maximal customer focus. All our further activity on service development should proceed from a human being, from a person. That is a lesson that business learned long ago and stipulated in all textbooks. Everybody learns customer journeys, studies customer journeys, and this lesson learned helped us develop all further services from the customer journey as is and as should be. And it can be illustrated with maternity capital. So before 2020, the journey included mother's path with all the paper documents. So when she had to physically visit the pension fund and afterwards receive a paper on maternity capital accrued. The point of that paper is not that clear or obvious because the main idea is the register line, the record. And having analyzed that, we said, like, why do we need that? Let's act proactively. A child is born, we have all the data on their birth, and maternity capital is accrued. Therefore, the customer journey is just a happy mother that has the information received on the maternity capital accrued. So I'm just giving it to you as an example to see that it changed really greatly. Well, that is really magnificent, because I have gone through all the difficult process, and at this moment I should, I believe, cry and be happy that we have this great Ministry of Development.
Yes, that's good. If you repeat this customer journey again, everyone will be happy. And now I'd like to ask you another question. These tools, this new type of communication, together with other ministries which are going to change their business processes, how can you scale these processes to for future periods, for future years? Which services or domains will be available? What are your plans? As for the basic agenda, we received agenda from the president, from Vladimir Putin, and we have to transfer, to digitize all the socially important services. It means that people will be able to get services without visiting administrative offices in person. They make an application online. The ministry collects all the necessary data electronically. After that, this data goes to a person responsible for taking a decision, and then the decision will be taken electronically. The result of the service will be the new entry in the registry. It means that the person doesn't need to go anywhere. He just stays at home. He does everything online. He doesn't have any communication in person with authorities. He will get all the services electronically online. This is very convenient, and the process is transparent. He will see all the stages. If the application goes to the next stage, it means that you filled in everything correctly. A person will know that the service will be provided. A person knows the timeline, knows the deadline when the service should be provided, and the result will be provided electronically. There are some exclusions, critical services, for example, changing the passport, or changing a driving license, because of course the result of providing the service is a physical document. You have to receive it physically. But we also have the plan for the process of changing driving license electronically. We had a test project planned. It will be done in several regions. A driver that won't have to carry the driving license physically, and the automobile registration document. It will be possible theoretically to have all the information online in the application. If you forget your driving license at home, this won't be a problem, because you can show all your documents online in your smartphone. Oh, that's wonderful. That's really amazing. This will be the next step of convenience. Oleg, now I'd like to use this opportunity and ask you the third question about security. Not many people know about it, but we understand that there are a lot of requirements for social services. But people are really very much interested about submitting data, passport information, for example. They feel not very comfortable to providing a lot of personal data to authorities. What do you do to ensure confidentiality? Could you please tell us about all the steps that you take in this regard? I know there are a lot of cases when businesses lose databases, they're leaked, or for example, banks can lose the data and some foreign servers will get access to information about financial operations of Russian citizens. It's a lot of information. I can't be brief here, but I just can tell you that there are no absolutely 100% safe systems. But there are the different levels of difficulty. So we want to make sure that it's really rather difficult to break into our systems. So, for example, you spend a lot of time, but you break into just one account. We are very careful about safeguarding confidentiality. We do a lot. We fulfill all the requirements of supervising body. We have good certification of our software with regard to unauthorized access. So we have some requirements for the safety of the contour of the system. Yes, we do fulfill all the formal requirements, and theoretically it protects data, and we shouldn't see any leakages from our systems. This is clear, I hope. Besides, we have a cybersecurity complex. That's our contractor, which ensures safety of all the electronic government systems. And this contractor is responsible for a lot of additional activities. Protection from DOS attacks. They protect our system from intellectual property attacks. They do a lot with regards to anti-fraud. They protect the standard activities. So if we understand that it's a bot who breaks into the system, not a human who is using an account, then we will ensure the blockage of the system. And we have an opportunity to understand when a bot breaks into the system. Here we can stop such operations of a bot. As for transferring personal data, here the situation is different. We usually have all the personal data of our citizens. Users don't need to enter any data. We actually have all of them collected. We just help them when they need to fill in some application. They are already inserted. It's easy and convenient for the user. And we think that this is correct, that when there is transfer of personal data from state authorities, state informational system to other systems, it should be controlled, 100% controlled by a user. So, for example, every person has an account in our systems. We also have information about real estate of our citizens, and some other services, for example, banks, may require information, additional information, not just passport data, but information about apartments, for example. For example, when taking decision on a mortgage. If you are a user of a bank, they will check your ability to pay. What can we do here? The bank would want to have more information about you. They want to have the verified data. from the tax office, for example, because if it's data from the tax office, from the state information system, from a tax office, the bank may think that such information is really reliable and verified. If the bank addresses the tax office without my approval, without approval of a specific person, that's not correct. We need to make sure that citizens should correct which kind of data is transferred to different other authorities. There are some external information systems, for example, systems of banks. Bank system should make a request from a citizen. I will see this request in my account in Gosuslugi, and only if I say yes, it's okay to give the bank information about my income. This data from tax office will be transferred to banks. But I make a decision here about that. Every transaction which was asked by a bank for understanding my solvency, I will know which kind of data specifically, each transaction, which transactions were given to a bank. If I see that the bank checks my information on a daily basis, I should be able to close the access. I would say that this is a very correct type of protected information, so I can close this tab, I can turn this valve, and I decide what kind of information could be transferred. It's very important. We will develop it for all the data accessible to a user. We want to make sure that a person, only a person, at any moment can decide which organizations will get access to which types of data. Thank you very much, Oleg. You made very clear explanation. And now, drum roll, please, and we announce the best solutions and those companies which receive awards. First, the use of artificial intelligence, and now I will need the award itself. Information about the winners is here. We will know information just in a second. Oleg Yurievich, could you please open the envelope? Oh, it's empty. A joke. It was a joke. Information is there inside the envelope. Analytical platform, Polyanalyst. My congratulations.
Покажите нам, пожалуйста, статуэтку. Статуэтка, собственно, вот так вот выглядит.
Which award is going to be there? Oh, that's this one. It's really magnificent, very beautiful.
Крупным планом. Здесь указана номинация.
You see here the name of the award category, and this prize goes to a winner. They went through all the stages, selection stages. First level, the second level was an expert approved level. Second prize, best solution for remote learning. Okay, we'll see whether the jury was objective or biased. Учиру. Great job. My congratulations. Same beautiful statue goes to the Учиру company. Best solution for fighting against COVID-19.
Сервисы и проекты,
services and projects
реализованные в Москве,
are implemented in Moscow in order to stop the spread of new coronavirus. DIT of Moscow, transport system, public transport system of Moscow. Dear colleagues, we are here. Department of Information Technology of Moscow receives this prize. That's not just our work, but a lot of authorities, a lot of agencies of the government of Moscow, but also lots of people helped us. And without them, we wouldn't have achieved this. And it's great that citizens use our services. Thank you very much. We have one more award, and we could not to have it. This is the year of pandemic, but this is the year of digitalization and the year of volunteering. And we have such a nomination as Digital Volunteer. In many universities, there were volunteers who were helping teachers how to use IT solutions for remote learning. And we want to give a prize not to a student, but to a school child. And now we are going to see a ministry of digitalization from Tula city, Yaroslav Rakov, and our digital volunteer. He studies in the 8th grade, Lev Cheremnych. Hello, Leva. My congratulations. You are an amazing boy. Maybe you can tell us about yourself. Why did you decide to become a digital volunteer? Good day. My name is Lev Cheremnych. I study in the 8th grade from the 23rd of school. Since 2017, I was studying programming and robot engineering. I participated in different Olympiads, exhibitions, and I got some experience. You're not only getting experience, you're also sharing the experience that you have, right? You were not just teaching your teachers and parents, you were also teaching your classmates how to use technologies, right? You were explaining children and parents and teachers how to survive during the pandemic. And you even had online vacancies, and you were doing it for free, right? 1.5 years ago, I started learning different programming languages such as Python, HTML, C#, and I was interested in not just studying by myself, but also was interested in sharing my knowledge. In Technopark, I had several workshops on robotic techniques, and I was teaching children from the primary school. They got really interested, and I realized that there were 3 children who were interested. We also had a robot manipulator project. This robot could explain children the solutions for mathematical tasks. I'm talking about primary students, primary school teachers. What is more difficult for you, to work with young children or with teachers, with adults? For me, it was more difficult to work with children. Why? Because adults, they know why they are there. They know what they need. What's most important? What's most difficult for you as a volunteer? For you. I wouldn't say what's most difficult. There are lots of difficult things. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for spending your time for developing digital knowledge of those who are around you. You are an amazing boy. I hope we will see your solutions in one of the competitions for digital solutions. We loved your story, and we are sending this prize to the Tula region, and the category for this award is Digital Volunteer. A diploma, Digital Volunteer, will be sent to a student of Mira University, They were helping their professors to learn using some digital tools for remote teaching. And now we're coming back to the Moscow studio. We have one more prize, and the winner is already known. Andrei Kozlovsky. Larissa, we have the results for this additional category of the award. And now I give the floor to Andrei Kozlovsky, the marketing director of Manga Telecom. Thank you very much, Arseny. Good day, everyone. I have this envelope. And inside this envelope is the name of the winner, category of the prize, the best solution for remote work. And before I open this envelope, I'd like to remind you that the applications were sent by hundreds of companies, and for the jury it was rather difficult to decide about the winner. Let's see who is the winner. And now this award category, the best solution for remote work, goes to TrueConf, video conferencing solution. I think it was not easy to make a decision, but they do deserve this prize to be the winner. They propose different solutions for video conferencing, and this company allowed many businesses, commercial and non-commercial, as well as state authorities, absolutely for free to maintain the main business process in every company, the communication, I mean. And people were talking to each other during the pandemic when they had to work remotely. If you go to Zoom website, you will see the link to the competition of Zoom TrueConf. This is the solution developed in Russia. Thank you very much. Larissa, now I give the floor to you, and we will move on to the next session. Thank you very much. We are going to talk to the region one more time, but I'd like to thank our partners one more time. Mail.ru, they are with us since 2016. They supported our idea of this prize, Digital Summits prize. And I think this is great that we worked with all these partners. We have a new partner, Opora Россия, a public organization, and Mango office is another partner, and we've just heard a couple of words from their representative. And now I give the floor to my colleague, Sofia Pavlova. Sofia, are you there? I welcome all the participants and guests. And now you are going to be talking to our colleagues from Ulyanovsk. I would like to tell you about Vadim Pavlov, the head of the Technological Development Agency in Ulyanovsk region. Good day, Sofia. Good day, dear forum participants. We are here in the motherland of revolutionaries. Let's talk about your digital achievements in the Ulyanovsk region. By the 1st of September, all the regions have to approve and adopt digital transformation strategies. Tell us, what was the beginning of the digital transformation for you, and who is the main driver of this process? Safi, thank you very much. I'm happy to share our experience. Technological development was in our focus for a long time because the industry for us in our region takes a major role, and it will are very focused on developing new technologies. The systemic work on digital transformation started when we adopted the concept on introducing digital technologies in 2017, and we were one of the first regions in Russia to adopt such a program. And interestingly, in 2017, in the Ulyanovsk region, we had the year of smart technologies and creative industries. Every year in our region we have some topic for the regional government, the topic which will be our focus. In 2018 we had the year of smart technologies and creative industries. The Ministry for the Citizens was responsible for this process, but since last year Sergei Morozov decided that our Agency of Technological Development will be the main driver of this process, and I'm head of this agency. We are responsible for the agenda of technological and innovative development of the Ulyanovsk region. There is another interesting fact. In 2013, in the Ulyanovsk region, we had a year of inventions and innovations. And we had lots of specific events dedicated to this, and as a result, we saw an increase in inventions by 1/3. The year 2021 is officially the year of science and technologies, and of course this, I would say that it's like the brother of the year 2019 that we celebrated in the Ulyanovsk region. And we see that this is the big process of digital transformation which is now in focus in many regions in Russia. I understand the year 2018, 2019 were successful for you, but now we've just completed the year 2020. What can you tell us about that year? What happened in your region? Which results do you have? What have you achieved? And what are your priorities for 2021?
2020, due to its specificities and limitations that were introduced due to the coronavirus, of course, it accelerated a lot of processes. And in this sense, everything related to digital transformation and implementation of digital technologies, from my point of view, implementation of such projects has accelerated very much. If we are speaking about the results of 2020, then I'd stress a couple of key areas out of the whole system of digital transformation. First of all, this is talents. The Ulyanovsk region is one of the leaders in the number of state officials who were trained in specific courses. And we, in our public administration bodies, we appointed those in charge of digital transformation. We call them digital captains now. So this is our practice since our region stays on the Volga River. So that's why we selected this analog and used this particular term to call this position, like captains of large vessels going forward. That's why we call them captains of digital transformation. So this is the area we're actively developing. So the Institute of Digital Captains started set off the 1st of June 2020, though the decree, the instruction of the President was published on the 10th of October. We started this process even before that. So our approach towards setting up and appointing those in charge of digital transformation in the offices of authorities was a success. And when appointing such people in charge, our task was to also create a community of people who are in charge of digital transformation and set up a single team of such people that can become the core of digitalization in our region. Together with our federal colleagues and partners, we've designed and launched a 6-month project called Digital Asset, which is based on individual project ideas of our digital captains, and they are related to the areas and sectors they work in. And the second element is the processes, new processes that we launched within the framework of our intensive program. I think we've succeeded in instilling the skill to look at digital transformation through goal-setting approach. What do I mean? Every leader of digital transformation developed the target model for digital transformation of their sectors. And these documents is not just their opinion on this point, but this is a formalized document that went through the 2 steps procedure of defense, and we now have 19 models, target models for digitalization of the priority sectors of the economy and social sphere of the Ulyanovsk region. So you can get acquainted with these documents. If you're interested, we will be glad to share them. And of course, those projects, products and services we implement in the territory of our region. For us, of course, the focus for 2020 was healthcare. And in this sense, with the help of our partners, Sber and some other companies, who offered effective solutions, we've implemented them. We are speaking both about intellectual analysis of computer images and utilization of voice services to help doctors to register patients, and products, mass products like Yandex Transport or Yandex Textbooks. So, for instance, implementation of Yandex Textbooks project shows that more than 45,000 school children in our region and more than 650 teachers actively use the service, and it shows that this is a service in demand. And these are the results of 2020 that reflect the quality of our solutions that we executed. Vadim, this is a very good result, and I hope that the citizens support such digital projects. However, since digital captains or leaders of digital transformation are appointed in many regions, what can you recommend to colleagues from other regions of Russia in the area of digital transformation? Where to start and how to measure the impact, or what challenges they can face? Just a couple of words from you. Could you please share your experience in this? You know, challenges, of course, are part of this path. Digital captains trying to pursue their goals. Our task is to identify such challenges and offer solutions to effectively overcome such challenges. But as for recommendations to other colleagues from other regions, well, it's hard to offer advice, but I wish all of them to be open for dialogue, and this is very important. It allows people to share best practices among regions and become part of the process. For companies who also participate in such projects and share both best practices and big data, basing on this, we can create objective models, comprehensive models, and the task is to use effective solutions across the whole of Russia and ensuring better quality of life across the whole country. I think that's one of the key tasks for us. And as for measurability of processes of transformation, I think on the level of the Russian Federation, such metrics are being developed now, those that define the level of digital maturity, and I'm sure I'm convinced that these methodologies should also include regional elements. And one of the most important things in this sense is setting up teams of like-minded people in the regions who are experts in this field in development of such roadmaps that also consider the regional specificities of various constituent entities of Russia and also include the most effective solutions, both Russian and international ones. Vadim, thank you very much for joining this forum, and thank you very much for sharing your achievements in the Ulyanovsk region. And now the floor goes to colleagues in the studio. Pavel Shestopalov, the floor is yours, please. Colleagues, hello. I am glad to welcome all the participants of the competition, Digital Peaks. I hope that the team of the next nomination is at their screens now. I hope that every team has their own club of fans. And now we will try and hear the participants who offer their digital projects in a very important nomination, National Project in Digital. Well, it's not a secret that for several years now we live in the logic of national projects, and the whole strategic agenda is being executed through implementation of very specific tasks that are packed into 13 national projects. And since this year, we are having the new decree of the President of the Russian Federation on the national goals up to 2030. Now the government and the regional authorities are working on adjustment and repacking all national and federal and regional projects. And of course, all these projects, as experience of 2 years shows us, call for a revision. From one hand, in terms of system of management of such projects, because sometimes it takes too much work in the analytical center of the Russian Federation in communication with the regional authorities, and the process of implementation of the national projects now sometimes faces bureaucracy, red tape, and a large amount of reporting. And even there are stories saying that reporting for national projects, for such reporting you need to rent a large trucks, and just because such documents cannot go through electronic workflow systems, and you need to transport them in a different way. So now we will listen to presentations of teams who can offer instruments for better efficiency of implementation of such national projects. On the other hand, of course, we want to know from the teams about solutions that are in line with specific sectoral specificity. We have 3 main blocks of national projects. First block is social projects, second block is aiming at development of human capital, and third one is the largest one, the economic block, which comprises of large national projects like digital economy and development of exporting, and there are sectoral projects also for transportation, for development of the utilities sector, and so on. So I hope that our participants are ready, and jury members listen very attentively to presentations of the participants and offer their scores. And the agenda is as follows. Every participant takes 4 minutes. I will give you a signal if you are not in line with your timing. And after all participants present, I will ask questions from the jury members and from myself personally, because frankly speaking, it is very interesting for me as an employee of the Analytical Center under the government of Russia. For me, it is very important to know new ideas about new ideas in implementation of national projects. So first participant, and I would like to introduce the team of the project, which is called Exciting Win. Colleagues, please. The floor is yours. Good afternoon, colleagues. Our team was implementing the intellectual map of state data of the Russian Federation. And we selected this project because it matches the competences of our team, and we also work in state offices, and we face similar problems. So problems are no opportunity to effectively visualize the map of data for the country and find sources of such data. And during the analysis of this segment, we also identified the following problem: lack of high-quality technical staff. And we see other problems coming out of these mentioned. For instance, lack of quality and not very timely decision-making. In implementation of the project, we executed the functionality shown on the slide to the left, and then after having analyzed this area, we identified the ways for development of our product that are shown on in the right part of the slide. And now I will show you the interface of our solution. So the main screen is shown as a graph. The top of the graph is the organization, and the arrows show the communication between organizations, and to the left you can filter by categories. The top part of the screen shows the search field that can offer search through regulations and in communication. So you can go to the arrows and look at the structure of the communication. You can download documents from here, protocols for information interaction, the scheme of data, and so on. Next, we have in this graph, we can go to the tops, and here we see the hierarchy of data in the organization. If we go to specific field, we can see in what interactions this structure is participating, and some other data on this. If such system is implemented, we, as one of the impacts, we expect an opportunity to avoid the services of high-quality specialists, because this software offers you an opportunity to write technical documents for communication and create it without specific experts' participation. And on this slide, we show the team that was working on the project. Our team has been interacting with various state offices for a long period of time. We have 2 patents on our portfolio. We are actively writing scientific works, articles, and we work for a long period of time together, and we've implemented a lot of successful projects. So I would like to stop here. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much to the exciting WIM team. Just a couple of words to comment. The question of searching for data that is already there in many state information systems is very relevant indeed. And when a complicated task comes out on the level of the government, the question is always as follows: how to assess the objectiveness of the information that comes to the government. And if such system can cover all levels of authority, starting with federal down to regional ones, I think it will be a very effective instrument to make better decisions based on reliable data and based on analyzing various aspects of the challenges that we face. So such system can become a very good help in implementation of all national projects. And now let's go to presentation of the next team in our nomination. I'd remind you, our nomination is called the National Project in Digital, and the next team, their name is very specific. Kiwi Farm. What does it mean? Guys, what is your solution about? Please, you're welcome. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the jury, colleagues, participants. I am captain of Ferma Kiwi team, so Rosatom project helper for articulation and control of instructions. So four main problems: high labor efforts for articulating the tasks, lack of control of personnel, and some others. The goals we have: drop of costs, lower amount of efforts spent, and also control for equipment. So first of all, we need to improve the quality of decision making. We can do it through visual control of tasks and offering analytics. We can reduce the cost of product and less load for the leadership, and we save time to make the goal setting and can control the equipment in a better way. Here we see the organization structure. We can log in here. We can see incoming and outgoing tasks, and we can set tasks for the employees. We can check equipment. We can check the dates. Priority is high. The 16th of December is the deadline. So please, I'm asking the staff to check the equipment, and we add all the details to the task, and we see that every employee has one task now, and we can go to each and every employee and see the task and add comments to it. I would like to say that the working prototype link is in our working cabinet. The main frame of the system is the page with tasks. You can have a look at the tasks and the status, whether done or not done, and the priority, and then tasks from the leadership and the analytics for the tasks, and we also see the construction of business processes. 5 fields, attributes to the task, and also comments. It's just part of the task, and the IT architecture of the solution. An input device, a computer or a smartphone in the hands of the leader, and then he is creating the tasks, and the information goes to the databases, and the electronic journal register is interacting with the system. So here you do not need access to the internet. The constructor of business processes. The concept is as follows: operator of the system creates the business process according to the regulation of standard of production, and then the task goes down the route, and it can be split into subtasks, and then they go to the employees, and the manager controls how it is fulfilled. So very effective solution and mobile app for all the tasks. Scalability and reliability. We've applied the SRGS world standard to identify audio records, and the solution is scaled up very effectively. It can be adjusted to any production site, and it can be integrated with other information systems. I already mentioned that the economics of the whole thing for 1 month, if 500 people, employees, 20 million per month. So this is not the money you can put into your pocket, but this money can go to research or covering infrastructure debts. And the stages of implementation: 5 months to implement, 1 month for the brief, then a pilot project and operations in test mode. So 7 million rubles is the price for the solution. So the team is covering all needs of the project. Here you see our team who are working and supporting you when using the solution. Thank you very much. That's it from me. Thank you very much to the team. I hope that we will see the times when the tasks for national projects go to the level of heads of workshops, and probably they might need such system. But seriously speaking, every meeting in the government or in the governments of regions, of course, is finalized usually with a list of tasks. And if you do not need a pile of documents for this, but just invoice articulating such tasks, and the system starts checking the implementation of such tasks, of course it might be a breakthrough in terms of giving the instructions when implementing national projects. Thank you very much to the team. Let's go to the next participant. Another very interesting name of the team, Neo. I hope that you do not bring us into the matrix, but anyway, let's give the floor to the team. Hello, good afternoon. esteemed jury. My name is Olga. I'm speaking about Smart City case our team selected. We're from St. Pete. The main task is to automatically accumulate data for showing the level of tenders of the city. So sub-indices that this index comprises of, and also analyzing the methodology. 4 sources of data, 2 of them are unique. Every web source has its own interface, and we need the parser to accumulate the data. Then the data goes to the database, and it is translated into the single format. So we've created a web service where, for convenience of users, we've implemented an interactive map of Russia with aggregation of sub-indexes across regions. Here we show the full picture, but we didn't stop with that. In addition to the current functionality, we added an opportunity to generate reports based on analysis and very convenient interface to use additional sources with integration of full process of accumulation of data and some other elements. So I would like to show you on this slide sub-index smart utilities. It consists of indicators of the number of buildings equipped with the meters for hot water, cold water, and heating. So how it looks like now? Let's have a look at it. As I already said, this is the map of data where a lot of indicators and the sources are all shown here, how we standardize the data. The information is here. And this is an interactive map of Russia where for every indicator we have a special page, and you can, by regions, you can see all the indicators and full table below. So if it is not convenient for you to look at large data, big data, or tables, you can go into aggregated format and reports with analysis, comparative analysis. So it is important that we look at information region by region. Also, we can add new parsers. They are added into the database, and they are connected to full cycle of data processing. So technical specialists can help you in setting up this process. And we actually accumulated the data automatically. We found unique sources and implemented unique features and thought of scaling up the solution. So this solution can reduce resources for accumulation of data and processing it. Through aggregation, you can easily identify information and make conclusions. So mistakes related to human factor. When the process is effective for data processing, there are a lower number of mistakes because of human factor, because you can do validation in any stage, you can make any checks you need. So according to our estimation, the efficiency is growing by 90%. So probably you're interested who this team is, who did all this work in not less than 2 days. So this is the team, Evgeny, me, and Nikita. We are mathematicians. We graduated from the bachelor's program of St. Pete Polytechnic University. Now we are having our master's program underway. So thank you very much for your attention. Your questions are welcome. Okay, thank you very much to the team for offering their digital solution. It is in line with one of national projects for development of utilities and creating comfortable city environment. I think authorities interested and participants of this national project can use such solution to get information needed for implementation of such national project. And we will ask a couple of questions to the team of the project after all participants make their presentations. And now I'm going to the next participant, the team which is called LAM Code. They will show their digital solution in the nomination for national projects. The floor is yours. Colleagues, please. Hello. Can you see my presentation? Not yet. Let's try it again. And now I can see it. Okay, hello again. My name is Ali Magomed, and I am head of the LAMCO team and Expovision company leader. During the first stage, we had tasks from City and Telecom. You know, these tasks were overlapping, and they were about creating interactive educational systems. So the key problems we try to tackle that are most relevant.
All the types of projects are related to the high cost of education, especially when we need to send them to some remote regions, for example, really in the remote regions of Russia. The problem is that it's difficult to make such studies interactive. And we have a new VR solution for education. We use different types of technologies, not only VR technologies, for studying different types of topics. We also develop VR simulations. We have a platform, and if you need to learn some new information, for example, in engineering, this person can have the VR glasses on in a special training center or even at home. This person is in a virtual environment which is developed by us. And he needs to do everything in this VR environment, for example, starting even from putting on special uniform, helmet, and so on. And we have a solution for simultaneous work of several engineers. So, for example, one starts a generator, another one switches on some other devices, and these two people or more, they could do such operations simultaneously. A mentor of the team, a supervisor, in the virtual account can see what's going on, can see how the students are performing their operations. He can see all the movements of these people. And this helps them to reduce costs, reduce the time for education, and as a result, they can train more people faster. In our team, we always have visualizers, designers who provide digital copies of different devices. The main effect is saving. A financial effect, for example, it's an oil company, and annually they spend more than 5 billion rubles for trainings on average. And if they use such programs, they can reduce costs for engineers by up to 80%. And for different companies, they can monetize online education. People wouldn't have to leave their office for studying. It's possible to scale our programs. We can create different models, different scenarios. This platform is easily scaled and could be used for different domains. We can even use this for studying English. We add gamification effects as well. This is a team of our engineers. We've been there in IT technologies for many years, and we've launched many projects in Russia, the Arab Emirates, Germany, Turkey, and we work not only on the Russian but also on the international market. Thank you for your attention. I'm ready to answer questions. Thank you very much to all the participants. We have two projects which are related to digitalization of education. The Education National Project, Obrazovание, and the National Program Digital Economy. And I think that your solution could be useful for some of the events. And the last participant for this category is IT Project Navigator. IT Project Navigator. Dear colleagues, you have the floor. We can't hear you. Good day. Do you see my presentation? Not yet. Could you please put it up? Good day, dear participants and jury members. My name is Kuzmichova Olga. I represent KNG Tech and IT Navigator project. We have a prototype for rationalizer proposals system management. We have a new version which can be launched depending on, it can be customized depending on the domain. Why is our solution interesting? Our president in the new strategy spoke that we should focus on the developing human capital. We see lots of solutions which can work proposing different innovations. Not the people are innovators, but systems will be innovating. We also want to improve the labor efficiency. The national project have the huge number of businesses which participate, but in order to really achieve the growth of the GDP and growth of the efficiency, we need to make sure that all the people within businesses are interested in innovating, and they have lots of new innovative proposals. I participated in one of the projects where we thought about million population cities, and our team proposed a solution for exchange experience in order to teach people to use best practices. I didn't know that in a year I will be proposing a similar solutions in this competition. Right now, we had a test in 67 companies, and we know that 75% know how to improve working processes, and 23% of all the employees had some innovations proposed for introduction, for implementation, but 56% of employees said that the process is rather time-consuming, it's rather complicated. Right now, when there are innovations, it's really a lot of stages. It's difficult for employees to fill in different forms. The process is not transparent. They need to get lots of approvals. Directors of the continuous improvement systems, they also have to do lots of checks, needs to find all the applications which should be approved, and it's difficult for managers as well. Our system will have all these three levels of employees. I'll show you several modules of our system. First of all, calculating economic effect module. It will help employees with innovations to calculate possible economic effects of their solutions and proposals. Second part, registering problems. If a company has some problem and the company wants to ask employees to put up proposals, they can inform everyone about it, and after the ad, people start putting up proposals. And the next module, that's routing. We want system to be as convenient as possible, so there is a very clear route for all the proposals, and administrators of the system could change all the settings, change the route. It will be very convenient because usually the process involves lots of approvals. Our team is rather strong. Our general director for more than 10 years is in the sphere of improvements in oil and gas, and I've been working a lot in improvements in service and engineering companies. And we also have 2 IT specialists who work with improving our system. Thank you very much. IT Navigator team, very interesting proposal. I agree that mechanisms of collection of innovative proposals, it's a challenging one, and yes, you were right that there was the big call for increasing the number of innovations from the president. This practice was rather widespread in the Soviet Union, but now we've lost it and we have to create it from scratch. We've heard information from all the participants. Now we have a time for the Q&A. As a moderator, I would like to ask participants a couple of questions. A question to Exciting Vim. I have two questions. Your digital solution shows the possibility to find links between all the existing state information systems, agencies' information systems. It has lots of potential, in my view. And my question is the following. Do you have the potential of creating a unified map of all data which is saved in Russian information systems at a federal and regional level? Is it scalable, your system? Yes, that's our main mission. When we were creating our solution, we had this goal and aim. Federal or regional level are possible. The system, by and large, can have such a function already now. But when we were implementing and testing Open Data Portal, we were taking data from there. We were working with regulations and regulatory documents. And in total, we understand that the state has much more data, but it's not a question to the system, it's a question to the process of implementation. Second question. Information systems, they spring up much faster than 2 or 3 years ago. And when there are new systems, state information systems, you need to make changes to your solutions. Can this process be organized really fast? For example, tomorrow there is a new application for reading QR codes for those who visit public venues in Moscow. Will you be really able to integrate your system with this one? We do not need to have integration with the system. We can just create an arrow in our software. Data will be sent to this arrow. We create the path for the system, and documentation will be formed in SMER3 format, and it's possible to use it for the application. Besides, there will be some support in documentation, and the workload on a person is reduced, and the person shouldn't be really very qualified. We do not need a clear exchange between data. It will be exchange of data through the interagency electronic cooperation system. We now have a question from the jury member, from Ekaterina Solontseva, a digitalization director of Rosatom Corporation. Which technologies of data search you use? There are lots of data, and I think that you need to use very advanced methods of data search. We have linguistic search, it's our proprietary solution, and we also use Elasticsearch. Thank you very much. Oh, we do not have any more questions to you. Are there more questions to Ferma Kivi team? They were presenting the project for creating minutes of meetings through the voice recording devices for different types of meetings. A question from Ekaterina Sontseva from Rosatom. Ferma Kivi, are you here with us? Yes, we're here. Speech Pro technologies, are they competition for you? Or maybe you're complementary with Speech Pro technologies? Systems, there are lots of systems which are similar to what we do. Every system has advantages and disadvantages. The same system as we have, when you create a task assignment just with the voice, and then the system which will control it. We didn't find something similar. If you really try hard, you can find some other solutions which would be similar. But I would say that integration is the key here. Integration and customizing your solution for the needs of a specific customer, that's the most important thing. Possibly Speech Pro solutions are competitive with our solutions, but there is a question whether they could be customized for specific customers. I also have a question. Do you use voice only for setting tasks, or is it possible to control the assignments, fulfillment of assignments with a voice? For example, can a manager ask your solution to tell him which assignments are overdue, or the manager will just get information on the screen in the dashboard? Yes, the system can't talk to you, can't talk to the system's operator, to the user. Yes, the voice works only in one direction. But only the person responsible can talk to a manager. So the responsible person can speak to the program and explain what's been done. And then the manager can listen to the message. Thank you very much.
Вопрос тоже опять сегодня у нас Росатом очень активный. Ну, по сути, цифровая госкорпорация, можно так сказать.
Rosatom has lots of questions. It's a digital corporation. Question to Expavision team. A question about VR, if I'm not mistaken. Are you with us, colleagues?
Вопрос такой.
Are your technologies used only for education? Maybe your technologies could be used for some industrial processes? Yes, we do use them for industrial processes. Even before education, we started with engineering processes. Could you give us some examples, please? How do you use your system for industrial processes? For example, for car manufacturing, when there is tuning, or when there is manufacturing, our systems could be used. And now we develop some new systems for oil and gas. We have just 2 minutes for questions, and now I'll ask a question to IT Navigator. They develop solutions for digitalization of continuous improvements. My question is easy, but maybe not so easy from another point of view. National project of improving labor efficiency and support of employment. There are solutions for large corporations, for big companies who have thousands of employees. Your system, is it really for big corporation? How many employees could use your system? What should be the size of the company using your solution? We participated in Rosseti track, and originally we planned our solution for this company. That's why our solution can work with a significant number of users and employees, and we were thinking about the process which would be convenient for users, because we didn't want the system to suffer from a significant burden and slow down, because, of course, our main goal is to make rational proposal submittal easier. And for our program, it's possible to have lots of additional documents submitted, schemes and graphs. That's why capacity is significant. It's possible to have lots of rational proposal in our register. We also have the search, convenient search in our system, which will save time for those who use our system. Our proposal is could be used for small companies, but for larger corporations as well. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank all the participants of this nomination, National Project in the Digital Sphere, and I hope that all the participants, all the companies who were speaking, answered all your questions. And now I give the floor to Larisa Katasheva, who will continue this ceremony, the award ceremony. Thank you very much. Wonderful presentation. National Project in the Digital Sphere. They are our partners. They define their winners by themselves. And right now, we understand that these are the projects which could be used for very different domains. And now I'd like to mention our partners one more time. Mail.ru, Mango Office, Apora Rossi, Association of Companies, of Small and Medium Companies. Thank you, dear partners. Together with you, we are able to have this event at a very good level. And now we are speaking with another digital region, Arseniy Sheltsev. I'm again here online with you. I can talk to you. That's great. All the regions in Russia are digital ones, and we can continue talking them forever. The main task of regional digital ministries is to become really useful, to not be visible too much, but to make sure that all the citizens can get digital services online. And now I would like to speak to the Deputy Minister of the Digital Development from Dagestan. Sergey, I give you the floor. Can you hear me? Arseniy, good day. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Yes, absolutely fine. We had rather challenging situation with this virus in the regions, and my question to you is the following. How did you cope with this situation? How were you communicating with your citizens? I know that you have presentation, and maybe you could tell us more about what you did. Dear colleagues, my task for today was to share our experience of digitalization. I can show you about the work that we did informing the population. What shall I start with? Maybe you could start with the topic which is more generic, which is wider. Start with digitalization, please. Okay, I'll tell you what we did in Dagestan, in our region, in April and in March and April, when we had the maximum number of cases of coronavirus. We saw that people started coming back to their homeland from other regions, and we had to monitor people in airports. We had to monitor flights coming from abroad with our citizens. We developed the special system which was tracking offenders, and by telephone information on telephone numbers, we could see whether a person was following the instructions. After coming from abroad, they had to self-isolate.
So we added to this service the capabilities of the 2GIS map, because we realized that those who should stay in self-isolation actually are actively moving around, and we then could see by our partners information by the 2GIS map, by companies, organizations, where they go to work, in order to, in priority mode, to arrange disinfection and look at and forecast the heat map of coronavirus. And that was the first case where we improved and upgraded the solution of the Ministry of Digitalization. When we started receiving mobile phones of those infected, we developed software that allowed us to check the employees when entering the buildings, check them for alignment with the requirements. Thus, we tried to protect administrative teams to avoid contagious situation. And when we started a tougher regime of self-isolation, when stricter measures should have been implemented in Moscow, the special QR tickets system was implemented and the mobile app was operating. We offered to the head office a couple of models for implementation of the system. We took the software from the city of Moscow, and our colleagues from Khanty-Mansiysk region also applied this software, but the system is a bit different, relating to QR codes and SMS notification. So our system also generated QR codes, but due to a number of factors and the existence of some trends in the region, the headquarters didn't opt for applying such systems, but it was necessary to arrange automation of issuance of approvals to work for Rospotrebnadzor, for employees of systemically important organizations that needed to go to work and back home. We developed a portal quite quickly, implemented this solution, And this solution was used by more than 5,000 organizations every day. Those who could have an approval to go to work without visiting the offices of Rospotrebnadzor. Next step was to deploy the system of remote delivery of food from supermarkets to elderly people, and we are very thankful to Sberbank. They helped us in this process, and quite quickly, with their help, we arranged a Sber market. It was implemented in less than 3 weeks, and as colleagues say, they never did anything like that before so quickly. And for us it was also a timely solution, because many people use this service, and they are still using it, the service of delivery of food from various stores, food and non-food products. And one of the cases I would like to share is just recently, November 2020, Mr. Chernyshenko held a meeting on sending doctors with the help of private taxi companies. And during COVID campaign in spring, together with Yandex, we offered a service for delivering doctors from hospitals to homes of patients. Well, we understand that the hospitals do not have enough cars and vehicles to bring their doctors to patients, so we deployed the service, and more than 500 doctors used our service daily. So this service worked during the first wave, and today we are getting back to this experience. It is still operating, and we would like to say thank you very much to Yandex and Yandex Taxi service, who turned out to be a very timely solution and helped our doctors very much. And next, since in our office we also have the function for awareness raising among population, we cannot boast just specific super unique cases. But from our point of view, and according to estimation of our managers, we are quite effective in our campaign, utilizing all available information channels, messengers and chats and social networks, and of course the media. We have quite rich portfolio of the media in our republic. Registered media is 165 companies. Among those are printed media and TV channels and radio stations. And this wide scope of media was employed to arrange the awareness-raising campaign, and they informed people on all the restrictions implemented in the region. Now we are carrying out a campaign on vaccination. So, autonomous non-commercial organization called National Priorities, that developed the index of COVID concern, shows the lowest level of COVID concern across all regions from the Republic of Dagestan. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. Great results. So let's discuss them at the forum, which is devoted to communications. So this year we'll have the forum. Please take part in it. This is a very interesting topic, communications on the state level. Thank you very much. So we need to move on with our competition. Larissa, the floor is yours. Okay, thank you very much. So our nomination that was initially there of our prize, Best Solution for Better Information Security. Well, it is obvious that today this is a key problem. And now I'm giving the floor to Pavel Shestopalov. Pavel, you have 37 minutes to go to show the finalists. Please, the floor is yours. So, colleagues, I am happy to welcome all participants of the final of our competition. I hope that you have your colleagues supporting you and watching our broadcast now, and jury members who are attentively listening to your presentations in the most relevant nomination in the area of digitalization, the best solution for improvement of information security. So this question is really very complicated. Where is the balance between tougher restrictions in terms of information security and free use of information for decision-making for organizations and state authorities and organizations of the state sector? So now we have 5 teams in the final. I would like to remind you that every team's presentation should take 4 minutes, and after all presentations are finished, if we have some time left, we will ask a couple of questions from the jury members, or I will ask these questions from myself as the moderator of the nomination. So the first participant I would like to introduce is Search Inform File Auditor project. Dear colleagues, please tell us about your solution in information security. Colleagues, now I think you can start. Hello, colleagues. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. Not much time, but I will make my presentation. Let's go to the first slide. Let's start. We, in Search Inform, we are a developer of products for information security. Now we would like to show you a solution which is called File Auditor. File Auditor is specialized system for the files that do not leave the company but stay inside. So what the problem is all about and why we tackle this problem. Information is a dynamic thing. Static technology, static approaches for working with information does not fit, and sometimes clients face the following situation: when a new storage is implemented, in a couple of days you lose understanding of what happens there, what files go there. Probably it might contain confidential information and they do not know who have access to it. So the problem can partly be solved through third-party products or additional devices. In CRM systems, for instance, they have some capabilities for this, but they are not enough because these capabilities are not enough, and they work only when utilizing data inside the platform. But there is much data, and they can be uploaded and downloaded, and such capabilities are not enough. In operation systems, they also have some capabilities for restricting access, but in all operation systems there are many flaws to such systems. I mean, the access is only restricted by file systems, not the content. You cannot stop downloading files into general folder of data which is confidential. If a user has access to such files, they can upload it or download it. And the systems that prevent you from leakage of data sometimes can help you in this. But DOB systems, the main idea is to identify and prevent the leaks of information, and they are not much interested in processing data inside. And comprehensively speaking, this problem can only be solved through specialized systems, central digital protection. And our file auditor we are showing today is the solution of this type. The algorithm is quite simple. Across all storages, including local computers and network files and folders and network storages, it scans all of them and categorizes the information and highlights information that is critical, that is confidential, personal data, and so on. It makes the full audit of actions, from creating a file down to deleting it, and monitors the access rights and so on. So this is one of the parts of the interface, and you can see how deep you can go down to a single file across the whole network, across all storages. You can have a lot of details on various operations and understand why a product decided to assign a status, a certain status to a piece of information. You know, the problem of data protection and the problem of categorization of data is obvious for everyone. The state understands it, and colleagues, you have 30 seconds to go. So clients understand that this is a relevant problem, and producers understand that too. So we are making a joint project with Huawei. Their Ocean Drive platform, cloud platform, will have very soon an element of our system on the level of their platform, and it'll be available for all corporate software elements. So in Russia, there is much interest towards the product, and abroad, of course, the head of development might be interested in this. So I am the leader of this project and this company. We've been operating for many years now. We are well known across the world, and our products are known across the world. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak. The timing is not very long, but I will be glad to answer questions if any. I'm sure there will be questions. Yes, obviously this solution can be very useful, since it can prevent data leakage from the files. My question is as follows. If we have time left, I'd ask you to answer this. How the system can be trained? For one company, specific information, some information can be open, but others think that this piece of information is confidential. And it is interesting to understand how system differentiates private information and open information. But this is a question, a follow-up question. I'm giving the floor to the second team in our nomination, Solutions for Better Information Security, System for Prevention of Leakages, Solar Dozor. Please, colleagues, Solar Watch. You have 4 minutes. Please, you're welcome. Hello, colleagues. Good afternoon. My name is Alexey Gubarev. I'm from Rostelecom Solar. We are a subsidiary of Rostelecom. We are working in information security and comprehensive technologies. We offer services of this kind. Now I'm going to speak about our project that was created thanks to this pandemic, and how to transfer employees to remote work from offices with minimal costs, both in IT infrastructure, and another important factor is security of the process. And according to the Ministry of Labor, over 2020, the number of employees at remote work increased 110 times. So what are the challenges here for information security? The perimeter is diluted. When people stay at home, sometimes they work from their personal computers. And we created a service based on Solar Dozor that can create virtual workplaces with full list of software and protected system to avoid leakages. The Dozor team, in a month, implemented additionally to control of communication across all channels, additional control for working time of employees, and thus we tackled the task of lifting the stress of the employees of the company. So for people to really work, not just sit and relax. So this allows us to see how much time people spend at their computers and how much work they do. Interesting factor shows that the second half of the day, Friday, is usually a very relaxed time for people. But the system prevents information leakages and controls the channels and controls the working time of people. And this was deployed in just 1.5 to 2 months. And here we show two projects we implemented for the Ministry of Power of Russian Federation and for Russian Railways. The projects are different one from the other. There is some specificity to each of them, but the basis is the same. So this project allowed the companies to send people to remote work, and the business processes didn't stop. And thus, we tackled the task of security also, covering the channels and control of working time. So that's it from me. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation. Yes, there are a lot of questions around the subject. I heard many times in subway or on a bus when I saw people participating in meetings when traveling. So how to tackle this problem if you are on a bus and you hear someone making a business call? Next participant, the system of protection against targeted attacks of new generation. So you mean attacks of new generation or the system of protection of new generation? Atena, colleagues, please, you're welcome. The floor is yours. We cannot hear you. Yes, we can hear you now. Hello, colleagues. I am glad to welcome all of you. I'm showing the product Athena, the system of protection of targeted attacks of new generation. Couple of words about our company. We are developing systems of security, and in portfolio of our products we have a number of innovative solutions that can protect you against targeted attacks and are operating in commercial and state organizations. Our team comprises of very experienced specialists who have experience of successful projects in this particular area. So the areas our project is effective in. Today we receive much information about cyber attacks against various companies. Usually those are targeted attacks that are the most dangerous ones because after such attacks, the leakages of data can happen. Private data can go out. It is quite relevant challenge for many organizations. Yes, there are cases of some failures of technological equipment and even victims among people. So this is a real threat with real consequences. We can have a look at various attacks against network equipment and a lot of other areas of attacks. Sometimes systems are not protected enough. In such attacks, after such attacks, the fraudsters can stay inside your organization for many months. And to protect our people, to protect the infrastructure, you need to stay safe and protected.
Которая включает в себя тесно интегрированные технологии, а именно сканер для выявления всех известных вредоносных программ и вирусов за счет множество антивирусных средств и модулей анализа файлов. Это сэндбокс песочницы, динамического анализа поведения файлов в изолированных средах. Это технология Deception, которая имитирует ложную инфраструктуру и позволяет, по сути, закодировать вашу реальную инфраструктуру, включая рабочие места, сервера, камеры, принтеры, телефоны, в ложную структуру заманивать злоумышленников, таким образом регистрируя внутренние атаки или атаки на слабо защищенное оборудование. Технология Кремлаб – это технология для детального изучения сэмплов и появления индикаторов для последующих блокировок новых кибератак. Все эти технологии, интегрированные в единой системе, также используются технологии искусственного интеллекта для того, чтобы обрабатывать объем получаемых данных и регистрировать новые виды переносного ПО или атак по схожим призмам. Схема работы следующая. Сначала разворачивается система в инфраструктуре предприятия. Система контролирует все входящие потоки информации, почтовый трафик, веб-трафик, в том числе файловые сервера, носители, которые подключают к рабочим местам. Разворачивается ловушки, которые позволяют регистрировать кибератаки на слабо защищенные устройства. И производится многоэтапный анализ.
And then we see the multi-stage analysis of all the information. I mean, files and interaction between different actions. After that, we incorporate your security department, and we can get all the information about possible approaches from outside. Due to the composition, we can defend your system from the most advanced attacks, and we protect personal data in the whole perimeter of your company. Thank you very much, and I'm ready to answer your questions.
Thank you very much.
I was actually thinking that it's so easy for you to talk about the flow of operations, and I think that possibly those who are possible offenders who are going to do attacks, they could be also in the audience, but at the same time, I hope that the jury understands the logic and the systems of operations of your company, and so they will be able to take a well-judged decision. Our next project, Acronis, data protection. I'm very happy to speak, to present them, because I personally used their system. The system is rather well reputed. I had some dialogue with you before, and I give you the floor. Thank you very much for these warm words. We are working since 2016. We are ensuring protection of information. A couple of words about our company. We are a Russian company. We grew in 2020 by 25%, despite this year was a rather difficult one for us. We opened also an office in Innopolis, and I invite everyone who is in the regions to start a dialogue with us. But we are thinking about working with different regions. We are members of the Skolkovo complex. We are a member of the Russian Register. We have all the awards and all the associations. We're members of lots of Russian associations. Who are people in our team? General director is Alexei Badaev. He's a legendary person. He has a very good reputation in Russia. He worked a lot for Microsoft. Helena Bocharova, that's me, executive director. I've been the head of the Delovaya Rossiya executive committee, so I know about small and medium businesses very well. I worked also in the strategy of public initiatives. I love working with communications. I used to be the deputy of Mr. Peskov. Sales people, it's like the blood system for our company. Acronis is a vendor company. We work with partners. We do not sell our systems ourselves. So that's why we are actually developing our businesses, our technology. Acronis, we are agents who provide backup for you. We take information from your computer, from your systems, and we copy this information to where it should be stored. For example, a separate hard drive or hard disk, or it can be once a week, once a day, once a week. Everything depends on the criticality level of your data. We are responsible for safety of your data. Of course, data should be there despite of attacks and so on. If some cables are chopped or something else is happening, cables are cut, data should be there. They also should be private. They should be well protected, but at the same time, they should be accessible. Authenticity of information. We should make sure that it's not tampered with, no one is making any changes to the information. If you spill coffee on your laptop, if you have backup, all the information will be restored, no problem. But if you have really vulnerable data with information about people who, for example, use public transport for free, and then there is some leakage or some problem with this data, this could be really rather dangerous. We have similar cases in the regions, and we know how critical some types of data are. And if you're building nuclear plants, or if you're building extremely amazing huge jets, and you're making changes to the construction of the wings of this jet, of course it's critically important to make sure that no one gets access to this information and makes changes to it. Then of course you are you have to be sure that the information is absolutely protected. Here you see the information about some emergencies that can happen with data, and during the pandemic more and more emergencies are happening. Printers are really very vulnerable devices right now because people use office equipment a lot at home remotely. Our system can fit many information systems. They are listed on the slide. Next slide. Here you see our clients and their logos. Our system is really a safe one. We work with municipal and state agencies, and we work with other types of companies such as corporations. Some examples of implementation. We have large-scale implementation examples when we protect terabytes of information. We can solve difficult tasks of very different levels. I could give you really much more examples, and here we show some regions, and I hope we'll have more regions as our partners. We've signed an agreement with State of Volgograd, and we have a Safe Data project with them. We have an educational model for Innopolis, and there are lots of companies who use our technologies through Innopolis. Another project, this is digital hygiene. This is a project we started with Veliki Novgorod, and this is one of the projects which I'm especially proud of. You can scan this QR code, and if you have some problem, I do hope you work with us and you'll have backup. We would be happy to help. Thank you very much. We are absolutely happy to be here and to present our company. Acronis, thank you very much. It's great you're always by our side and you give us a hand when it's needed. And now the last participant in this category of our word, Seller Deception Project. Dear friends, you have the floor. I give you 4 minutes for your presentation. Are you here? Can you hear me? I do not hear you. Maybe you switch on the microphone. Can you hear me now? Yes, I can hear you now. Please, you have the floor. My name is Shitinin Alexander, and I represent Seller Deception Project. This is a platform which defines attacks by misleading hackers. What is the targeted attack? It's a very planned breakage, which usually goes until the final result, final breakage. They're usually financially motivated, they're usually very experienced, and they have a lot of data about the configuration of the systems they're breaking in. Now people use antivirus or sandboxes to protect themselves from such type of attacks, but sometimes offenders, if they go through the perimeter inside, it's not possible to stop the attack. When they go into horizontal distribution, then there is a classical scenario of the attack, and in this case, our system can work. Offenders, they usually go through different paths, but if you have our system implement, the landscape of the attack gets more complicated, and offenders, they can't achieve the goal without being detected. We have an adapted generation or with the use of AI. We have unique data. Each client has their own traps for offenders. And also our system is really very authentically looking. We do not use an agent for distribution in real infrastructure of our traps. And this reduces the load, financial load, and offenders can't detect our solution. Everything is detected from a unified console. We also work within the security operation centers. We're well integrated with any type of solution, such as CM, for example, and as a result, we have good correlation with we have very good level of detection of cases. We use real infrastructure. It's used for distribution of our traps, and this is very important for us to be able to control the whole landscape. Despite the fact that this market where we operate is rather young one, and the deception technology is rather new, but this market is growing. And we think that in 2 years it will cost $2.3 billion. Why is this happening? Most of companies who use these technologies, they continue using similar solutions, and this is a good boost for the market. We have patented technologies which generate traps. We can be integrated into any corporate environment. And as we are a very young and active company, we know how to adapt for customers' needs, and we are very fast. We have good adaptation to the Russian context. That's important for major Russian companies, and that's our advantages compared to some foreign companies. We have good price for our competitors, and we are also members of the Russian register. We are the first Russian vendor with deception technology. We have a lot of experience. We work since 2017 in this field. Our team is very strong. Our people are from Tinkoff, Kaspersky, Yandex, Mail.ru. Our technical director used to work for Yandex, for example. This team is really very strong. And we can implement very good customized solutions for you. We have some projects outside of Russia, in Latin America, for example, in the Southeast Asia, in Saudi Arabia. Our geography is not limited by Russia. We work with some foreign companies interested in this technology. That's basically it. Thank you very much. I'm ready to answer your questions. Thank you very much for your presentation, interesting solution. I can see that terminology has made a lot of steps. I have lots of terms which are new for me, which are not very clear, but I'm sure that our jury, they know everything about the terminology. Since I'm not very close to information, I'm not working deeply in information technology, if there are some digital traps, maybe there are also some rodents which should be caught in these traps. I'm just joking. I have a question from myself, a question to the first team. Search Inform with File Auditor project. Can you hear us? The same question which I asked before. How do you teach and train your system? How does your system understand closed or open information? Do you need to explain to your system whether it's closed or not, or do you use your own algorithm or solution for teaching the system? Both options are possible. We use good experience that we received in the previous years when we had to describe different types of data and identify different categories and types of confidential or non-confidential data, for example. And we do have this information and this experience, and it helps us to teach our system. So, for example, credit card numbers, they are identified by the system, identified as personal data, and so on. We can also teach our system, train it. It can be done by the customer as well when they give sample document or several samples, and then the user explains which criteria should be used by scanners, and by which criteria the scanner will identify similar types of documents. For example, 75% of similarity is a sign of a category of documents. Or the users could identify some segments of documents which will help the system to identify the document type. This is also possible, depending on the specific case. That's somehow like that. And the final question to Acronis company. Data protection system, it's not only digital problem. By analogy with recycling, for example, you need to have the culture with data processing. You mentioned about some educational projects that you carry on. Is it really important to train employees to use data correctly, or is it enough just to have a Acronis system and it will protect the users? I think that education is extremely important. I started my career in the Ministry of Education, so education for me is my focus. We start working with school children because the number of data is growing exponentially, and everyone should know what the information hygiene is. For us, it's very important. And we think that those who are digital hackers, they are very experienced, so we need to educate our users who are going to be on the other side of the barricade. Did you have any thoughts about some necessary preconditions? So before a person starts using your system, they need to pass a test about information security or something like that. It's an interesting idea. That's great that Ron Hicks people talk about it. Maybe we will define it further with our colleagues from the educational sphere. Summing up, I'd like to thank every participant for your digital solutions and your presentations related to digital security. I think the jury has a difficult task now choosing the winner, because all the solutions are very promising, very well developed, but I'm sure that the jury is absolutely objective. We have lots of participants, and we do hope that the best solution will get a prize. And now I give the floor to my colleague, Larisa Katasheva. Good night. Now it's evening time. We've been here for 7 hours already. Just think about that. And it's not the end of our session. Moving forward in our agenda. So we have another category now. And this is a very popular one. We received a lot of applications for this nomination for this category. And now we are going to have a special interview with Elena Golodovskaya. Just a couple of minutes, and she will be online with us. I also wanted to thank our partners. Is it possible? Do we have a minute for talking about our partners right now? All of them are those who are with us for many years. They help us to organize interesting events, those who are interesting for managers, for developers, Mango, Opora России, Softline, Mail.ru Group. Thank you very much. It looks like we get lots of feedback. Our event is popular, and people approach us for contacts. And in every category, we have just one prize, but it's not important that some companies will lose. It's important that you all have a chance to present your projects. The register of projects will be transferred to the Ministry of Digitalization and other experts who are interested in these projects. Do we have Yelena online with us?
And Nikolai, are you with us? Because I thought of starting listening to the presentations on the project. So, jury members, you need to fill out the questionnaires, the forms, and send them to the organizers, and the counting is on. I know the results of some other awards already, but I will not voice that because at 7 sharp Moscow time, we will voice all the results, opening the envelopes. I can hear Yelena getting connected. Yelena Golodovskaya, head of Softline Venture Partners and head of the Committee on IT Development of Opora России. So we are going to have our interview in a minute. Yelena is with us. Hello, Larisa. Hello, Yelena. What a beautiful background you have. I'm sorry, there were some technical issues. It's okay. You are in a totally New Year mood. And we hope we will have it too. So this year we came up with a new award that is called Digitalization Support. And it turned out that a lot of companies that are SMEs are willing to take part in digitalizing the country. Do you think it is just a wish or is it a willingness? Do they have opportunities, prospects in their projects? Are there many projects of this kind? Well, actually, digital transformation of business processes touched upon all spheres of our life. And today, all of us, entrepreneurs and state authorities and agencies, learn to interact through technologies. To me, being head of expert council of Digital Heights, it is great to note that projects from 55 regions of this country took part and 404 applications were filed. Out of them, 87 most successful ones were pointed out. I believe that the figure really say a lot because we can see how many people are willing to take part in digital transformation. That is great. But, you know, it's hard to actually get at the customer, and it's hard to compete with large companies. Let's discuss that. Let's discuss what the Committee on IT Development of Aparo России can do to provide equal opportunities to all and to provide a chance to get at really large customers. IT Development Committee of Aparo России is a communication platform that allows to build a structured dialogue and interaction between entrepreneurs and governmental authorities to develop their business processes and find international partners, business partners. We work with different ministries and agencies, different regulatory entities, and we are looking forward to receiving entrepreneurs' applications from all over the country to provide assistance for their business development. So on the one hand, you represent IT Development Committee of Aparo России, and on the other hand, you are head of a large IT company. And we understand that large IT companies are not interested in seeing young companies in the market, and as a rule, they eat them up. So how do you build these relations? Well, actually, it is not like you are saying that if we have a look at how Softline works with SMEs, we, on the one hand, actively invest, and since 2008, we have had a venture fund, corporate venture fund of Softline. It is called Softline Venture Partners, up and running, and we have invested over 30 various projects, and we had a lot of successful launches. A lot of companies have become leaders in their niches. We are mostly interested today in IT security, cloud computing, big data, AI, and so on. So that is our first line of activity. We invest. Second, we train. From the very inception of our fund, we have launched accelerators, and the recent 3 accelerators have been launched together with Aparo России, and there we select to further train promising entrepreneurs to help them develop their business. And soon we will declare the 4th launch of our accelerator. And the third interaction between Softline and SMEs is that Softline is a marketing and sales channel to independent software developers. Today, we work with over 3,000 developers of all over the world, and we represent their interests to our customers. Can you give a piece of advice to startups in terms of what is the best way to declare about themselves. First of all, don't be afraid and have a look at a big picture. Another thing is training and education. Preparation is always important. Like Abraham Lincoln said, if I had 7 hours to cut a tree, I would invest 6 hours into preparing an axe. And we talk about that in the book, Presentation to an Investor, that we published. Yes, Larissa, you are its author, and I believe that it would be possible to find more details and more pieces of advice there. Thank you very much. We actually interviewed 40 investors from 40 countries of the world to that book, and Lena was one of the interviewees there, and I liked her idea most of all, that if you do not have an idea yet, don't start approaching an investor. So there are some even tough pieces of advice given in the book, because investor would not like to waste his or her time in vain. Elena, now we are ready to start listening to the finalists of Digitalization Support Award. We have 5 teams here, and the moderator will be Nikolai Sudarikov. Are you with us? Yes, I am. We are here together with Yelena. Can you hear us well? Yes, very well. But I hope that you would also be well visible. So please start moderating. So we just hope that I would be well seen from another location as well, but it's okay. So we have 5 key projects participating in our award ceremony. We would like to ask them to present their projects, to tell us how they work. And the first project is Habeck's platform.
Dear colleagues, are you online? Ready to kick off. Hello, can you hear me? Good day, dear colleagues. I'm going to share my screen right now. Can you see the screen? That's great. Just a second. My name is Balek Andrei, CEO and co-founder of Habeck's platform, IT platform to automate service business, RP system for service organizations with attending staff. We present our joint projects, specific trading service, which automated medical service in medical entities in Primorsky region. I'd like to thank them separately for helping us in such a very difficult time to stand up to the pandemic and go through next year. A couple words about project team. A couple words about the project team. Kirill Frolov, famous entrepreneur from St. Petersburg and shareholder of Melson company, the investor, the Grobin. And my name is Andrei Balyakin, CEO of Habeck's. So we have 30 people in our team, 4 years on the market, with more than 40 industrial solutions for different service, mostly iCloud solutions, but there are some on-premises implementation for big enterprises. Talking about the platform itself, this ecosystem brings together service organizations with a mobile providers through platform. As of today, different industries. We have long-term IT solutions, BLM, CRM, RRP, ITSM, so on and so forth. But the service is not the case. In Western countries, we have field service management systems. We are from the service business. We have a service company with more than thousands of people, so we developed solutions for ourselves, which was very difficult. After that, we worked out iCloud solutions for all the companies which want to automate their activity, cooperating with their attendance staff. So what is asked solved on the platforms? So this is the management of the staff attending the enterprise, the interaction with the suppliers, digital twin development, and seamless service processes connected with the equipment maintenance. In my presentation, you can see QR code. If you have a cell phone, you can scan QR code and look at the service process from the part of the vendors and the consumers of our services. We have pilot projects. We're actively working with our clients to scale up the system. Talking about the case which we are participating in the contents, this is automation of Pacific trading service. In the pandemic, the company faced higher expenses for routine, for staff maintenance, for equipment maintenance, which led to automation based on a single system. They opted for our system. The business was automated. Using the QR code, you can see the full version of their website with all the information about the project in detail. So, welcome. Talking in general, not only about healthcare, Habex has been used in different industries, fields of service sphere, from service management of real estate to operation of different equipment, CCTV cameras, telecommunication providers, all the parts which have mobile services and mobile employees. What further on? Further on, we're going to develop new technologies. We're planning to adopt technologies of augmented reality, which could be seen on the third slide. It will assist the mobile engineers and equipment experts to get in touch together online to see what is going on with the equipment, how to repair the equipment. We also roll out the marketplace for services. When the company working on this platform will be able to get B2B solutions on the service of their equipment, on the maintenance of their equipment, and we are developing our low-code platform, which helps all types of companies to effectively adjust platform to their own specification and work out their own solutions on this platform. Dear colleagues, thank you very much for your attention. I tried to follow the time limits. I will be happy to answer my questions. You can see contact details. This is e-business card. Paper cards are not that safe anymore. So, thank you for your attention. Andrei, thank you very much for your input. Dear jury members, do you have any questions? You may ask right now or send through WhatsApp, and then we're going to ask them after the presentations of our finalists. So, right now, I'd like to give the floor to the next company, Czech Advisor Project. Good day, dear colleagues. Nikita Yankovo, I'm going to share my screen right now. Can you see the screen? Yeah, your presentation is online. Good day. I represent CheckAdvisor project, a platform based on artificial intelligence, which recognizes and provides feasibility study for any engineering and construction projects. There is a big problem in this sphere. Engineers, supply departments, sales managers, standard departments spend a lot of time on feasibility study and specifications manually. They have PDF files with the specification attached, so they try to put all the information in Excel. In Yandex or Google, it takes a lot of time. CheckAdvisor finds solution to this problem. Within seconds, the company reads the specification of the project, and then within several seconds gives the feasibility study. One employee with CheckAdvisor optimizes time of 3 specialists. The program works with all the popular applications. You might either take a photo of specification or just upload the PDF file. The company reads, the application reads the file and uses information. Integration with the suppliers. We have accounts and profiles, one as module. You can upload all the information through Excel or PDF. We have rates both for individuals and legal entities. Target audience. We conducted marketing study. Those companies which are interested in the project amounts to 300,000 companies. We expect 5 years and monthly turnover will be 1.5 billion rubles. What are the competitors in the market? In the US, we found the similar solution, which is a bit different. The process is a bit different. Every year, they fix prices for construction materials. They download the catalog. You know that in Russia it's a little bit different. The prices are changing on a daily basis. In Russia, there are no competitors at all. There are something similar to that. You need to analyze, you need to input this information manually, but with a total automatic process, there are no substitutes and there are no competitors in Russia. There is a trial period in different construction companies, and Software company made its offer. And there is Doveria company with whom we have contract signed. We have 12 people in our team. Talking about the founders, we have a huge business practice. We have Nikita Severinov, who created one of the founders of famous Delimobile application and defended his thesis in recognition problem. We started September 2020. We have 1.5 thousand users, 457 vendors. Our goal is to create international sophisticated IT projects with automatic recognition and the feasibility study in construction engineering. So we invite all the partners and investors to cooperate. Thank you very much for your attention. Nikita, thank you very much for your presentation. Our next project is City Cloud Platform, iCloud for Municipality. Good day, can I be heard? We can hear you perfectly. I'm going to share my screen right now with you. Can you see that? Can you see my screen? Yes, perfect. Good day to everyone. Hello from frozy and snowy Novosibirsk. My name is Sergei Kirillov. I'm the head leader within the company. So we're developing software and IT. Been doing that for 19 years. and our expertise is a smart city. I'm going to talk about my products based on City Cloud, with the help of which we can manage the territory. This is the special City Cloud solution, which allows to bring together activity of regional municipal authorities to manage the city. All these services are based on our own infrastructure, digital IT platform GoGIS, which is in the register of national software. Not only big cities should be managed in a smart way, even small cities should do that. And the task of this smart city management is very sophisticated and is very difficult. For small cities, it is impossible to implement since they don't have any money allocated for developing such a web portal. Although the tasks are the same, understand that this problem we prepared the set of iCloud solutions, thanks to which they don't need to arrange infrastructure spending their own money. So we provide very user-friendly interface, grasping the whole range of services. iCloud solutions are great since city management doesn't require huge finance to support and maintain high computing infrastructure and capacity. Cloud allows to get access to these services and to data and backup. Storage allows the security of data. What are the conventional solutions that we're talking about? These are solutions which help in city management, which we prepared after our experience of cooperation with the mayor office of Novosibirsk. This is advertising, this is the waste management, this is the land mapping, and this is the permits for building activity. So what does the municipality get? It gets the access to digital services, a set of which can be expanded depending on the necessities and wishes of the users. Apart from that, they get the opportunity to use the best practices, those which prove to be successful, without inventing a wheel and not starting from scratch. Last year we launched a ready-to-use project to manage facilities and sites within the city, which allows you to get the personalized access to the system, working with real data. As of today, there are several cities which have launched a successful work: Asketim, Uсть-Ilimsk city, Yoshkar-Ola city, and Koltsova city. We invite municipalities to join in, tap in our project and use these solutions for your own purposes. But this City Cloud technology can be used for the region. And within the region, it's a great way to consolidate data of region in one single place, to see a broader picture. The region is going to get the information resource, which is ready to be integrated with IT systems at regional level, allowing automation of the whole processes, which can be the backbone of our other regional systems like Geo Web Portal for open data or situation centers. That's it. Thank you very much for your attention. If there are any questions, I'll be happy to take them. Our next project is the system of virtualization environment management, that word. We can see your presentation, but we cannot hear you, unfortunately. Let's change the turn. And now we give the floor to Equo project. I'm ready.
Отлично, видим вас, видим презентацию. Давайте.
Good afternoon, my name is Alexander Vargan. I'm a CEO of the company and designer of architecture for management of training, communication and motivation schemes of the staff. We launched our activity in 2014. Now we have more than 90 employees. We have a lot of awards. The best tech company of 2020 in Smart Pyramid, a resident of Skolkovo, working with big enterprises with big payroll, where our service is mostly required. Can you hear me? We can perfectly hear you. A couple of words about the issues. Our clients are mid and large enterprises, employees starting with 300. We allow the companies to reach the last mile, the most routine employee who even doesn't have a computer. That might be the storage facility works, just sales assistants, drivers. Any company has very different range of employees, and our system allows them to reach out to each of them.
У меня просьба к оператору, который COMD9. Вы можете у себя выключить звук, потому что вы засоряете эфир. Спасибо.
Согласен, да.
So what are the needs that we cover? Personnel training, business trainers, access to the corporate knowledge, and encouragement program. Our service is maximum flexible, maximum customization and adaptability, working on with any device, and we offer our platform as an ecosystem, integrating it within the ecosystem of the company. According to our estimate and survey, only 10% of the companies have modern on the Russian market, just closed encouragement, motivation and training development in remote mode. Everyone uses old-style methods, and our solution is going to be the most optimal. We cover education, business communication, database, motivation. We have a rating system and the statistics and control. In our system, it's possible to bring together find the answer to the question how training influences the quality of the stuff. And in our system, it's possible to reflect the real KPIs of employees to understand how they are correlated to the output.
We mainly started with the commercial sector, and we are well presented in FMCG, in distributor sector, and in telecom and IT, MTS, and Megaphone, our major customers. And we have just started working with with state companies, and today we have over 100 customers, and they prolong contracts with us every year. It is beneficial to work with us because we enhance the coverage with remote learning at almost 100%. The level of knowledge increases by over 95%. The employees are adapted twice faster, and the leaders can monitor and see it all and adjust the process through a mobile app. So it influences economy. You can save around 2% of wage pool according to our customers' data. We are chosen because of functional opportunities as we combine learning, motivation and communication, and that is a high level of platform customization without any patches, and you receive all the upgrades for almost free, and we provide tech support really fast. We have a high level of customer satisfaction. Briefly, that is it. I would be happy to entertain your questions now or after the presentations. Thank you very much. Thank you. I have a little comment to jury members. Please note that we have changed the order of the presentations. First there was the fifth, then the fourth, so please bear that in mind. And now I hope that the VERT project has managed to eliminate all the tech issues, and we would be able to listen to you. Colleagues, can you hear me now? Yes, we can hear you very well. Can you see my slides? No, we can't. You should see it now. Can you see my slides now? Yes, we can. You can start. Hello, colleagues. My name is Mikhail Arlovsky. I represent Infoland, and I'm product manager of the company. And today I'm going to talk to you about our ZVERT software product of ours. What difficulties and challenges are we entering 2021 with? I believe that some colleagues would say that we are facing an uneasy transfer to digital economy, and all the difficulties connected with software upgrade and hardware replacement in data centers, and that is dependence on cross-border vendors, IT solutions, and in our industry that is around 80% dependence. And proceeding from this point, dollar exchange rate growth, and therefore the software and hardware price growth as well. So what we can propose to our colleagues, ZVERT is a domestic virtualization platform that is targeted to enhance efficiency of infrastructure and to take off the burden on the employees. And as we take part in the contest for Digitalization Support Award, we actually support the operation of all the applied systems. We position ourselves as an alternative to cross-border solutions with comparable functions and really lower price. We use trusted technologies on basis of open source, we use and develop them further on through our own resources. We are integrated into product ecosystem. We understand what our environment is, what vendors are present here, and we are compatible with all the systems of data processing and coping, and we are certified in Stack, and we are included in Ministry of Mass Media and Communications Register. We have Russian language tech support. As for our plans, 2020 was a year of working remotely, and our customers kept asking us to add VDI functions that would enable the employees to work remotely smoothly, but on the basis of domestic software. And we are planning to do that in early 2021. And we are planning to develop a product that will be compatible and that will be integrated with Elbrus or Baikal domestic processors. And we therefore would be able to compete with the current solutions in the market and work with large business. Our products are already used for import replacement in state agencies, in companies under sanctions. And for example, Gazprom production Urengoy uses our solutions to provide for virtualization, and our products are integrated in their systems. Ministry of Information Development and Communications of Perm region have used us since 2017, and their info services use our virtualization very well. As for the company, we have been in the market for 15 years. We have 60+ projects, and we have over 15 launches. The most important part of our company is our team, and though we are from different industries and different regions, we work together very well, and we believe in the brilliant future of our products. And we are sure that we are going to catch up with our main North American competitor. As for our Infolands partners, they are conventional distributors and IT integrators, and we would be happy to consider one of you as our partner. And in conclusion, I would like to say, buy domestic products. It's not something bad, it's brilliant. So thank you for the time. I would be happy to take your questions. Thank you, Mikhail, and I would like to thank all the participants for taking part in the contest for the award. Now it's time to ask questions. So far I have received one question only. That's why I would like to remind the jury members to ask questions to the moderator, to send them to the moderator. And the first question that I have received is from Anton Perevizentsev, head of Svyazist from Ministry of the Digital Development of Russia. Question to Equio. Does the company elaborate the course and post it into the platform itself? And what is the main competitive edge? So the main focus is that the content should be cheap and the customer should elaborate it themselves. We have a patented developer of video courses. You can shoot any video using your mobile phone, or you can use a Zoom recording, and you can use the constructor to add interactive questions and bubbles that would not let the learner go further if they did not watch the video. It is an easy thing, but it turned out really effective, because video recordings today, like Zoom ones, are abundant in numbers, and it is convenient to use them to come up with video material, educational video material on our platform that can be used many times afterwards. Thank you. Colleagues, we have not received any more questions, but I can remind you that you can go on communicating either in the web chat of the conference, and all the projects will also be available on the award website, so you would be able to ask your questions there. And now I'm happy to give the floor to the moderator of the next session, that is Arseny.
Для удобства, вот сейчас повторим, для удобства жюри повторим порядок проектов. Посмотрите, пожалуйста, листы оценок.
Now, voice again the order of the projects. First, CABEX, second, Czech Advisor, third, City Cloud, fourth, Equio, and fifth was ZVert. Please check it on your assessment list. Thank you, Nikolai. Let's go back to the field work and the specific practices of digital solutions implementation in the regions of Russia. And now, let us go to a southern point of this country, that is Sevastopol region, and we will talk to Alexandra Osipova, head of the Department of Digital Development of Sevastopol. First of all, I would like to ask you the following. We all understand sanction difficulties, we will discuss that, and things connected with technological opportunities and restrictions. But what is the contribution that your IT department has made into fighting the pandemic in the city? To begin with, I would say that we have perceived all the fight with the pandemic as a cross, and every further level was more interesting than the previous one. And the main factor of success, as we understood it, is our team. When we started working, we understood that we worked to the limits, because all the tasks had deadlines of 3 days or a week, that is maximum, and for us it was really unreachable. But on the one hand, we did it, and on the other, we managed to understand what our difficulties were. So the first and simple, so to say, task was to isolate 7,000 citizens of Sevastopol that returned from abroad. And the only data that we received are their names and addresses. So we had to find contact details of the citizens, call them and forewarn them, but so that they should not panic and start calling the Ministry of the Interior, contact people and so on. So we understood that monitoring was the main thing. We had to first bring home to Sevastopol citizens the information that we had and inform them what they should do, and afterwards monitor their feedback. And we unraveled a contact or call center in 2 days and started implementing the project, and we had over 30,000 calls made in the first week, and during the first wave we had over 100,000 calls made. The difficulty was that the deadlines were really very tough, and we understood that the more citizens are left unwarned, the more in fact isolated cases we would have. So that was the first task of our quest, so to say, and afterwards we tried to catch up with all of the rulings and instructions that we received. And happily, all regulations had been agreed with us, IT experts, before they were issued. And it was really very well in such projects as e-passes, issuance and other projects before the city was totally closed down. And all the measures were accompanied with info campaign and call center that we unraveled, as I have mentioned, in 2 days for 40 people. And it was all done with the help of our inner resources, with the help of our subordinate agencies, because we could not think of any contract, Federal Law 44, naturally, with all the stages, approvals, and so on. So you have mentioned the deadlines, and today we also discussed deadlines of different rulings adoption at the federal level, like from 3 to 6 months. The deadlines were cut to just several weeks, and you are now mentioning several days of unraveling a call center. And some time ago we heard from our participants that it is possible to launch some solution in several weeks. So please, dear entrepreneurs, have a look at the real timelines, just a couple of days. So from the moment of call up to the moment of roll-up, several hours should pass, not more. Alexandra, can you tell us how you transferred people to remote work? What challenges and difficulties did you face? What did you learn? As for remote work, we face certain difficulties there per se, because we have very low throughput capacities of internet channels in locations where our employees live. And in our city, for example, we also have the city of Inkerman, or around 20 villages. So naturally, part of the employees did not take part in remote work when everybody was switched to that. But we understood that remote interaction was possible, and mobile workstations were set. Well, actually, to top management, they were set for some time before, and some people worked at secure mobile workstations, so we did not feel much of a difference with this transfer to remote work, because decision makers had been working in a mobile manner for some time already. But as for governmental institutions, yes, we had a special center that we used to cover part of the work to be done, and we had e-services system up and running, and in the Ministry of Mass Media and Communications ranking we went 21 points higher. You are now telling us this all in such a smooth manner, as if there are no sanctions on IT solutions that you used. Well, sure, there are serious areas of support to domestic software, and domestic software is highly competitive both in Russia and the world, but somehow there is also this import replacement, and in Sevastopol and Crimea, it is not import replacement as such. We just can leave a replacement apart, because only the domestic software can be present there.
That's true. We didn't use Google Docs or any online charts and graphs and sheets. We use with national companies and national solutions, particularly the platform I was talking about, which allowed us to launch a contact center within 2 days, Smart City Cloud, from the League of Digital Economy, the guys, which we are ready to launch very fast the center. We also searched for the companies with headquarters in our peninsula, since remote work within such short period of time was impossible. And we need to say that the platform demonstrated itself quite efficiently, both at scaling up and expanding its toolkit. We used it as a center to process requests as a CRM system. Then we integrated the services to route units for analysis taken. Then we put inside the timing, planning, and then integrated the interaction with Russian surveillance agency. And now we are at the point when we just get rid of hard paper and we switch to digital solutions, as we have the e-signature opportunity. Now you don't have to provide hard copies anymore. I'm afraid even to ask a question: what was the timing of all of that? Probably like the God created the earth for a week. More sophisticated services like e-documents, circulation, and the e-register took us a couple of weeks. The point is that the Russian surveillance agency changed its requirements. Therefore, the flexibility is very important for IT solutions. If the vendor or supplier believes that is going to sell core with all the algorithms in place, it's not that simple. The system needs to be very flexible and agile in a smooth manner. A number of other services concerning payment and e-passes were implemented on Bittrex 10.4. We had our Sebastopol colleagues, and on the third day of all these tasks implementation, the CEO of the company went to see me. Look at that, even Google takes a week to have these releases. If I hadn't known that you could do that, I wouldn't have asked you to do that. That's what I said to the CEO. You know, the developers always say that we need 2 weeks for that. Let's discuss architecture of the project, and then a month to work it out. But when the task requirements and specification change in the process, not in the terms of preferences, but with the task itself, you need to be flexible. And we need to thank regional IT ministers and to you, Alexandra, to developers and providers. You know, thanks to such flexibility and readiness, within several days and hours to change the system and to follow the security protocol, it was a lot. Alexandra, I'd like to clarify one more point. There are always errors or discrepancies. And there should be a big drama show, always as a part of the story. So were any obstacles on your way to the success? The major big drama show is people. What type of people? We faced the situation when our agencies were not ready to transform, both working remotely and from the perspective of changing regulation. Our officials think the following way: if there is a paper, it's great, but if you work totally remotely, as we did with support measures, they wanted to be made redundant because they told us, I'm going to be subject to a prosecutor checkup. And the support measures amounted to $340 million, but the system is always is absolutely automated, complying all the information from different sources, recalculating if there were any errors in subsidies amount, and just providing the ready-to-use application. So the role of an official to accept this form. And he doesn't have a button which allows you to accept to do that. And this system changed our mindset, the mindset of our officials, since they used to give these subsidies using 40 people, and in this situation we required only 5 people, and the timing was absolutely different. First they were shocked, then they were satisfied, and then they realized how much personal time they managed to save, because all the checkups in automated manner saved nights for their sleep, for their sound sleep. We need to say that we have full range of intellectual rights for the system. If somebody wants to take this product, we are ready to share with other regions. So the major problem is people and mindset, which should be changed. We did realize that we had to train people, not only our officials, but the agencies, for them to understand what the greater future is and how transformation is different from digitalization. The pandemic launches its stress test, which cannot be initiated in any MBA course or business role play. There is always a question: why did it take 40 people to fulfill this task before? So there are the questions connected with the mentality and with the mindset. Thanks to such professionals like you, people change their mindset and they start looking at the process at a different angle. Just the last very brief question. So what development track do you choose, considering new input information with the current experience? We realized that working with a lot of scattered IT systems is difficult. So we decided to have a single IT core, including only data, personal data, data on the processes. We started to launch this strategy in the center of our system. Our governor, who's going to be in charge of the center. This is the first track. The second track is a training and team. Using the example of the pandemic, we realize that it's difficult to work without those thinking alike. So we have a special team responsible for digital transformation, with whom we have been communicated all this time, telling them how to engage and to so-called baptize them into our set of beliefs. I've been talking to the head of Department for Digital Development of Sebastopol with Alexandra Osipova. I give the floor to Larisa. Larisa? Thank you very much, Alexandra, for very sincere interviews. Thank you so much. Dear colleagues, I would like to thank our information partners. They are covering this Global Digital Summit Award, and this is great. We have the second in the row, and it is called the best for development of the economy. Shestopalov is going to be moderator of this session. We have 30 minutes, not 40 minutes. We have 30 minutes. Please stick to the timeline. Please stick to 4-time format to be able to ask and answer the questions. Do we have an understanding? We have the first presentation on the screen. Digital platform from the Federal Tax Service? No, that is not the order. A couple words about before nomination. Dear colleagues, the nomination of the best solution for the economic development is compatible with the national project and national goals issue. This is one of the national goals out of 5 given in decree of the President. Successful entrepreneurship and labor. We have very ambitious target indicators till 2030, such as 70% growth of investment, higher export by 70%, the bigger number of small and medium enterprises. To implement this goal, it's necessary to use digital solutions which on the one hand can incentivize entrepreneurship, on the other hand can reduce expenses, costs, make the interaction of entrepreneurs and state more efficient. Today I'm happy to introduce the participants of our nomination, the best solutions for the economic development. The first participant on my list is the team investment portal, web portal of Moscow, which has been working for a long time, and I was lucky to get acquainted with this portal. Now, within this contest, a digital summit awards. Dear colleagues, do we have you with us? Good day, all the participants and organizers. I'd like to share my presentation with you. Investment web portal of Moscow was created in 2014 and the official resource of Moscow government. The web portal is to support investment and production activity in single window approach. This support is effected through information provision in investment sites and implemented projects. processes the applications for business support, to find solutions to the issues among the investors and production enterprises. The portal is aimed at foreign users and is translated in 5 languages: German, English, Arabic, Chinese, and Spanish. Investment portal has 5 major blocks. The real estate from the city. First one, this block, there is information more than 4.2 thousand of real estate. Business block is about different support measures provided by the city. Industrial block has information on the capabilities to look for production sites. It has a map of complex spatial development area. Moscow block has statistics and analytics in economy and finance, investment, environmental protection, and information on the key investment projects in the city. Press center block has information on news, digests, interview with the leaders of the city, and the materials for the mass media. Online services of the web portal are the e-services. Accessible to registered users of the portal using your own profile account. Currently, we have 30 different services. They are separated into 5 groups. Feedback, the second is a project activity, where it is possible to look into the investment initiatives and to apply for their status. The group of city trading as an opportunity to participate in different auctions, take part in roadshows. Support measures provides an opportunity to apply for subsidies, incentives, and other types of support. Information services are aimed at following the news, digest, and interaction with mass media outlet. Last year was very fruitful. For the development of the web portal, we updated the web portal, within which the design was totally changed along with the structure. In December, we launched a mobile application which uses iOS and Android operation system. Last year, we saw the emergence of 13 new online services. So from the profile account, it's possible to sign a contract for sales or rent of real estate in remote mode. In 2020, we have new 12,000 users. Right now, there are 41,000 users. So, more than 25% growth for 1 year. Last year, our services were used by 95,000 times. Every day, we have around 8.2 unique users in our web portal, and the number keeps growing. When we launched mobile application, months and a half ago, and more than 1,000 users have downloaded this application. So the statistics of this web portal and higher attendance rate shows the results of our activity for our users. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you for the presentation of web portal. In fact, I strongly urge you to visit this web portal. This is a very, very efficient tool to work with investors, which has a lot of useful information. Even if you haven't been planning to start a business, so the information on the web portal can urge you to do that. And we switch to our next contestant, Market Space, the Winvestor project. Dear colleagues, the floor is yours. I would like to remind you that you have 4 minutes. Good day. My name is Vitaly Mutar, Winvestor project representative. Thank you for the opportunity to take part in your session. We develop an investment infrastructure for financial markets aimed at conventional user. Let's start with the problem we tackle. Today's the bank deposit is not an attractive financial instrument anymore due to the lower rates and additional income on the deposits of 13%. Now people are opting for bonds, shares, and alternative asset class, but for many people it is not understandable, very difficult in terms of entry point, but it should be very accessible to average user for the money to make money for the sake of our business. Along with that, we need to solve the problems when, for example, the investors are imposed the instruments which are very good for the sales people, but which is very bad for the consumer. Therefore, the healthy competition should be in place in order to reduce the commission and increase the return.
And that is what we focus on. We would like to provide the client with the freedom of choice and help them to choose. For that in mind, we build our market space that has 4 components: online store of investment products, aggregator of investment assistance, content project, and an online platform that unites it all. First of all, the store. It has financial products like mutual funds and others, and the assistants here are those who can provide you good help, and you choose the ones that you like more. And the main task is to attain good financial targets for the client. As for the Winvestor journal, that is something that helps the client as well. Then we have an open API platform that is developed in line with federal law, and there is identification of the client and data are processed, transactions are closed, and the platform has integrated vendors of products and services, leading brokers. On the one hand, they use our software that is supplied to them on the SaaS model, and on the one hand there is our shop window integrated into the platform where the services and products can be bought from. And as everything is united through one platform, there is one account profile that a client can use, and that provides them with a freedom of choice. And the investment control is performed in a single window approach, and we position ourselves as an infrastructure. That's why we are not unique, that you can take the service from any external shop window can join the platform. Any stores or banks can do that, and they can sell investment products from different vendors using the platform. And for example, if we had this year a client that had a deposit run, and we act as infrastructure to increase their performance and efficiency. We have working for a long time with this sphere. We are Skolkovo resident and now for associated member. We are very well known to the financial market. Thank you very much. I would like to thank Winvestor team, that is yet a new term. And now I'm happy to give the floor to our next contestant, that is a digital platform of the Federal Tax Service of Russia project to support SMEs. Colleagues, the floor is yours. You have 4 minutes.
Вас не слышно. Слышно? Да, слышно.
Can you hear me now? Yes, we can.
Так, сейчас презентацию видно, да?
We'll share the slides. Can you see them?
Добрый день еще раз, уважаемые.
Good evening.
Презентацию не видно, а вот теперь видно все.
We can see the slides, yes.
Спасибо. Уже добрый вечер, уважаемые участники
dear participants
и гости форума.
And guests to the forum. My name is Evgeny Gladyshev, and I represent Interactive Services Department of the Federal Tax Service of Russia. I would try to be brief to introduce to you our technology. Last spring, while implementing support measures to industries suffered from the coronavirus, we received a task to provide an easy mechanism of beneficial loan issuance, and that should be comfortable to loan organizations, should be embedded into their systems smoothly, and should be user-friendly to the customers. When technical solution was developed, we had to bear in mind that the measures adopted by the government implied work and operation in different regions, and there has to be mutual integration to all participants that provides for data exchange and process, and naturally also enrichment. And the system had to be integral, and data should be secure and protected in line with the effective bylaws and bank secrecy law. Like was voiced today, it took us around a month to design a solution basing on distributed register technology, and on the 24th of April the platform was launched, was commissioned. We opted for blockchain technology, first of all because it is easy to scale both technically and functionally wise, and in a distributed register, bank and federal executive agency has their block of data where technologies can unite it in one, accessible to all participants of data exchange, registry entry, at the same time protecting the data from unsanctioned changes. As for how it works, banks received several types of connections and distributed register placement that can be cloud node or a node that is embedded into the infrastructure. As a result, banks were able to place the nodes and connect to the system in one day on their side. And a dedicated person from the bank enters the application depending on the beneficial loan issuance program 0-2%, and they just open up the card and introduce the tax identification number of the applicant. Then automatically the process of verification is launched, whether the person complies to the program, and calculation of the loan cap is calculated. And what is used also here is data on from the Unified Register of Legal Entities and Physical Individuals. I'm sorry, we cannot hear you again.
Коллеги, технические специалисты могут ли подключиться?
Our technical support, can you help us? Now we can hear you. You have 30 minutes left.
Да, спасибо. Тогда попробую.
Thank you.
Что еще раз? Попробую, да, коротко уложиться.
And I'll try to be more concise. So a bank expert enters the system, puts in the tax identification number, and then all the verification takes place whether the support measures are accessible to this or that applicant, and the loan cap is calculated. The platform then proves that the information is okay, and the bank can make a decision on whether to give out the loan or not. And the distributed register technology will not allow to process another application if an applicant would like to file one to another bank. The uniqueness of an application excludes a possibility of duplicating the payments. And I would like to show you the cloud node that the banks were able to use. With their own interfaces. On the screen you can see what was accessible according to the governmental rulings 422 and 696, and then there is qualification of the borrower, and the loan ceiling is calculated, and all the information on statistics necessary to other executive agencies that supervise the program are present. And we managed to reach these results through introducing our platform, and all the key banks joined the platforms very fast. Some of them joined the platform, others just installed the distributed register node in 2 months. So we had over 40 banks joining us in that short period of time, that enabled to take processes and services engaging different spheres of governmental and business activities together. And thanks to distributed register technology, we mitigated loan issuance deadline to 3 days, and the costs and expenses of organizations were really seriously cut, and as practice showed, we the technology can be unraveled and scaled to practically any tasks that imply assessment of an applicant on any indicators. So, time-wise, please sum it up. Well, the platform has proven to have really high potential in governmental and business support, as well as in financial sphere. Thank you very much. It's worth mentioning that the situation is unique when a tax service initiates this interaction and does not act just as a supervising agency. Our next participation is FIS platform. Dear colleagues, you have 4 minutes to introduce your solution to develop the economy of the country. Good evening, colleagues. I'm Sergei Chmakov from FIS platform.
Итак, наша компания является российской IT-компанией.
We are a Russian IT company present in the market for 17 years. We specialize in business automation. We have our own developments and solutions. We have launched over 160 projects overall in Russia and abroad in different business spheres, and we are Skolkovo resident. As for what issues we see in the market today, that is IT experts shortage that is seen in many companies, and deficit of time to change alter the IT legacy that a lot of companies have. That is absence of throughput, process of digitalization and automation, and absence of uniform methods of digitalization. And we can solve all these issues with the help of our technology, that is our FIS platform product. That is a platform that does not require any difficult coding, and it acts as an easy constructor that you can customize any application and set any business process with. The architecture is modular, and that is pretty functional. The platform is available to the current employees, so any employee, any team can acquire these functions and practice them, saving the time on development by 3 times and monetary resources by 5 times. Because using this platform, you should not employ costly experts, and every system should not resort to various vendors, but can develop different processes and turn them digital using this platform. As for current projects that we have in the banking sector, we have implemented a loan conveyor for both legal entities and physical individuals. We are implemented in debt collection, and we have worked for the central bank, and we work also for other business spheres. As for platforms implemented on our platform, I can say that there are governmental institutions. We had a pilot in the Department of IT of Moscow City. We have also worked with the Post of Russia in workstation automation, and we have worked with S7, where we managed the land transport management system. We have launched 2 projects in Rusatom service, one connected with the procurement, another with e-commission management, and we have launched also monitoring and supervision system in Ryazan factory. We have also worked with medicine and insurance. For example, in Pretor Clinic, we have launched a conveyor belt for application acceptance and processing. Our product is really effective and functional for any business sphere. If you have any questions, please approach us. We would be happy to make your business effective. Thank you very much for your time and attention. Thank you for meeting the timing, and now I'm happy to give the floor to the final contest for this award. That is a Geometer company project. Dear colleagues, the floor is yours.
Коллеги, вам слово. Можно включить презентацию, если есть. И 4 минуты.
Colleagues, the floor is yours. Please launch your slides, and you have 4 minutes. Thank you. Hello, my name is Alexey Dudarev, and I represent GEMS Development Company and Geometer project, that is a platform to solve tasks of city management on the basis of geodata. Over half of the global population lives in the city, and the city is a small territory that is a cross-section of interests and development plans of different areas, that is transportation and energy and waste management and construction. And there is a separate department responsible per each area, and each of them have their own development plans. Today we use automation, but one process remains analog, that is agreeing and adoption of the projects basing on the activities, no matter how great an expert is, but processing huge arrays of information on the city is difficult, and that influences the quality of decision making. That's why when our customers, leaders of regions and cities understand that their management efficiency is limited with an expert opinion of specific people, they want to make difficult processes transparent and make decisions on the basis of data. Then they approach us, and GeoMeta web platform provides for transparency of data and analytical support and decision making. For example, if you choose a location for a kindergarten basing on demographic forecasts, real queues and construction forecasts on residential buildings, or if you want to determine optimal implementation of transport development basing again on the real load with the information that we receive from mobile operators. What is critical here is to process information on social response of the population on the decision made, and questions of quality index of the urban environment. GeoMeta is used to develop a system of info support to all the activities. The Russian Federation has 25 regions already installed our product.
What is more, 10 years ago we used to be IT department of a big urban development institute. We had to do something for the paper general plans to be information models, and they help to efficiently manage the city and to make the population of the city happy. Today we are doing that. We have all the tools for that. We have good technological background, ecosystem, and our business expertise. More than 37 people engaged in development of software. Please share with the mayors and governors this information. Thank you very much, dear participants. We are just strict timing. There is one question from Yuzhno-Sakhalinsk, where we have nighttime right now. I would like to thank all the contestants of our nomination, the Best Solutions for Economic Development. I would like to give the floor to Larisa Katsheva for our further activity according to the agenda. Dear colleagues, thank you so much for a very interesting presentation. But I'd like to give the floor to a colleague of mine, Alla Zharova, and we have Kaliningrad online. This is our last online session, 5 minutes for Kaliningrad. Unfortunately, you have 5 minutes only. Dear colleagues, good afternoon, good day. I'm very happy to introduce Natalia Sibirova, Vice Governor of Kaliningrad Oblast. Dear colleagues, good evening. Natalia, may we start with that video? You know, I believe that video is necessary. Dear colleagues, please switch on the video about the technological development in Kaliningrad region.
Позволили создать
allowed to create more than 2,100 jobs and to involve specialists for IT projects. The heritage of World Cup 2018 provided for a secure and safe infrastructure development. Today, the new stadium of Kaliningrad in Sara Center, we have a section of our region matter cluster. This interactive dashboard is necessary to reflect the information on the services and equipment of matter cluster. Here we can see the state of storage systems, capacity of the channel, number of users on the website of Kaliningrad region and other system. All these things are required to reflect the information on the current state on real on-time mode. Particular geopolitical position of Kaliningrad region is a challenge to provide for information security of the region. 2020, the government of Kaliningrad region created the special center responsible for that. In the region, we see the implementation of many platform solutions for the smart city and for smart region in utilities and in rural areas development. A regional web portal of municipal services allows a better quality and affordability of services for every dweller. The better living standard is a priority of our region. Active development of information system allows tackling this task. Secure and safe cities are very effective and sufficient tool to do that. Every day our life brings new challenges. 2020 has become this year for all the country. Those digital solutions which were supposed to appear later on did it in 2020. We do all understand that we need a digital breakthrough for achieving digital heights. Dear colleagues, good evening once again. Very inspiring video you saw in many areas developing. Do you have a single strategy for development in the region, or maybe the strategy for digital transformation? Of course, every region has its own development strategy. We have a unique geopolitical region which should focus on our priority areas as the accessibility and transport development, support for the business, our position. This is new set of technoparks, IT cluster. As for the digital strategy of the region, of course, this is better standard living of every citizen through digital development. This is the development of the processing center. These are major areas. We do understand that by the 1st of September we need to have major digital strategies for each region, which are going to be a part of our strategy. There were many projects demonstrated. How do you assess these digital projects? Particularly talking about the citizens. You know, during the pandemic time, the Ministry of our made a survey among the citizens. Around 56% of those respondents positively react to digital transformation of the region itself, even though the digitalization is coming seamlessly. The results can be seen. What can you wish other regions in digital transformation? You know, you don't need to advise anything. Every region does a lot for digitalization, which brings to the digitalization of the whole country. I would like to have a single platform to share the best practices, as everybody has strong strengths. You can use these best practices. Today we've seen many things, many interesting things, and today's award and contest shows that every region is actively engaged in digitalization. Natalia, thank you very much for your input. Unfortunately, we don't have much time. The last question. You have a very interesting background. What is it about? Why have you decided to choose this background? You're right to mention, you know, this is our Kaliningrad Stadium, the heritage of World Cup, and right now we're in the very center of digitalization of Kaliningrad region. We have Metro Cluster, Geo Distribution Center, our data processing center, so we're in the very heart of that process. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, a very interesting conversation. I would like to thank moderator for great timing. We have our beloved nominations. The student nomination just strive for the heights, and Pavel Shestopalov is going to moderate them. Thank you very much. Student nomination is one of the most interesting. Students propose what we are afraid to do. There is a joke, not even a joke, maybe a real story. They say that Elon Musk didn't attend the Space Academy, and he didn't know that, for example, you cannot land the missile, you cannot spacecraft on an ocean because there are a lot of waves. He didn't know that. That's why he did it. Nomination, Strive for the Heights. A first participant is from the intellectual system forecasting the risks of the second heart attack. You have 4 minutes. The time is up. Good day, dear experts and colleagues. According to statistics, just right now, a person died of heart attack. But just in brief, we're going to talk about figures. For you to know, we're the first globally on mortality rate because of heart attacks. 673,000 die of heart attack in Russia, and recurrent heart attack occurs 16.2 times, so the mortality rate increased by 37 times. The most conventional method. This is on the slide. You can see the structure of how to assess and screen the patient, but the drawback is that it is very costly and it is very long. In terms of screening, we would like to introduce our solution based on IT and medicine approach. Not going into scientific detail, I'd like to say that we take the behavioral pattern analysis, biotechnical points, and consider traditional risk factors. All this data is aggregated, and with the help of neural network, we have the risk level. So according to estimates, we will increase our classification rate in terms of detection by 14 to 17%. What are the advantages? For example, my grandpa lives in a small city. He likes fishing. He doesn't like to attend hospitals. Thanks to our solution, he'll be able to economize and to buy a fishing rod. As we will allow him to economize, and the rural areas and towns up to 2,000 people will be able to do that. We will simplify the pressure on doctors and physicians who are right now trying to solve the issue of another patient because time is not on our side. So the specialists will be able to precisely detect the risk level. We need to say a couple of words about the crew of our balloon and our journey to 5 years. We have four finals lost, 2 times were rejected financing. Now I am in front of you. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity to be heard. And you have my contact details. We are open to any interaction. Thank you very much. The issue is very complicated. I do hope that your application, your product will really help people who really need that. Our next participant, Palantir, a very mysterious name. Could we have you online and your 4 minutes for presentation of your solution? Palantir team. Hello, can you hear us? We cannot see you. Unfortunately, I'm not going to share my video with you. Let's get down to that. In my short presentation, I'm going to answer 3 major questions. What is offered? Palantir, Beagle name, is a software to work with open data in social media. It gives a tool for search engine analysis of the results and data storage for post-processing. Who might be interested in that? It might be interesting as for the private sector and the state sector. This is required for analyzing the clients to develop marketing and business analytics. What is more interesting, how it can be used by the state to analyze mass media information and for security issues, fight against extremism. There is a question, how is it possible to do? See this question in your eyes. I would like to say that there is a huge number of private and state solutions to find solutions to these problems, to analyze social networks. Palantir, I just got to know that in the US there is a company like doing the same, analyzes social media for private companies and for the state. Posters, Quantly, social makers, and Prism, the state-owned company, Carnivore, and Russian Zeus development. Right now, state solutions either violate federal laws, the law on the personal data, or constitution law, provoke a lot of negative reaction, because the information is taken from those sources data which are not open. But most social networks have open API where you can get initial data. This is my solution. Analysis of social media is interrelated with infographics. Analyzing social network is possible through number of info traffic between nodes. Each node is a user. How can it be used for fighting extremism? If we, for example, have some users who just circulate information, extremistic information, so we can find the core within these nodes and analyze the roots of how this information is circulated. To fight circulation of information, it's necessary to deactivate several nodes, provoking less negative reaction. It allows using more narrow control. Further on, for accumulating information, after we have a lot of data, you can use web mining algorithms. 30 seconds for your conclusion, please. I have 15 seconds. I don't have enough time to do that. You have 15 seconds. Sorry. Thank you very much for your attention. There is potential in place. I wanted to have the graph of my social ties in social networks. The next team is software, hardware set for autonomous vehicle, competing against Yandex. Software and hardware set for autonomous car.
Hello. Our team deals with soft and hardware for security management of a modern car. Modern car and its safety is based on the mobilizer that once a person gets can start the engine of the car. And we provide a product that helps to enlarge the security of the system and also works on music, for example, and other systems of a car. Therefore, we elaborated a voice assistant, and the system works on, therefore, safety, security, and adds customization from a specific user, and therefore increasing concentration of the driver. The goals of our team was to elaborate a hard and software system of safety, security, and function management of a driverless car. Here you can see the tasks. And as for the software development, here you can see the structure of the system. There is a hardware block installed into the car, and there is a voice assistant that is a module to our system. As for the technical solution elaboration, the functional scheme is shown here. There is the battery communication block, the matrix, and here is the design of the hardware. That is a 3D model of hardware block with all the fixtures. Software. You can see the design that is flat with a minimum number of windows and mainly in dark theme. And there are several clients. Mobile client, for example, and others. The design and logic of work is present here. Our system can be applied in a personal car to customize the functions. In car sharing, where it can be used for identification of the driver to verify that all the documents are okay. In a taxi, the driver can again customize the settings, and in railroad transportation, our system can help verification of the customer. We have registered 2 software, and the certificates are present here. The participants of the team are present here. Thank you very much for your attention. The team would be happy to answer your questions. Thank you very much. I would like to thank the team that elaborated hardware and software for driverless car, but it is important for a car not to be just driverless, but also disinfected. So the next team would introduce a disinfection system. My name is Daniel Kucherov, and I'm a 4-year student for bachelor's degree. And I introduced a team that elaborated disinfection means product. We will briefly tell you the essence of the project and the economy. So the issue is that passengers of public transport can get infected in the epidemic outbreak. And people can be infected in public transport that is potentially hazardous. Coronavirus even worsened the situation. People during the pandemic fear going out and using public transport. Current disinfection methods such as fumigation and ultrasound disinfection have drawbacks, such as the need of a human presence, and it's also necessary to maintain the devices. The target of the goal of our project is to elaborate a special recirculator for public transport that can safely and qualitatively disinfect the transport. We put forward an automated safe device to disinfect the viruses and bacteria on transport means. The device is installed into the transport. It is based on ultraviolet radiation that inactivates hazardous microbodies and viruses. We have 2 modes of operation, open and closed. In open mode, the device disinfects the air, and in closed, it can disinfect the surfaces as well. Why is it needed? Ultraviolet is hazardous for a human being. That's why when there are no people inside, open disinfection is possible, and when people are present, you can clean the air simply in closed mode. That is the prototype of our device. The principle of operation is pretty easy. In closed mode, the air goes into one of the outlets, and then it disinfects inside, and then it is put out on the other end. Therefore, the air is purified. We have looked at the competitors in the market, potential competitors in the market. Here you can see technical properties. The key ones are that our device can be installed on the walls of a transport and disinfects surfaces and air in 6 to 20 minutes, and it can work from the transport battery using 12-24 volts. Our device is scaled. It can be installed in different transport, both in public transport and taxis, buses. telemetrics, our device allows to see whether there are people on board and therefore prohibit open disinfection. So we have, as I have mentioned, 2 modes of disinfection, and our device allows to disinfect transport from dust. We have determined 3 channels, that is public transport, taxi and car sharing. As for our relations with the customers, our device would enable to increase passenger flow because people would opt for public transport with the disinfectants more, and our solution is in demand. We think of raising funds through selling our patent that we filed an application for, or to come up with a small innovation enterprise. The current stage of our project is elaboration of a prototype and assessment of efficiency of its operation. Potential partners of our project are the Center of Additive Technologies and Interpolaris. Economic viability, the net cost of our product is 35,000 rubles, and the return should be 38%, and we are planning to sell our product at 48,000 rubles. Thank you very much. The next team is Cerebrum MD. The floor is yours, please. And be brief. You will receive an extra bonus if you stick to less than 4 minutes, but not over 4 minutes. Hello? Just a second. Can you see my slides? Yes, we can. Hello, I'm Magomed Medilov. I'm co-founder and director of MD Income. We elaborate solutions of virtual reality, computer vision, and machine learning for treatment. We have 5 programs, and the flagship is Cerebrum MD, that is assistive service for remote rehabilitation of patients with paralysis of upper limbs. Paralysis or movement dysfunction is a conclusion of a stroke, and one doctor can help 120 patients. Therefore, 160,000 experts are needed for all patients that require assistance, but they are non-existent. Therefore, 90% do not have access to rehabilitation and remain disabled. Our solution is a software that includes computer vision, with the help of which the software automatically controls the therapy and correctness of exercises performed by a patient with 98% of accuracy. We have elaborated machine learning algorithm that is based on the data of patient history and medical history and the movements of the limbs. And the therapy is automated, and the material bonuses are present for the best patient. Currently, we have elaborated MVP with proven efficiency on 450 patients, and we have concluded contracts the amount of 3.2 million rubles. There is a commercial pilot with Ipsen. There is interest in product after we receive registration, and we have scientific cooperation with the leading institutions like Sklifosovsky, Vladimirsky, and the Skoltech Technical Institute. Rehabilitation services market is growing annually, and to date it is $1.7 billion, and by 2024 it will be $3.2 billion according to forecasts. We are working on B2B model, and we provide private, governmental, and medical organizations services for therapy, and Cerebrum MD for 50 and 100 patients that will cost $2,000 and $3,500 US respectively. As for technical and economic comparison, we did not elaborate a new method of rehabilitation. Our main task was to automate and optimize the current existing method of rehabilitation. We managed to do that, and furthermore, we managed to take all the therapy from hospital beds to homes, preserving the supervision. On our team, we have technical experts and scientific and IT experts. Our scientific consultant is Larissa Idilova from Sklifosovsky Institution, and Kendall M. Cannon from the U.S. Sanford Institute is also our scientific consultant. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. You have met the time limits. Your project is really inspiring, and its social side is worth mentioning, though you mentioned prices in rubles and dollars. And in conclusion, there is a team that has elaborated software for 3D modeling for people with disabilities. Good evening, dear experts and listeners. My name is Polina, and I introduce a project for 3D modeling to people with disabilities. Russia has 12 million people with disabilities. A lot of them experience difficulties while finding good clothes because they do not take into consideration particularities of the figures. The principle of the product of work of the first product out of 3 that we put forward. A person installs an app and goes to a web designer that takes all the measurements and then creates a digital double for that person. Then you can see how you will look in this or that clothes in the app. As for the principle of the second product, again, the 3D model of a person is created, and afterwards you can upload a photo of any clothes piece from mass market, and then the app will select the material and show how it will look on the person. Then the person either agrees or objects the piece of clothes. We are twice winners of All-Russian Accelerator of social initiatives, and we have several technical projects implemented today, together with People Project, that is a project on inclusive clothes sewing. Initially, we wanted to create something similar to Saber, but analyzing the market of existing software, we understood that products of this kind are already present. Therefore, we had 2 areas of activities born. As for project monetization, it will go through subscription. The target market has 3 categories. The first one are people that live in Russia with different disabilities. Russia has around 12 million people with disabilities, and in Yekaterinburg, around 50,000 people with disabilities live. If we bear in mind MAU-DAU coefficient, it is 20–30%, and therefore beneficiaries in Yekaterinburg will be around 10,000 people. Other beneficiaries will be manufacturers of materials for clothes of mass market and people that do not have enough time to go to stores. The team has a lot of partners, including the leadership of the Urals Institute of Management of RENAPA, affiliate association Special People, Alex family, Russian brand that makes clothes for people with disabilities, accessible environment to all in Sverdlovsk, and Urals Federal University. Our potential partners are also digital sewing plant Shishkin and Sverdlovsk factory. Thank you very much for your attention. I would be happy to take your questions. Thank you very much. I believe that many of our contestants are closer to heights than participants of the so-called adult nominations. And social responsibility projects are really highly interesting. I hope it will be noted by our jury members. So, colleagues, I'm giving the floor to Larissa Kadashova for the final remarks in our telemarathon Digital Heights. Yes, our telemarathon lasted from 10 in the morning Moscow time. So we have been online for over 9 hours. We started with online connection with Kamchatka and ended with Kaliningrad. We had a lot of different teams from many different regions. We have learned so much about digitalization. I believe that we will go through these recordings again and again, and I believe that our presenters touched upon a lot of valuable matters. But the most important question is who won? We had the first winners voiced already to the awards that spoke in the first half of the day, and now it's time to voice the winners of the awards that we had afterwards. And we also had other awards that we gave to signpost events in digitalization. So what do we have left? National project in the digital. That is our partnership nomination with Digital Breakthrough. Best solution to enhance digital security. The best solution to develop economy. Student nomination. Not many jury members there, but I hope that now they are working actively and giving their feedback to us. We didn't have a chance to ask questions to our dear students, but if there are any, we will send them to our students. And there is Konstantin Parshin present in the studio of Digital Heights. Usually we are moderators of this ceremony that are present on stage all the time, but now we are like this. And we have another studio where Nikolai Sudarikov is present with a very responsible task as well, because he knows winners in 2 partnership nominations, digitalization support, and 1 more nomination that we're going to tell you about soon. But to begin with, Konstantin, I can see that you have a guest.
It's great that we get together, we see each other. Maybe it's a conventional way of conduct right now. I can say that the spirit of time and the DNA to work from scratch is in our blood. So it is very important to see that the process of voting is going on or it is over. We have no idea who the winner is. We will be happy at your victory and success. First of all, I'd like to introduce our guest, Dmitry Komendantov, who plays a very important role. He's a GR director of Mail.ru company. Everybody knows this company. Dmitry, we are very happy to welcome you to our studio. Dmitry has a very important task to give the name of our first winners in a couple of nominations. Dmitry, please take the floor. Good day, dear friends. It's a great privilege for me to be here, represent not only the company, but to introduce the winners It's very important to support industry for our sector, for the digital transformation in different sectors, in state governance to develop. So let's get to the national project about digitalization. I have an envelope. So the winner in national project in digitalization is exciting BMI. Let's give a round of applause. We do hope that our audience is going to join us. We do not hand in special awards, but they will be sent to our winners. Very great statues. I do hope that the fame and recognition in these nominations will allow the companies to move forward. The next nomination, the best solution for information security, Acronis data protection, is the winner. This is a well-deserved victory of famous company. Mail.ru should look at this company at a different angle to look into the possible cooperation with this company. I'll convey the information to those responsible in our company for that. The best solution for economic development, and that was the next nomination, and the winner is Investment Portal of Moscow. I would like to give floor to colleagues representing this project. I do hope that we have them online. Roman Urnyshev, advisor to the head of DAT of Moscow, and Svetlana Garneva, head of investment directorate. Svetlana, Roman, good evening. Good evening, dear colleagues. Thank you for giving the opportunity to take part in the contest. It's a great privilege to be the winner and to receive such a high recognition. But first of all, I would like to thank our users and entrepreneurs opting for digital services on our investment web portal. Undoubtedly, such a success would have been impossible without a strong team, without our partners, without our expertise and lack of sleep sometimes, but it was worth it. Those entrepreneurs, which are in Moscow right now, have used our digital services and web portal more than 90,000 times. Moscow Investor, Grants, mobile application are the most popular ones. I'd like to thank everyone. Thank you for such high assessment. I believe that the forthcoming years will allow us to achieve higher. The pandemic is going to be over, and we're going to see each other in offline. Yeah, digitalization is changing the world, but we are very happy to do that together. Thank you. Svetlana, please take the floor. I would like to thank. We were very excited about the results. I'd like to thank you for organizing such a very interesting contest and to share. Here we have so-called feedback line. So over the time, we have a big number of applications and requests on IT technologies, investment climate. These are requests for subsidies, for support measures, and the rating of your contest was very vivid on our web portal. Thank you very much. Once again, we are going to strive for new digital heights. I'd like to sincerely thank the whole authority of Moscow, DAT of Moscow. You've managed to maintain quality, the real speed of entrepreneurship. almost a state organization, but your risk appetite, your willingness to achieve impossible within a short period of time, and the success which follow impress our mindset and encourage the competition among the real independent private IT companies. Sometimes you solve tasks in an advanced manner, but 2020, which was very difficult fight against pandemic, was the hardest exam for you. Thank you from the whole innovative community. We did see that. We do hope that the experience will be very useful, particularly for the regions of our country. Switch to other nominations. The contest brings together absolutely different areas, different layers of maturity, different philosophies of people who strive for a digital summit. In this case, we need to say about the nomination, which are beyond our contest, which is very important as well. One of the nominations is on the path to digital democracy. The title is self-explaining. We talked much about this last year. We did a lot in this respect. In this regard, I'd like to give the floor to St. Petersburg, Alexander Malkevich, first deputy of the Commission for Development of Information, IT and Mass Communication of the Civic Chamber of Russia, Director General of St. Petersburg Channel. The floor is yours, Alexander. Good evening, dear colleagues. It's great that we conclude the results of such an award. We're discussing digital success, digital breakthroughs, which happened in our country last year. Since the nomination is very important on the path to digital democracy, why am I a kind of a big gun here? Last year with the head of work task force within the Civic Chamber of Russia, which was called on control over distance voting procedure, and right now it has been expanded and task force on introduction of new advanced IT in voting processes. Let's be honest, the real breakthrough in digital democracy, the most important step towards creating e-voting democracy was e-voting procedure itself, which we tried in 4 regions of Russia, first on amendments to the constitution, then the general election. And this is a real breakthrough. I don't want to compare with the previous US general election. We saw what the postal election was. We demonstrated to the whole world how you can securely bring in this e-voting. There were no questions asked with regard to this voting verification. So that has become a real one using your smartphone on the e-state service web portal. I do hope that this year other 10-15 regions going to join this path, and we'll be moving towards 2024 developing such services and platforms. It's a great privilege and pleasure for me to proclaim DAT as the winner in this nomination for creation and launch of distant voting in our life. Dear colleagues, DAT of Moscow, I'd like to listen to your comments. We have Vladislav Shishmarev, the head of data control in Moscow Department of Technologies, IT technologies. How did you manage to achieve that? Vladislav, could you please switch on your mic?
Так, попробуйте, Владислав, если это на вашей стороне, немножечко не хватает.
Vladislav, we don't hear you. The video is perfect. Those who can read lips can do that, can understand you.
Так, ну давайте мы оставим нам немножко зазор на онлайн-эфир.
Let's have some time for online broadcast, for some technical disruptions. I hope we will have an opportunity to speak to Moscow. Vladislav, we thank you and we congratulate your department on solving such a task within such a short period of time. During the pandemic time, you do a great job. Thank you very much. Let's follow on. We have another great speaker online. I'd like to give the floor to a colleague of ours, great friend of ours, Elena Volatovskaya, who is the head of Committee for Development of IT in Opora Russia organization. And this nomination is connected with activities of these organizations, which is going to be called the Foundation of Digitalization. Konstantin, thank you very much. First nomination. We have two nominations. Nikolai is going to give the winner. First nomination is the Foundation of Digitalization. We've been gathering the results of votes, so they are tightly, securely packed. Who is the winner? The winner is CheckAdvisor. Congratulations. Colleagues, great job. Nikolai Sudarikov, the head of Softline business. And you have another great piece of news for Foundation of Russia, special nomination. We decided to have special nomination for development and contribution to small and medium business. Would like to award the Moscow Innovative Cluster. Now another opportunity to speak to Moscow. Let me take the initiative. I'm very happy to talk to Moscow, but I'd like to compliment, if not for your official suits, you can be seen as a winning team, as a Father Frost, and you know, you keep on just to very good New Year's style. From here, if you will, I'm going to give the floor to Maria Tavadze, a person with great experience, whom we know the advisor to the head of IT in Moscow. Maria, a couple words. Good day, dear colleagues. Can you hear me? I'd like to thank for great appreciation and high assessment of our project, the Moscow Information Cluster. In fact, this is a great thing to see how the project is becoming a platform with more than 19,000 participants from scratch. This is a huge achievement of a team which is big enough. Our developers, our colleagues from the entrepreneurship department. I'm very happy to be a part of such a team. I thank you. I'm very happy for an opportunity to take part in such a big and interesting project. Maria, thank you very much. On my behalf, a couple of words. If you don't know, this project is only a year. You just disrupted the market, bringing together big data companies' competence as a team. And what is important, this is the activity which was not isolated. It wasn't performed in solo. You brought together a huge number of different departments, like Skolkov actually participating in that. So you had a very important integration role on the market. When there is a number of scattered companies, you don't know where to go, where to look for the support measures. A huge work was done over a short period of time. In this respect, a couple of words from Ilya Tolstoy, the deputy head of Moscow Information Cluster. I would like to join Maria in thanking organizers of this contest for paying attention to our project. Very interesting contest and very interesting participants. I'd like to thank all those taking part in the developing Moscow Innovative Cluster and to mention unique collaboration between the DIT and the Department of Innovative Development and Entrepreneurship. While creating this web portal, all those people spend their effort, time, and willingness, desire, and everything else. In order to do that, I'd like to thank Maria for her valuable contribution. I'd like to thank organizers. I'd like to wish you good luck. So let next year bring more success and results. Ilya, Maria, we're expecting new heights. You can all achieve them next year. Moving from super professionals, super team of mature IT specialists, managers, to nomination, which is about the future, which is about the students. We have Dmitry Shishmaryov joining us. Let's give him the floor. Can I be heard? In brief. Unfortunately, there are some disruptions to the sound. Interpretation is not possible. The first experiment on the election to Moscow State Duma, the experiment allowed us to hold voting, distant voting on amendments to the Constitution. More than 1 million users during the pandemic time were able to vote on the amendments to the Constitution without leaving their house. Such new technologies allow doing magic things. We had the first space voting. Unfortunately, the speaker is not online. I'd like to mention this fact. I'd like to thank the organizers of the award and the citizens who support this use distant voting. We would like to meet the expectations and to further develop and support this endeavor within this path of distant voting. Alexander, thank you very much. We need to thank and we need to wish at all the services we have right now, and probably voting is the continuation of persons' opportunity to do that. I'd like to wish next experiment to become a part of our routine life. Use this service like we order food delivery, hire a taxi online. This is not about big state projects, this is our life. It's in block of flats, in different blocks of houses, and the experience that we have gained to proliferate technologies as much as possible to ensure better penetration in the region. We do hope that your expertise will be of use to us. Larissa, thank you very much.
So if I may, Larissa, I will go back to the nomination that I believe is really outstanding, and it should keep us warm because it is our future. So that is student nomination Ahead to the Heights. Dmitry, now I will give you the floor because you have the envelope. So open it up and let's see what is there. I'm particularly happy to declare winner in this nomination because Mail Group does a lot to develop education and support student initiatives in various areas. And I believe that your employees are pretty young. Yes, the average age of our employees is young, and it is only natural to us as a company that has this entrepreneurial spirit to support young, inspiring IT specialists in this area. So I'm now opening the envelope, and the winner of the award Ahead to the Heights is Cerebrum MD project. Congratulations. Time goes on, and therefore we are at the closing nomination. Larissa, I believe it is your favorite one, and I believe yours as well. I'm trying to conceal this fact, but that is truly so. Technologies do not live on their own. They have to come to our life, but so that people are not afraid of them and start promoting them. That is not an easy effort, and journalism is an art. That is an art that makes difficult and complicated things easy. And now we would be happy to award professionals in that art that is called Heights of Digital Journalism. We're happy to give this award to our colleagues from A News. I hope that they can hear and see us, and they will open up a bottle of champagne. Our congratulations go to them. So I would like to express our gratitude again to all the organizers and nominees. Larissa, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. So we have had 9 hours and 35 minutes online. How do you like this record? As for A News, that is one of the most quoted on social media news service in Russia, and they're really great in the digital. Guys, you are wonderful. Thank you very much. And I would like to express my gratitude to everybody, to the team of Digital Heights, Ranapa, Gaidar Forum that have arranged this marathon, to the regions, to the brilliant teams for their presentations, to the moderators of Genius. It is my wish to be in the studio together with you, and let it be so next year. So let's meet Digital Heights 2022, and let's meet online and offline as well. Let's meet face to face. Thank you very much, and let's meet at Digital Heights 2021.
изменились ли мы? Стали другими или остались собой? Принимая время, место, обстоятельства. Главное, не остановиться сегодня, чтобы стать сильнее завтра. И знать, мы вместе. И это все меняет. Ваш «Газпромбанк».
В звуке или в тексте, ушами или глазами, но всегда мозгами. Только по делу. Главное в политике, главное в бизнесе, главное о личных деньгах. Со скоростью звука, со скоростью света. Услышать и увидеть. Один бренд, два адреса. Бизнес FM и bfm.ru. Не на словах, а на деле.
И АЭС, он будет входить в повседневную жизнь людей.
Когда люди почувствуют, особенно молодежь, полезность, когда увидят себя вот в этих проектах, вот это уже мы будем говорить, что точка невозврата, она пройдена.
2020 год действительно выступил огромным стимулом для расширения этой формы занятости во всем мире, в Европе, в Америке, в других странах мира и в России в том числе.
на наш союз все больше и больше обращают внимание в мире.
Важно, чтобы система образования давала не только знания, что мы абсолютно должны и это будем делать, но и формировала те нравственные качества, которые позволят миру сохраниться, странам развиваться и быть человеку не только успешными, но и в определенной степени счастливым.
Один из элементов успешности в 21 веке – это интеграция разнообразия, умение адаптироваться, умение пробовать и ошибаться.
Путем погружения в реальный проект.
Россияне очень имеют такой хороший аппетит, что называется, к инновациям.
10 лет назад нас накрыло бы, но честно, я думаю, что было бы очень тяжело без помощи из-за рубежа справиться с теми вызовами, которые мы получили, пережили в 2020 году.
Наша повестка должна ответить на глобальный вызов, с которым сталкивается человечество.
Ну вот и подходит к концу Гайдаровский форум 2021. И в конце такого мероприятия, когда отзвучали все официальные речи, всегда хочется просто поговорить. И наша последняя сессия именно такая. Мы просто поговорим. С кем? С кем? С теми, кого вы много раз видели по телевизору, вы читали о них в телеграм-каналах, возможно, в других новых медиа. Это победители конкурса «Лидеры России». Наш формат называется «Слово лидеру». Это что-то такое типа TED-Talk, но мы придумали его сами. Просто мы хотим рассказать о том, что важно и интересно этим людям, которые прошли многочисленные конкурсные процедуры, которые сейчас учатся по очень интересной программе и хотят что-то сделать для нашей страны. Кто они? Давайте знакомиться. Итак, наш первый спикер – это Наталья Горелова. Наталья – управляющий партнер ООО «Ларсон Пайлинг», победитель конкурса «Лидеры России 2020». А еще она человек, которого очень волнует такой вопрос. Почему женщинам не место в мужском бизнесе? Наташ, вам слово.
Добрый вечер. За время своей карьеры в бизнесе я общалась с очень многими людьми и привыкла к тому, что часто отношение ко мне как к деловому партнеру может предопределять мой пол. Конечно, это отношение можно и получается изменить, но это требует усилий, а предубеждение существует как данность. Я владею и руковожу строительной компанией, а строительный бизнес в России — это очень мужской и очень консервативный мир. Разумеется, часто первые реакции при встрече со мной — удивление, недоумение, а то и сомнения в моем профессионализме. Сдержанные или не очень сдержанные ухмылки, неготовность обсуждать сложные технические вопросы. Невысказанная мысль, почему вместо директора прислали секретаршу в начале переговоров, высказанная мысль «надо же», впервые приходится пожимать руку женщине в конце. Почти на каждой встрече с новым контрагентом я чувствую, что вокруг меня выстраивается забор гендерного недоверия. Где-то высокий, где-то низкий, где-то прочный, а где-то не очень. Но он есть почти всегда. Первый раз, когда я этого не почувствовала, очень удивил меня и запомнился. В тот раз моими собеседниками были представители финской компании. По мере развития международных проектов я все чаще оказываюсь в ситуации, когда отношение ко мне не зависит от моего пола. В Европе это нормально, в России пока нет. Конечно, накапливается усталость. С другой стороны, необычные женщины в качестве делового партнера и руководитель строительного бизнеса может играть этой женщине на руку. Да, при переговорах ты потратишь много времени на доказательство того, что с тобой можно иметь дело, но зато и запомнишься надолго. В какой-то момент удивление, которое не проходит почти никогда, превращается из неприятного в приятное. Ты выделяешься, и это не всегда работает против тебя. Например, бывали случаи, когда из нескольких коммерческих предложений заказчики выбирали мое, просто потому что
yes,
было
the result is always a treat, but still there is this gender wall which exists here in Russia, and I am getting used to this, and people, my business partners, are also getting used to the fact that I am a trustworthy partner, even being a woman in a construction business, and that I can be trusted and dealt with. If I could change the attitude to business women in such businesses as mine, I would be really happy. Unfortunately, the communication with European partners shows to me that gender stereotypes can be eradicated. You can solve the problem, because construction being purely men's business, it's not always there as it is, it's not always perceived this way. I don't want business to be associated with this or that gender in general, and I'm ready to invest my time and effort to try to change the attitude. I want the construction industry, the construction business, to not see any difference between men and women. It's not men's or women's business. It's just a business for everyone. And the problem is that there are many stories, there are many many careers that have been ruined due to this attitude to women. And we know that reproducing patterns of gender inequality is another tool in gender inequality boosting. And this means even aggravating the situation. So that's one of my goals, to lift this gender wall. Thank you. And now I would like to give the floor to our next speaker, Taras Taktamyshev. He is a finalist of 2020 Leaders of Russia. He's director of Innovation Development Support Agency. So he also has something to tell you. Good evening. I'm very glad to welcome everyone. My name is Taras Taktamyshev. You are right. The most popular search answer in 2020 search online was why. When I was standing in my kitchen holding my one-year-old son, I saw my son started choking. His neck went blue. I saw the change in his face. I went from complete loss to thinking, why? Why? Because this shouldn't happen. My boy, he wasn't born just for nothing. He was born to live a long, beautiful, good life and maybe change this world. And I realized, being his father, that I had to struggle for my son. I performed the cardiopulmonary resuscitation again and again, till I felt the warmth of his breath on my face. And that was the happiest moment in my world, in my life. The world started choking and stopped breathing last year, the whole world. I didn't know what to do when it happened to my son. Now many people, many countries do not know what to do now. There are lots of opinions, but no one says, I know for sure we should do this or that. And even if you do not know for sure what you have to do, but if you know why you have to do it right here and right now, that's already a lot. We had a forum in our region, a focus group research in our region. We asked entrepreneurs on why they did what they did. And the answers were, I have to feed my family. I make bread and the whole community eats my bread. But now many entrepreneurs, they have no idea what to do. They continue performing cardiopulmonary resuscitation to their companies, to their enterprises, taking care of their personnel, of its well-being. You maybe do not know what exactly you are supposed to do to help, but you know why you are doing this. You know the cause you are fighting for, and that's already a lot. We asked the civil servants about this. They said now it is the time to create new opportunities and control order. The 90% of these public servants said they did what they did because we have to follow the new decree or the governmental resolution or whatever. I don't think that's the right approach. That's why I would like to call upon everyone to start thinking of why we are doing something. Thank you, Taras. And now I would like to give the floor to Lilia Kiryanova, Development Director, Tomsk Consortium of Scientific, Educational and Scientific Organizations from Tomsk. And she's also a winner of Leaders of Russia 2020 contest. And she's going to talk about catches in development of Russian regions. Good evening. Let's think back to the winter holidays. Just imagine winter, mountains, you are mountain skiing or snowboarding, you're looking around, it's so beautiful, you are having a vacation in a world-class winter resort. You are in Russia, but this is not Sochi. This is Chernihiv resort in Siberia. This is #2 most popular mountain skiing resort in Russia, which hosted more than 1.5 million people last year. And imagine if there wouldn't be the money coming from tourism. Why? Because Chernihiv is an ex-mining village, and it is an economic and management miracle. This is one of the best examples of showing how you can go beyond what you do in order to make a breakthrough. A few years ago, we generated a new trajectory of development of the city and of the ties that stimulate more and more to further develop the economy in the region. And the economy starts being very strongly tied to the territory, and it becomes more adaptive, the economy. And the track becomes so deep that you cannot get out of it, because you understand that the track leads nowhere or in the wrong direction. And we see this in several Russian cities. It's not only about the mono cities, it is also about the inefficient decisions that need to be changed in order to support the efficient, the most efficient industries and entities. Yes, you can do what? You can make an additional track, and you can organize stops on the way, but the new trajectory was built of the old industry, because the coal industry majors and those who work in the sector are still major funders of Tomsk. Tomsk was a student city for more than 100 years. It was being developed as a complex innovation center with all the possible business opportunities and trends. But to create new trajectories, you need to deviate from the existing ways and habits. In Tomsk, there is a big new university available. But what can you do? What should you do in order not to get caught in the catch in this development track? It is diversity that will help. Diversity of social institutes, diversity of institutions, diversity of different trajectories implementation. And I'm not sure that the weakness of strong regions will give way to economic plurality and changes. Thank you. And now I would like to give the floor to Alona Pliskina, Executive Director of Asset Management Department from Rosselsхозbank. She comes from Moscow, and Alona knows very well that the main point is to have equal opportunities. Good afternoon. Over the past 2 days at the Gaidar Forum, we shared a lot our outlooks of the future. And if we spoke about any critical issues, it wasn't mainly the inequality. In Russia, the numbers are also very high, even though we know that in advanced countries, in Western countries, the average per capita income is higher than in Russia. Socialism in our country was a very massive construction site, so to speak. But now, You know, my teacher once said, if it is too difficult to solve a mathematical problem, probably there is no solution. But I still think that something is left, because the level of education in a country matters a lot. I was lucky enough to enjoy special attention of our mathematics teacher. She taught me to find the cause and the consequence, to see what stands for what. And the physics teacher, he explained to us the Canada inertia laws, which I know very well. I mean that our teachers, they taught us, they conveyed to us all the most valuable advices. I, as a medalist, was able to get inscribed to a free of charge things, and can the population enjoy something of the kind being delivered? But till we have such opportunities, but we see there is no distinction between common secondary schools and other schools. I think that Russia needs it all very much. And I think that it's important to develop a special social culture. And of course, there is a pragmatic aspect, and healthy competition is one of the pillars of further growth. Plus, honestly, and we do not respect those who made their money or fortune in a bad way. We are able to laugh at our own mistakes, and those who were trying to we were trying, and we can really move away the borders of the impossible so that it becomes possible. Thank you. Thank you, Alena. And now I would like to give the floor to Konstantin Agafonov, finalist of Leaders of Russia 2020 contest. He is managing partner of Mirmir Engineering. And he thinks as well that Russia does have opportunities in the fifth technological revolution. You know, in each technological set, actually the leaders were discussing who will be the leader in the new age. I think that Russia has every chance to become the leader in the new year. And why? If we look at all the previous civilizations, look, you have a smartphone which actually replaces a lot of various household and electronic appliances which you can have all in a smartphone. Number two, the specific consumption of energy by a citizen is declining, which is logical, and creation of universal machines that will be able to build a house or, for instance, wash the dishes, that would be a dream, right? Unfortunately, currently, and for the coming 20 years approximately, we will not be able to make a robot walk. The best manipulator a car can have is the analog of a human hand. To create such a platform with human hands, it's not very dangerous and difficult. It will cost not more than 500,000 rubles. And what's interesting, we see that the universal machine in Russia is based on the key problem, delivery of goods. And deliveries from the Far East are sometimes even higher than the whole construction budget. And of course the budget will be operating in high energy, and Russia is the leader in terms of the quantity of energy resources per one citizen. And once again, I will tackle the social aspect and say that we will be able to manipulate these robots, either connecting the device to the special either using a special algorithm, and if you can work like this, if you can comfortably work this way, this will make it possible for you to stay with your family, and at the same time will give you a lot of other opportunities. Thank you. Thank you. And now it's time for me to give the floor to Victoria Petrova. She is a finalist of 2020 leaders. She comes from Akhtubinsk of Kurgan Oblast, and she is deputy mayor. And I can say that the good bosses, they never see any personnel leave. Victoria, I have a friend, her name is Alona. We know each other for 10 years since institute. When at institute, she learned herself to perform the well, to do the nails. She learned it herself, but of course, when she graduated from the institute, she changed her occupation from making nails to other things, and stability and income was increasing. The work was uninteresting, and there was still lots of work and little time for it. So this could be used as a supplementary mechanism that could help her in life, but interest prevailed in this case, and very soon Alona started. Alona did not want to go away from a high status job. And what about the salary? What about this pension? The boss, the lady boss, decided to leave. Alona found an expert who is her friend who worked in a kindergarten. And another question was, where were they going to spend the money they will make? And it was an interesting situation. The friend was offered a vacancy to you need to fill the vacancy, and at the same time you understand that she is going to work for a long time till she retires. And just think, she spent 5 years at the institute to receive a higher education and stability. But the problem is that now she has no more motivation. She would have quit sooner or later, you would say. Another history, another story. John Kennedy was visiting South Korea, and once he saw an interesting cleaner who was doing his job passionately, paying no attention to everyone. The president asked the cleaner, "What are you doing here?" "I'm launching a rocket in the outer space." And he said he loves his work. Please do so that everyone who loves this, let them launch their rockets, their missiles into the outer space. If you do not like something, explain explain why this cannot be done. And then nobody is going to take away your friends and colleagues. And now let me give the floor to Valentin Shaposhnikov, also another winner of 2020, leaders of Russia and the world.
И он точно знает, что главное качество лидера – готовность к изменениям.
And the speaker definitely knows that the key quality of a leader is being ready for a change. Good evening. Modern leaders value very much readiness to change. And we see the polling results. There are lots of innovators among us. Today I would like to talk about the changes in the higher education. Just remember for a second, for instance, Lev Alexandrovich, he's 65, he's professor of physics, and he's loved by students and colleagues. But then the 2020 started, and both they have an electronic timetable with online lectures and online workshops and also laboratory works. Because in the past, we see that he had the key tools for the educational process. Lev Alexandrovich, he has done his best to develop a large number of presentations, but at the same time, like in the old times, asking, you know what? Unfortunately, in young heads there was no place for physics, and our young hero is not the only one. Unfortunately, it really happens. And it's impossible during 1 month or 1 week to change the format of a new community. And today, we see a certain result in terms of remote learning, and we think that when the pandemic is over, we'll be able to turn on our computers, and no, it will not be just another time of the problem. We discussed contradictions, we discussed differences between the educational institutes and the state, the government. And on the contrary, today, for instance, platform-based solutions are being implemented. And I really managed to prepare a resource for the pandemic time, which I never had before. Yet we have to deal with what we have. We have to rethink our approach to online lectures, because this will give you a better opportunity to choose the educational trajectory. And please remember that sometime later,
Валентин, спасибо большое.
these
Прямо сейчас
solutions
я
should
передаю
also be
слово
revised.
Елене Гавриловой. Елена из Санкт-Петербурга, это победитель конкурса «Лидеры России 2020».
Elena Gavrilova is from St. Petersburg. Elena is internal business manager from Lenta. Retailer Elena, when are you going to start learning? Good evening, distinguished audience. I would like to congratulate you with the anniversary of the Gaidar Forum. And let me say the following. In the past 2 days in Gaidar Forum, we discussed a lot educational aspects. Let me talk about your education. Let me start my story by the personal story of Van de Schoen. He was born in China, he had to quit school and he had to work as a tram conductor and worker to feed his family, but then later he learned actor's art from the age of 33 to 40, and because of his health he became not just a drama actor but an actor in pantomime. When he was 59, he started coming onto the stage as a live sculptor. Then, 10 years later, he was shot in movies. And it continues. He's doing something new all the time. You think it is a unique destiny? No, not really. We know that about 25% of adult population will lose their jobs in Russia, even more in Africa. Plus, robots are coming. There is no stability, and there will be no stability. What should we do? You should receive knowledge every day, because knowledge gaining was usually done from 15 to 30 years. But there is no profession which you can work in for the rest of your life. And we see how many people learn in other countries and in Russia. In Russia, there are much fewer. These are the experts who do not teach any children. And they perfectly well understand that the education you have is always a big benefit in whatever you do. In Leningrad Oblast, I was able to assess the key strengths and key failures. I didn't know I continue education here at the Russian Academy of National Economy and public service. At the same time, I developed social projects in the framework of the Leaders of Russia contest. By the way, in 2018, the students of the second year of university student was also among the nominees. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Kantemir Hurtayev. He's a finalist of Leaders of Russia 2020 contest. He represents the Union of Young People. And the question is, what exactly quality should a healthcare worker have? And to answer the question, we have to talk about this. Dear colleagues, I'm going to talk about the fifth quality of a leader. I was always interested in this notion. What is a leader? Leaders are always successful. Everyone wants to be a success. Even those who are saying they do not not wanted success, they are lying. That's wrong. So to answer this question, how can one become a leader? I studied biographies of the celebrities, of famous guys like Elon Musk, Steve Jobs, Herman Gref, Arnold Schwarzenegger, and others. And you know what's interesting? There are 4 universal rules. And I decided for myself that if I follow the rules, I will have a success. And let me share with you these 4 rules. Rule number 1, the leader must have a dream. If you do not have a dream, you haven't started going towards it. Number 2, you have to be consistent in following your dream. And in order to swiftly get adapted to the changing world, the person should be agile enough to think in a non-orthodox way. And I also agree that now with this dark swan of coronavirus, I started thinking whether these qualities were sufficient for a leader to be a strong one. I probably think not. And the leader very much needs a special standpoint, and you aren't worth anything if you cannot give a helping hand to someone who needs it in time of need. We are together is a very unprecedented action in which persons being in a severe economic situation, and they got help, and more than 2 billion rubles were donated for that. And by the way, many of those who participated, they got orders from the President of Russian Federation. And this is the kind of leaders we will have in 2020. And this thesis is backed up, and therefore we do not understand why some companies become successful, for instance. And I know a guy who tried to study this topic, and you know what he saw? A very interesting relationship. The companies that became the top companies, they had 2 very peculiar leaders who behaved showing that they had a very strong empathy on what you were saying, which means that this wasn't for themselves, that was for the company, for the society. And this is how a person can become a leader. And I have decided that there are 5 qualities of a leader. You have to have a dream, you have to learn everything all the time, and you have to have empathy, and so on. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you. Thank you. Today we work in the venue where we started at 10 until 8 in the evening. We discussed digitization and other aspects, and I would like to speak about them with Timur Berda, General Director of Uniterra Labs. He's going to talk about labor productivity and labor safety enhancement in modern times. Thank you, Larissa. Dear friends, I'm very glad to welcome all of you. And in Russian mass media, the Gaidar Forum is considered since many years as the Russian Davos meeting, and it discusses the business environment and the latest trends in the world, and digitalization or digitization is what I would like to talk about. Just imagine oilmen, mechanic engineers, and many other specialties having a very difficult job, a very unsafe job. Can digitalization help making their labor safer and more productive? And I would like to share with you my experience in this respect. And I would like to tell you how digitalization penetrates even the most conservative processes, and how companies can break stereotypes and overcome barriers, legislative barriers. Let's talk about people who work in high-hazard conditions on a daily basis, while the result of their work, their efficiency is what shapes the success of many most important strategic industries in the country. We started working on digital transformation of labor some 10 years ago or more, when there was no idea even about doing so worldwide. We wanted to maximize the costs and increase the efficiency of the enterprise. But then I became a witness of a major labor accident with several casualties, and this made me rethink my attitude to this problem. And when you realize that on what you do and how safely you do it, the lives of many people depend. If you realize that you can give much more to these people, to the companies, it really helps a lot to find a solution. Russia joined the concept of zero trauma rate not long ago, and to enhance the labor efficiency, we developed the following complex. It includes a digital platform and digital components every worker has, and the dispatcher is can communicate with every worker wherever the worker works, communicate with the workplace, and the system can identify the optimum work team which can be recommended for this or that job. All documentation is generated electronically, and the workers, they perform their job, but they are doing that safely for themselves and for other people. And let's talk about the function of the government in this process. Since we work in industries with high share of state ownership, we understand that in such industries we need to act jointly with the employers. We have to be proactive in order to survive. We are members of several expert boards. We talk about this issue at different workshops. 10 years ago, we saw something promising in working on this topic. And we see now the fruit of our decisions. And first of all, this is due to the fact that we are proactive. If we see a problem, we do not have to sit and wait till the problem will probably dissolve. It will not. You have to be proactive. You have to settle the problem by your own hands, thus saving lives, helping people. And first I thought that the main idea in this would be to make money. But making money is not and should not be the only sense in doing something which can help save lives and enhance productivity. And I would like to call upon all innovators to innovate. remembering what I said. Thank you so much. And now I'm giving the floor to Leonid Italyantsov, the little family office partner. Good evening, dear colleagues. My name is Leonid Italyantsov. There were many presentations ruminating about future. What I would like to suggest to you is to remember about the right to life. Let's close our eyes and remember our childhood. We walked around in the fields, we went to the river for bathing, we made fires, we played. Remember the river, the water splashes, and this special wind, fresh wind. You felt this liberty, this freedom. I live in a large city where neighbors do not really know neighbors. People in a major city spend their lives working. People living in suburban areas, they spend most of their lives getting to and back home from work. So how can we get back this freedom? Let us change the lifestyle of a small city, even in the framework of one single city, but now in the framework of national projects. Why not try doing so? Just imagine, you have quick access to the maps of interesting places where you can go. You can do good things with people who are ready to support you. You have a consulting service, a consultant service, which you can consult if you want to move to another part of the country, a service which would help you to solve some social issues. Never before has the state invested in development of villages as now. Till 2025, investment in Russian villages will be more than 2 trillion rubles. And we, city people, citizens of large cities, we just have to learn more about the existing opportunities, about opportunities to buy a cottage house or take a mortgage or other things. Yes, now, with COVID, we have a chance to work remotely. Just dream, close your eyes. You move to a village. You will be able to see your children happily playing with you. You will be able to eat green products, clean products. You have seen a lot. You have reached a lot. Your passion brought you to where you are now. And only you are the person on whom the future of your kids depends. Change, transform the space around you. Invite your friends to join you. Take advantage of this opportunity, and let's give an opportunity to the villagers to change, transform their life. Let's attract investments to build infrastructure for everything to be the way you like, but not in a city, but in pure nature. Let's make it a package service. We know how convenient it is. Let's change the very notion of cottage house. It's not just a shabby house somewhere in the middle of nowhere. Let's simplify moving to villages. Let's make it convenient. Let's make it attractive. Thank you. Leonid Italyantsov calls upon us to move to villages, to rural area, while Nikita Filimonchik is from Orenburg region. He is also a winner of Leaders of Russia 2020 contest. Good evening, everyone. I seem to be the last speaker today. It is a privilege, and I would like to show to you some very beautiful pictures and live the story with me, and at the same time remember the most important findings I made. Every one of us wants to climb our own Everest. We want to be better. We want to do better. And in August 2020, I was lucky to be part of the group which ascended Elbrus mountain. 18 people in the team, that's how many of us went there. 10 kg was the weight of all our things we had in our backpacks. 642 meters is the height, the actual height of Elbrus. So 6 hours was the way to the summit. The summit was at the 4,000 meters height. We had 2 groups with 2 tractors. The temperature was -10. We had frost wind. When did it happen? The first problem, when the temperature dropped to -20. We started having cold. We didn't see the following group. We waited for them for 10-15 minutes. We don't see anyone. And the first idea that comes to your mind, why did I come here? Damn, I could be watching TV now, enjoying popcorn or whatever. 15 minutes passed and the second group came following us. It turned out that due to the hot sun, the snow melted, and that actually decelerated their ascent. 4 hours are left to the summit. I started thinking that the morning will never come. But then I see that the snow is bluish. And when you see a new day in, surrounded by snow, snowy mountains, you have to continue going. You have to continue your way. 1 hour to the summit. Just imagine what we had to go through. When you go one by one, you go up there and you don't have enough oxygen to breathe. You have a terrible headache. You are exhausted, but you look forward, everyone continues their way. You look back, there are people behind you who continue their way, inspiring you to continue. The group splits into those who want to have a cup of tea, take a breath, sit down for a while, and those who are saying, no, we have to continue. And you know, at that moment, you realize who you are and the way you are, and your social status doesn't matter there. Doesn't matter how much money you have earned in your life. A mountain summit is a very good trial for you to try yourself and try your team, to see who you can go in, go hiking or go into a summit ascent, who you can trust your life. And you see someone produces a flag, someone writes messages to their relatives. Everyone understands that if we had tried to climb the summit alone, all by ourselves, we wouldn't be there. Only being a team, we could make it. We are in the 21st century. It's high time to understand this key message. Only being a team, you can climb the summit. And everyone realized that he was there on top of the summit only thanks to the fact that Oleg was behind me going there. Someone was in front of me also saying, no, it's okay, let's continue. And only this way we could do it. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you so much. And that was the team of leaders of Russia. It's up to you now to rethink what you just heard and maybe make your own conclusions. And you will be able to hear that on YouTube channel as well. I would like to thank you for attention. Guys, I really loved what you said. I loved being with you tonight. Thank you. Thank you.